Hey everybody, happy CVAL West Finals weekend. It is me, Daniel Jobin, and Adam Scholes. We are back. We are ready to attack this exciting weekend of games with the lower bracket final today and that grand final to top things all off tomorrow. How are we feeling about it, man?
Honestly, feeling really awesome. We've seen some amazing stuff come through from these teams down the line. Super excited to see what they bring to the table as well. You know, we've got two best of five series this week, and we've already seen what UCR and Demigods can bring us in that regard. You know, giving us the reverse sweep. We've had in just fantastic games throughout this qualifier, and really looking to see how it closes out because, of course, our two teams here, they're going to be really looking to duke it out.
Yeah, and I think to get things going, we are going to take a quick look at the bracket, see kind of how things have shaken out to this point. How did we get here? How did these last three teams make it to this point? As you guys can see there, UCR Blue, we're going to be talking more about them tomorrow. They got that reverse sweep. They booked their ticket to that grand final. UC Irvine had a fantastic comeback victory against ASU Maroon, moved them into this spot against the Demigods. But man, this matchup today, so many close games in the West. And checking out the West, the East, or the East, the South, and the North, West by far has had the most close series.
Yeah, and something that I think we brought up last week as well was the fact that, you know, up until that final game last week, we didn't have anyone locked in. We only had those two from the previous qualifier already done. There's been a bunch of repeat offenders, I like to call them, in other regions. You know, you get the Northwoods who are already clinching themselves in there, but that winners final didn't really have as much grounds in
Yeah.
terms of the competitiveness. Same with some of these other matchups. So, you know, it's really nice to see how competitive this region has been in the West. And I mean, of course, it's just going to come down to this final weekend. We'll find out this today who the final team will be
Yep.
moving on to from this qualifier specifically.
Yeah, and speaking of our final teams, we're going to get the day started talking a little bit about UC Irvine, a team that maybe we didn't necessarily expect to make it this far. We knew it was a very strong team. As you can see, all the fun facts about the team. We saw them last week as well. You got so many strong players. Fifi, lots of game changers experience. The team, you know, they like to fight for those free dinners, but these guys, they are a very, very smart bunch. They play so well together. And I mean, these guys, they've been proving people wrong time and time again this split.
Yeah, and I think they're one of the only teams that has really employed a six-man roster to that to a great extent. You know, they've swapped between
Yeah.
Flow and Platinum depending on what the team needs. You know, both of them will play that Sova, but they have different sort of game styles, if that makes sense. So really curious to see how they sort of approach the first little bit of this series.
1v1 now, cross versus swing is a timing, and the Bulldog is all day long, and that is a massive round for UCI.
For me personally, I'm always happy to win, whether it's in upper or lower bracket. I don't think it matters too much for me. Being in the lower bracket, all of our matches were extremely close, so it was a nice feeling closing them out. But in particular, we are bad at closing out maps. We'll get to like 11 or 12 rounds and then struggle to get the last round or two. So we always stress about that. Both the last two teams left, Demigods and UCR, are both UC teams, so we faced them a decent amount. So we kind of know how they play. So we're not going to switch up anything crazy. We're going to mostly focus on ourselves. Richie is our newest team member, and he's very much a zoomer. He's just like super ADHD the whole time, and he's just the most passionate person we have on our team by a large margin. He's just consistently high energy, and whenever we win a map, seeing Richie just like so happy about it, that's probably like consistently just my favorite memory for our team. Out of the last 10 people we're facing, I rate Andrew the highest by far. He's consistently performs even in like more valuable matches, so I rate him way higher than anyone on Demigods. And for Demigods in general, I don't think when we're playing right now, I don't think their ranks matter that much. Like we personally don't play ranked a lot, anyone on our team, so we mostly just scrim. No one's really shooting up the ladder, obviously, and just because Demigods are higher ranked, I don't think they're better. I don't think they're a particularly good team at team play. I think like their main thing is confidence. So as long as we play well, I think we'll win. And for both the last two teams, Demigods and UCR, we've never lost to them since I've been on UCI, so I don't think it'll be any different.
So no lack of confidence from the side of UC either and Calplay. They're a team that they're talking about the Demigods being, you know, more maybe that solo queue team, a lot of individual talent. They're not necessarily worried about getting up that ranked ladder, but they're worried about the team play. They know their confidence is going to be high, which can be dangerous. But UCI, as you heard there, they are feeling confident and they know they're ready for the challenge.
Yeah, and I mean, we actually got the lower third right on Cowpie this time. Last week we actually had Kyle on
Yeah.
the interview as well, so we figured out who Cowpie was, and of course, great performances last week. It's really good to see how confident he is coming into this matchup as well, because it's going to be necessary. You're going to need that level of confidence going up a team as skilled as Demigods. And speaking of Demigods, we've got those fun facts for you here as well. Actually, first we've got the round breakdown from UCI. Forgot about
Yes.
that one.
Adam,
We're
you
gonna
gotta
roll
cook,
this one
man.
really
It's your
quick.
content.
It's my content. You're right. Let's go. One, we're rolling back to an incredible individual performance from Cowpie on Pearl, with UCI facing their third map point in a row. Both teams enter this round with full buys. Looking at the setup, UCI have a 1-2-2 setup. ASU are set to hit A with a split. The barriers drop, and immediately, Kaz and Jello push towards Art. Kaz throws a Prowler to clear box, and Jello dashes forward, but Jello gets taken down almost immediately by the cross from Cowpie.
The reason I threw that molly, I never throw that molly, is because they have been trying to like basically take Art early round. I just wanted to split up the fight, whoever entries first with the util and the rest of the team, and just take the 1v1. Normally I wouldn't do that molly. It's a bad molly in my opinion.
With Jello out of the fight, ASU continue to force forward. Kaz haunts through Art and spots a no one. ASU want to finish this execute onto A site. I mean, this was such a massive lead for ASU. They had 3 chances here. This is their third chance to sort of close out the map. ASU have now positioned themselves for an execute, so they drop the Nightfall onto site as Brisk drops his smokes on Flower and Dugout. Kaz throws his C's into Secret and spams down Flow, but Cowpie finds a kill onto Brisk on the cross. Cowpie drops his Killjoy ultimate, forcing ASU to speed up the plant and back out. Ayum catches Fifi rotating, taking this to a 3v3.
I didn't really think that much about that ult. It was literally just like, I got it, it's last round, just pop it immediately.
With the site clear from the Killjoy lockdown, Richie dashes onto site to start the defuse. Kyle drops a Gravity Well and A-Link to slow the push from Art. Cowpie takes this opportunity to peek behind the Astra util and is able to take down Cass. Kawhi is able to spray down Richie defusing the spike, but the damage has been done as Cowpie finds Ayum. Kyle pushes to take down Kawhi in A main, and UCI force overtime.
After I get the spam kill, I'm able to get my ult off, and everyone else just floods outside, and I'm just trading up on all my teammates. Anyone else could have been getting those kills, but just looks nice because I get the 4K.
An incredible comeback from UCI, facing 3 map points, pushing ASU to overtime and keeping their hopes alive. Now, back to our casters.
Nice little piece there, Adam.
Yeah, I forgot about it really quickly. I forgot how to read or run a show, but nonetheless, yeah, it was really great to be able to talk to Cowpie and, of course, be able to work on that content. It's just really cool to be able to look at some of these key rounds that these teams had and sort of break them down. We've got a couple more cooked up as well for the other teams, so more to look forward to in that regard. But, of course, now we can look at their opponents for today, UCI, going up against the Demigods.
Yeah, the Demigods are going to be that team we were talking about earlier. It's a team that Cowpie mentioned earlier has a bunch of these kind of solo Q demons. They still have this best picture. This reminds me of like the LeBron, Chris Paul, mellow banana boat picture in a sense, just when they're out on the ocean there, you can see the baby pictures to boot at the bottom. So this team, they love to play. They're very, very comfortable with each other. It's a team, they're out there to have fun. They kind of do embody that solo Q spirit in a way, but you know what that means. It can turn into confidence, turn into charisma on the server. So these guys, they're very, very aggressive. We saw it in their play style. I mean, hell, they had lots of chances to win that last series last week, and we know they're going to be coming back for revenge.
Yeah, and I think that, out of all of those players there, the portrait that makes the least sense is 4-Leaf Sleepin'. Dude was popping off last week. Had a couple of really nice clips as well. But nonetheless, we're going to get to hear from T-Salad, the IGL from Demigods here, to sort of break down their thoughts on last week and what they're looking forward to this week as well. Inside, you can just spam through the wall, but T-Salad has 9 HP. You cannot afford this. Just catches a glimpse, and T-Salad cleans it up there.
Leading up to the UCR match, I was pretty confident. I was already proud of the progress that we've made and how far we made this season. I think making upper finals, that's a new peak for us. I think it showed in the first 2 maps as well, that we came out swinging and that we were confident. I was pretty upset with my performance in the last 3 maps, and as a whole, we were all very disappointed, especially the fact that it was a reverse sweep when we had only 1 more map to win. We just had to close out 1 and we have the series. But even though we just got out of a tough loss, I'm still going to come into this series with the same passion and drive that I had throughout the entire CVAL season. We for sure have something to prove to our school, since we don't actually represent UCSD esports, but we still want to prove that we're the best team at the school. We played UCI in the past a long time ago before we even had Melvin, so I know that you can't take them lightly. I know Cowpie, he's the only player I really know on the team, and I know he's scary to go up against, so we'll be looking out for him throughout the series. I don't want to reveal too much, but I think based on our performance from the last BO5 on certain maps, we'll definitely be switching up how we play on some maps, and we'll be sticking to our strengths on maps like Ascent and Haven, because I'm pretty sure you'll see us playing on those maps. The biggest changes we'll make is definitely how we prep for this BO5. I think our last BO5 was the first BO5 of this season, so the prep we did going into it, I think it was pretty good and it showed in the first 2 maps, but we also need to match that preparation in the rest of our map pool. So I think just the preparation that we do going into the series will change, and I think it'll help us go through this series and hopefully go through the grand finals as well. I just want to say good luck, and I'm looking forward to a fun series, so let's have some fun.
Always good to hear from T Solid. Very, very well spoken. And I mean, truthfully, very honest about what happened last week. He said, hey, we were up 2-0. We had plenty of chances to close out each map after map after map. You know, they had multiple chances. They couldn't really get the deal done. I think they're going to come into this week, maybe not necessarily humble, but, you know, a little bit of like, okay, we got like a checked a little bit. Now we're going to have to bounce back, try to get our way back into this grand final. I know they want to get that second shot at UCR Blue as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the major things is we were relatively critical of how Demigods sort of just, it almost felt like a mantle boom coming through, you know, map 3, map 4.
Yeah.
It was all UCR all the time at that point. And even once they got into split, the Demigods still were able to scrape together something really significant for themselves. It just all fell apart. So I think they're coming into this with a little bit more clairvoyance, knowing that it's going to be a long series, you know, potentially going to 5 maps again. And I think that's going to prepare them well as well. But of course, we do have another round breakdown here. You already know what round it is. It's the round where both of us lose our minds. It's just, honestly, one of the craziest rounds of Valorant at any level that I've ever seen. Here's the breakdown of it. Just fantastic stuff. West round breakdown. For this one, we'll take a look at Koki's incredible Omen ultimate that turned an eco round into a fantastic clutch for 4-Leaf. Demigods just lost a tough round, as Andrew was able to find a triple kill with jet knives, sending Demigods into this round with barely any credits.
Our buy was low, so Melvin just went for a hero buy, and the initial call was just, let's get Melvin to work B main. We know this Sova has been playing B like almost every round. The goal was for him to try to isolate a pick on B.
Azalite backs off, but recon darts B main. It just barely misses catching Melvin on the scan. Azalite backs off to stairs to get a different angle.
Azalite though. Oh!
Melvin finds his man and backs off to join the rest of the team. However, Andrew and Soup have pushed up mid. It was cleared earlier by Amir and Koki, but UCR have pushed through the Astra smoke following the pick to cut off Melvin. UCR even the round up, but look at the kill feed. Jason gets caught on A site. Demigods get the number advantage back. The rest of Demigods are now grouped up A, but UCR are there to respond. Off of the pick on Jason, 4-Leaf is able to pick up his Killjoy ultimate. UCR try to stall the round out by using an Astra smoke and KO Molly on A main, but the execute is already underway. After the lockdown goes down, 4-Leaf moves up Catwalk to try and find a split, but Demigods try to get on site at the same time. They trade kills, making this a 2v2. Now in a 2v2, Demigods need to try and find the plant. They know both UCR players are still heaven, so Koki drops his Omen ultimate and...
What a fake.
Oh my goodness!
30 seconds.
What a
Wait,
fake.
he just teleported back to A main!
Big brain.
So we still have bad guns, and I think Billy did see that Koki TP'd towards A main, so he tries to catch the timing on the rotates, and I believe he sees no one, so then he decides that the site is empty, so we get the guns and then it's a 2v2 at that point. It is really clever of Koki to do that.
Incredibly smart plays from Koki, but the round isn't over. Vix and Andrew try to split up on A, with Vix coming through Heaven and Andrew through Garden.
I think this also is underrated, the fact that he's kind of baiting for Billy here, then they just didn't expect him in that corner.
Gonna get
We're not gonna
scanned out!
expect this. We're not gonna
Last
expect
player
this. The Koki ball. What? What?
Somehow, someway, 4-Leaf isn't checked in the corner and cleans up the round. What an incredible way to secure the round for Demigods. Now, back to the desk.
I mean, I still laugh at us two reacting to that clip and everything, but that clip's so amazing to watch. Just such a big brain play, like we said. But with that being said, I think we are actually ready to get. And I think map pick and bans and agent select should be on the horizon here, so we don't want to dwell any further. I mean, it's gonna be Demigods versus UCI. I think actually we will take a look at the bingo card really quickly. Almost forgot there about that little piece of content. You forgot about your little piece, and I forgot about the bingo card as well. So you can see we got a pretty good amount chalked off. However, the non-Cali team winning CVAL Winter, unfortunately, looking a little bit more doom and gloom. But the rest of these squares still have a pretty decent chance of coming to fruition.
Yeah, I think that even that 5 duelist comp at this point, I think these teams are at the level where they are fearful of their opponents and everything. That's going to be such a challenge to get in there and do that. So not sure if we're going to see that one either, but the no duelist comp still potentially an option on the table. Granted, we're going to have two teams who are very confident in their jets as well, so that might be off the table as well. Nonetheless, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if we can fill that card out and everything, get more of our favorite rioters face on there as well. Tyza filling it up there already for us, but nonetheless, I believe we are ready to get into picks and bans here. Best of 5, always super interesting to see what these teams are going to pick.
Yeah, I have a pretty good feeling, what maps we're going to end up seeing, but I think we're probably going to see, the typical collegiate special, the new age collegiate special. That's going to be a Lotus ban coming through for UCI, not wanting to touch that new face in the Valorant scene there. Icebox going to be banned away by the Demigods. So the 5 that we are going to see today, Pearl, Ascent, Fracture, Haven, and Split, that that arduous decider so many times in Valorant series history, but we are in for an absolute banger of a series today. Both these teams fighting for that spot in tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense that Demigods go for Ascent and Haven again. They showed how strong they were on that in their previous series against UCR. In a sense, we're going to have to get something a little bit different coming through from the side of UCI as well. It's going to be a longer series. That Pearl ban makes a whole lot of sense, even though they did end up dropping down, or even though they dropped that map to ASU. It was a very close series. They showed how confident they were on it. And I think that overall, Demigods are a little bit worried about the UCI Pearl as well. So on both sides, or actually, UCI are scared of the Demigods Pearl in that regard, so maybe they don't want to secure that one up. Getting teams mixed up already. But Icebox, that was definitely something that UCI showed that they were very confident on both sides of the map. I mean, going up against UCSD Gold in that sense, there might be a little bit of, all the teams aren't necessarily affiliated with each other. They're pretty close. They're like, hey guys, that map, they're really good at that. You might want to watch out for that. So maybe a little bit of that, but nonetheless, always going to be interesting to see how these Cali teams go toe to toe here, especially with a best of 5 on the horizon. Winner of this one, of course, books their ticket to CVAL finals at the very end of the year as well. So there is a lot riding on this matchup here.
Yeah, I will say, do we dare put a curse and or a blessing on one of these teams and try to predict what the outcome of the series will be? How many maps? Last week, we got it somewhat right. We said at least 4 maps. We thought it'd be competitive. We were somewhat right. But I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to say the Demigods take it in a 5-map absolute dogfight. I think they really want that revenge. I really liked what I saw against UCR. I mean, they just fell short to a phenomenal team. I think they had, they were just so close to taking that one away, kind of let it slip away. So I'm going to say Demigods 3-2, but this clip will be available later when I end up being wrong or something.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm inclined to say the same thing in that regard. I want to see Demigods get that sort of run back against the side of UCR. It would make sense. If we were writing a script for all of this, it would make a whole lot of sense if that was the case. But nonetheless, Pearl, of course, going to be our first map here picked up. Interesting to see the comps once again, very similar to what we've seen from these two teams in the past.
Yeah, this is kind of that same, a lot of similar agents that we have used to seeing on Pearl before. We're going to see the Fade, we're going to see the Astral, we're going to see the KO, a lot of the usual suspects. We are going to see not quite that mirror comp, though. It's going to be the Sova on one side, and they're going to opt, the Jet on the other. Matching Jets. Who are they missing here? Sova and Fade. That'll be the difference. Thought there was 2 differences.
Yeah, there's going to be some similarities to what these teams have pulled out in the past, and it makes sense that Flow would pull out the Sova. They've felt very confident on that in the past as well. T-Solid has gone a little bit more towards the Fade in that regard whenever necessary, but of course we're going to be getting in onto the map here, onto Pearl, under the water here to get ourselves ready for game 1 here. Of course, winner of this one moves on to CVAL finals at the end of the year. What an exciting potential here we've got for this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. There's just so much on the line for both of these teams. And that's always going to be the tricky thing, getting this far in any of these tournaments with all that prize money on the line, with that trip to the finals later on down the line. There's so much at stake, and you just know any mistake, any small mistake could end up coming back to bite you. But the beauty of this best of 5, you're going to have a couple chances to maybe make some mistakes, take some risks, maybe, see what you got cooking up in there and see what you got ready for this series. But Pistol going to be underway.
Yeah, and very curious as to how these teams opt to move around the map early on into these rounds. I think, you know, with Demigods, they like to play as individuals. As Cowpie was mentioning, and UCI have more of a set plan, and already you can see pushing up B long here. Demigods, of course, starting on that defensive side, but Richie feeling confident enough to move up here, try and clear some angles onto B site.
Yeah, Richie working up on the B side here, trying to see any information can be collected. A couple of these members of Demigods starting to slowly lurk up on that B site. Couple pistol shots toward mid there. Richie all by himself right now, so doesn't want to maybe necessarily dive in there. He won't really have any support if he does end up falling on the backside. Kyle just taking some pop shots over there, trying to back off the mirror. 0 point, trying to get anything, not going to find anything. So both these teams content to, you know, sit back and wait a little bit here.
Need that back.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they just want to feel each other out at this point, sort of get a vibe for what is going to sort of occur in the next couple of rounds as well. I think pistol round is always a good sort of vibe check for both of these teams, just to feel out their opponents and make sure that they're not overstepping here. But 30 seconds left. There's going to have to be some moves coming through at some point here relatively soon.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a move here. The 0 point is going to go in there onto the B site. I think they're scanned to come. Astra Smoke's going to get dropped here. Only 20 seconds, like you said, though. They're going to have to make a move. Ash Cloudburst onto site there. Fifi sending some pop shots toward heaven there. The Flow is going to get the plant down now. The Prowler's going to exchange as well. Mir going to work on the top side. T-Salad finally going to find our first kill of the round. Now it's going to be that 5v4 advantage for the Demigods. Richie playing this Astral Star, trying to see if he can find the timing of Mir. Walk in, about to find a very, very near disturbance. Richie gonna go 1 for 1 though with T-Salad. The flash towards D-Long, set up the stack up here, trying to delay this defuse. Kyle gonna be good for 1. 4-Leaf gonna fall as well. UCI right now has a numbers advantage, and this time slowly taken away. Oh, and Cowpie, the Sheriff shot is all day, and that's gonna be a win for UCI.
Yeah, and honestly, incredible opening round here from the side of UCI, just biding their time, waiting for the right time to engage. And while it was a decent retake coming down, it's just the rest of the play afterwards. Cowpie holding a really off angle there, feeling pretty good about things. But wow, round 2 already. We're getting a tech pause. What would we expect here? You know, it's the first game. They're playing on Tournament Realm as well, so always going to be some growing pains, especially with setting it all up. But nonetheless, just gives us a little bit of time to sort of digest that first round and digest this game as a whole.
Yeah, and I guess one thing to digest first, we are going to see 2 hero rifles coming through for UCI. Typically, you're going to see these teams pick up one. Okay, I was going to say, usually you're going to see that full armor SMG. You might see 1 rifle on the one side there. Cowpie, he has been that one to usually take up that hero rifle. We saw it last week a bunch as well. He's been so good at finding the kills. And I mean, just in that interview with him, you could definitely hear he was excited to get onto the server. He has a very, very high level of confidence. His team feels like they deserve to be here. He likes that Phantom in his hands. We're just a couple seconds away. Tech pause is over, and we're going to get back into things.
Yeah, and I think now they can start to open up the map a little bit more. Cowpie's been really good with sort of these hero rifle buys in a sense. Of course, this isn't necessarily the same situation, but Kyle pushed up pretty far. They've taken a lot of control over A main already, and very curious to see what Demigods are going to answer with. They want to try and get mid control as well, but we've seen a stack from UCI before. They like to sort of play slow. They like to play towards the extremities of the map here. It was ASU who are more so geared towards that mid side, but you can see all this Killjoy utility drop down onto A as opposed to through mid. Seems as if UCI just want to explore a little bit. They want to continue the vibe checks here. You know, it's still early on into the series. You've got a lot of rounds of Valorant potentially here. Just sort of take some time, enjoy the scenery, take a look at some art in the museum, and then maybe
listen to the music.
Yeah, the music's great.
Spawn, exactly, fantastic. Hokie, though, gonna get swung on. Spectre, good for 1. Richie, turret's gonna go down as well. 0 point to follow. They're gonna try to get this execute going, perhaps. T-Salad working backside here.
Whoa.
The shorty's going to work, and T-Salad gonna find the headshot. He's gonna get tagged up, though. Didn't die quite yet, but still gonna have his life. Down to 1 shot, though. Cowpie fakes the plant. It's all day long. There's 1, and Flow is good for 2 more. UCI is gonna take their 3rd or 2nd round, rather.
Yeah, not bad overall. You know, they're able to keep, of note, the Phantom into the next round, a couple of Spectres as well, but Melvin did force up a little bit there, picking up that Marshall, so might be something to have to keep in mind down the road. It's just going to be the Sheriff tossed over to a homie there. Make sure that everyone's got the best weaponry possible without spending too much in those credits. But now, full buys coming through from Demigods. This is really where they need to show their hand. They need to stake their claim in this situation. You want to make sure that you're getting this buy around, because we've seen UCI in the past snowball off of bonuses for 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row. And that can just be so detrimental early on into a series.
Yeah, we've actually seen that from a lot of teams where they kind of get that early advantage and then they really just try to take the advantage. They say, okay, if we can try to push this to a 3 or 4 to 1, we can put ourselves in such a good spot to be successful in that mid game. Flow with the Owl Drone. Koki going to be in astral form. He's going to get spotted out there. Flow, get the info he's looking for. They're going to have to go clear out this left side. Double cloud burst from Richie. Double spray. Koki going to be there to maybe get first contact to find the kill. Richie, though, stinger headshot. Might be able to pick up a gun there as well. Not sure exactly what Koki had. That is going to be a rifle over to Richie or SMG. Maybe going to keep the stinger, actually. So take back what I said there.
Yeah, rifle picked up by Flow, I believe, there. So extra Vandal in tow. But now this A-side execute. Going to get stalled out. 4Leaf's already found one. Everyone's pushing in through Art. They see the dart. 4Leaf just misses out on the timing there. A couple of shots landing. But now it's going to be full retake mode once again. 3v3 situation. They know where T-Salad is. T-Salad finds one. Richie once again with that stinger. Now 2v2.
As the dash ready, Melvin and Richie gonna trade shots there, but Amir and Melvin are gonna help clean things up. Team Ace over to the Demigods. They take their first round of this game.
Yeah, everyone contributes there, of course. Only going to be carrying 2 rifles through, so the economy might not be in the best of shapes for the side of Demigods. They should still be able to mostly buy up 4Leaf there with a Sheriff, but nonetheless, really solid round for them to just sort of hold their fire a little bit, play patiently, make sure you don't get too excited on some of these rounds when multiple members fall. So honestly, going to be interesting overall, because we've seen UCI and their attacking prowess. We've seen what they can do just on Pearl in general, and Demigods thus far, they're matching those vibes. And no, Demigods have had a lot of success on Pearl as well, but mostly on the attacking side. So I want to see, with them picking defense first, maybe they just want to sort of save their strategies for later on, sort of use those key attack rounds to clutch it out. Melvin, though, his aim's still going to be really good here in this early game, finding the pick.
Yeah, listen, Melvin heard Cowboy say, listen, he's not necessarily their guy that we're worried about here. We know he's a strong player, but he's not, they're not necessarily as talented as we think. We know the Demigod's probably listening into all that info, using that bulletin board material, get you to wake up early in the morning. But right now, still that 5v4 UCI. Gonna have to adjust how they want to play this attack now, being down that man. Being down the Killjoy on attack, yes, it does suck, but usually that's your post-plan setup, watching your flanks and such forth, so should be able to set up some decent execute. But right now, Demigods look like they have a pretty decent read on things.
And Richie, once again, sort of exploring through Art here. T-Salad's holding this connector. Just gets spotted out there, so now a little bit more information given over to the side of Demigods. Once again, UCI have been playing incredibly patient throughout these rounds. They don't want to overpush their advantages. Almost to a fault, though, because as you can see, 30 seconds left. They're just walking over towards B side, and now the jig is up a little bit here. I think 4Leaf is starting to sniff it out. They haven't executed towards that A site. Gonna have to try and make something happen here. It is just a 5v4, though, so UCI gonna have to make it count.
Yeah, and the only thing is, with not really being able to get onto the A site and clear everything out, now they still have all that KJ util backside of B. Trades go through, though, 1 for 1. Both the KOs getting involved. The Molly gonna get dropped out there. 7 seconds still to plant. Plant will come through. Fifi stuck behind the box. Richie, 1 on 4. Leaf the spray through the smoke, though. Fifi's gonna fall. The swing from Flo and Richie. That's gonna be clean. 2v1 now. Koki, last man standing, has to try to find the timing. Plant is still down. This is going to be very, very tricky, though. If he can find this timing on one of them, there's absolutely a chance, but he might be backing up into the wrong spot. Flo's going to make a read on it. That's going to take him down, and UCI picks up 3.
It's a really tough, 50-50 there, whether they're holding long, whether they're holding tunnel there. Just have to sort of guess at that point, and Koki probably going to keep that in the back of their mind for future rounds, but overall, it's going to be a save round now for the side of Demigods. They're forced back a little bit. Melvin's still going to be picking up that Guardian, though, and Melvin's been sort of that one to try and get them heated up a little bit here, get the ball rolling, picking up that sort of hero Guardian, as weird as it sounds, but nonetheless, we've seen this work out in the past. I remember last qualifier, Alberta did this a lot. They put Atlas on this Guardian and just let him cook at that point. If you got the best aim and you can hit those heads, you might as well make it work. Alpi, though, full blind there, sprayed out, not going to land. And very quick execute towards the A site. They know they've got that weaponry advantage, but the spike still just chilling out Swan as Melvin finds the man.
I mean, hey, we talked about it in that round breakdown. Melvin, T-Salad literally said, we wanted to put a good gun in Melvin's hands. We want to try to get him going. We're going to try to find a way to open up that site. They think of him as that traditional, that classical duelist, going to go in there, try to get the 1 for 1, at least try to create some kind of space. Not afraid to take the fights, which is a huge part. Like, being a duelist, as much mental as it is mechanical. Right now, Demigods kind of flowing over toward this A site. UCI still haven't really decided on that push. I mean, not having your jet going to take a lot of potential out of that entry. Flow.
My ult is ready.
Nice little help, though. Both Killjoy off the board now. 4v4, 4 of them, or 3 rather, stacking up to Art here.
Yeah, they want to try and execute towards this A site, but now they know that there's one isolated Koki taking a whole boatload of damage. Alpine's just been holding down the line for now, but here comes the execute. They're pushing forward aggressively, and Demigods, they don't have the weaponry advantage. They're going to have to try and make some magic happen.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up here. There's the flash, BP. Swing is going to come through. Cowpie is going to be good for one there. Koki going to be down. T-Sal to swing. BP. The trade's low. Oh, the double. Melvin still on that Guardian though. 5 HP. Trying to find one more. The wall bang won't go his way. Cowpie wins out on that trade. And UCI continues.
Yeah, it was a close round at that. I mean, Kyle, relatively low. And with the weaponry that Demigods had, they are able to take a couple of rifles out of the hands. Always get to sort of see that come down in just some sort of regard. But now Melvin with those knives, that's the reason why they bought up last round. They knew they were going to have the tools capable to match the weaponry this time around. Actually,
I mean, they've got everything.
Yeah, both Jets are looking to drop those knives this time around, so KO knives are going to be a little bit stronger, but look at that. There's 8 ultimates available on the board. I'm very, very interested to see if they will be able to use all of those to the highest effectiveness, because we've seen in the past these ulti-heavy rounds are just ridiculous. You just throw everything in the kitchen sink. Oh! Melvin, last knife just barely saving the Jet out there. Takes down Richie, who is caught napping.
That's not often that we get a Jet Bladestorm duel be along. That is way more entertaining than the Tour de Force duel be along that we're used to seeing before.
Yeah, we gotta decide another name for that. We've got the gentleman's agreement with those Tour de Forces, where it's just like, yeah, you're aiming at each other and whoever clicks first. But Jets, you know, you get a lot of chances, I guess, but it can also sort of turn wrong. Richie just wasn't paying attention. It feels like they were trying to close up that short corner, get taken down. So a little bit of a disadvantage over to UCI, but they are not phased for the time being.
Yeah, Flo gonna get spotted out in Art there by that KJ turret, so back him off for the time being. But he's got the... Oh, I don't know why I thought Kyle looked like he was going green for a second. My eyes deceiving me, but either way, they're gonna get this stack of Melvin, though. He's gonna get the refresh on the blades as well, so this Bladestorm still gonna be up and kicking for this defense. And right now, UCI just slowly getting whittled away here. Now you only have 3 members left to try to get some kind of execute, and you can see Demigods are stacked up perfectly across the map here in the straight line.
Yeah, Orly pulling a crazy angle there, and now UCI... What do? Do you just save at this point? You've still got those ultimates.
At this point, I would. 20 seconds.
Yeah. There's only one ultimate that was used there. You had all of that advantage. Flo, of course, going to find one. Might be able to get the plant down, but T-Salad is aware. Melvin finds another one on the opposite side of the map, and now a 1v4 situation. T-Salad just trying to stall out as long as possible to find that aim duel. We talked about how T-Salad didn't have the greatest time on Pro last time around. He's back for revenge. He's looking to try and close those rumors out. Having a fantastic opening to this game on the spade.
Yeah, it's always tough to play games like while you're shot calling as well. It's always hard to, try to get those frags, try to layer that util. It's always one of the trickier balances as one of those IGLs. We are going to see an early timeout from UCI. So, to be fair, I don't necessarily hate this. We've seen from a lot of teams that either don't call timeouts till it seems to be too late in the game to actually make adjustments, or they call them when they're in that state of panic where theoretically they can turn things around, but the lead might be so large at that point where they're like, okay, now we really have to make a miracle happen. When it's 4-2, you end up losing that round. Maybe the economy not necessarily as stable as you're hoping. Just refresh, sit down for a second. Melvin did just have that nice ground, so maybe try to cool him off a little bit and then see what you can go with moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that Curryshot has always been one of the coaches who's really quick to drop those timeouts as well, which, can either be a good thing or a bad thing in some situations. I think generally for UCI, it has worked out to their advantage where they're just given that opportunity to sort of slow it down a little bit. They're able to take their time. They're able to recollect themselves a little bit, and maybe especially after that round where it just seemed like they missed a window. They had all 5 ultimates available. They didn't drop anything. Now there's still 8 ultimates available. The Jets are going to be the only ones left out to dry, and this is one of those rounds where the KO ultimate, the Killjoy ultimates are going to be incredibly important to try and secure yourself around if necessary. So both of these teams effectively full buys. Koki actually gonna pick up a gun. Was probably just trading around skins there, You're in a tournament realm, you don't even know exactly what you're equipped, so you're gonna be able to pick that one up. And oh my goodness, this A hit's gonna be incredibly quick from both sides. They're pushing up aggressively already.
Yeah, we haven't really seen this execute yet out of the side of UCI, at least not today, so maybe they're trying to mix it up. Richie, they were hoping to get the timing. A couple more jump shots there. They're trying to ride up these corners. Koki, they're going to prepare this 5-back grenade, try to zone off here. The recon dart, not going to get any tags. There's an Ultraman, though. This looks like UCI is going to commit the blade, or the dash, rather. Oh, my goodness, Cowpie. Double kill through the wall. Richie rounding it out with a third. These 2 last members that were over on B now have to rotate fast. And they got a really, really tall task ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the big thing. They were able to just drop down all of those the ultimate there to get onto site, drop a bunch of util as well. And on the flip side, Demigods, they had all those ultimates, they weren't able to use them. And Forleaf, though, getting caught in a pinch there. Kyle able to clean that one out. And Melvin, you already know what they're going to do with that operator. They're going to try and save that. Really good round from UCI off the back of their timeout.
And that's something like, that's like when you call timeout in football, like when you go into halftime, you can tell they went into the timeout, they used that time wisely, they drew up a play that maybe they've used before, one of those set executes. You could very clearly see when that round started, they had a plan that they were going to impose their will over on that A site, they were going to make things work out of art. Melvin might be wanting to take a little bit here. He is going to land the shot, but not going to find the kill. The reswing, though. Fifi's going down, and if I'm Melvin, I'm going for this kill, too. He's going to take out Cowpie, so that'll be a quick little minus 5,800 over to the side of the Demigods.
Not bad, honestly. You know, you just get your eco frags, you get what you can. But at least for Demigods, they'd rather have that round win than a couple of kills on Melvin. Melvin might not mind either way, you know, just getting that confidence in that operator as well. But they're going to have to be careful with this B site now because it's just going to be Melvin holding down the line. And we've seen operators just crumble under pressure before. You miss that first shot and all of a sudden you're in deep waters at that point. And that's exactly what UCI are trying to capitalize on. Everyone moved over towards that B side. They want to take these aim duels and they want to try and punish this operator.
Yeah, and Melvin, he is going to be lined up here. It looks like B might potentially be in the cards here as well. Melvin might have a decent cracker. The Owl Drone, though, there's a 0 point. Melvin. They're going to get some information with that one. The shot takes out the Owl Drone, but Melvin, he wants to go for the re-engage here. Richie trying to see if he can find an angle here. The timing is going to be everything. He's got the dash ready, tries to get the swing. The lockdown gets invested now. Melvin, he's got to be careful. Goes to the shot, doesn't quite land. The Hunter's Fury in response now. Trying to take out Melvin, maybe on the backside of sight, though. UCI, 2 ults. Melvin still up in heaven. Plant just now coming through. Melvin's detained.
Yeah, Melvin detained, but in a very safe angle. Maybe just trying to bait out any aggression on the opposite side. Amir's able to find Kyle as well, so 45 here for Demigods. It's going to be a difficult retake, though. We've talked about it time and time again. Operators are not ideal for it, but Melvin is ideal for the retake. Finds the kill into Richie. Now here comes the Nightfall.
So many ults. Divide, Nightfall, Null Command. There's the flash. Cowpie stunned for the corner. Finds the kill, finds a second. 2 kills fall right into his lap. Koki with the trade. 3v1, though. Fifi on the backside with the 1. Almost finds the second. The spray downs, the timing, absolutely impeccable there. The Demigods, they're gonna walk away. That was a lot of ult. That looked like an Overwatch round.
That was one of those rounds where that wall, they were playing so close to it there. They made it a lot of damage to the economy there. They were able to take some decent kills the opposite way, but you know, with those ultimates, all of them used effectively there. Only one that's left available is Forleaf's Killjoy ultimate. You know, you used everything, and now you're going to have some of these rounds where one pick can make the difference here. They just used everything. They threw the whole kitchen sink at it. Now you just got to try and pick up the scraps here. Got to figure out what else he can make. Of course, Demigods trying to ride this momentum a little bit further. They want to continue this streak for themselves.
Placing swamp grenade.
Of course, Cowpie and Co. not going to have the best weaponry this round either, so Demigods, they feel confident here.
Yeah, they just have that 1 hero rifle over on Kyle, so not going to be like the worst to deal with, but I mean, we have seen a lot of sheriffs steal away a lot of rifles in the past, so always something to be mindful. Flow, sending those frenzy shots, trying to get that pre-fire through. He's going to try to take up the space toward A, though. Going to clear out through Art. Plaza is going to be cleared as well. Richie working on the backside here with Cowpie. Going to set up the alarm bot. Maybe go for this A site now. They had that flank covered. They actually have a really good cutoff through Plaza and backside A, so they could potentially work up toward A here, or they could rotate.
Yeah, and you can see T-Sal's just sort of keeping the line there. In a lot of ways, this is a smart play. You put your IGL on the opposite side. You say, listen, they're not here. Keep yourself safe on the opposite side of the map. You've got to keep those angles down. Forleaf has a judge, though. This could be detrimental. They're walking right into the trap. Oh, no. Forleaf.
No. Amir trying to bait, I think, too, to try to draw their attention long, so Forleaf could walk up short. Kyle, though, finds the timing. I think he saw Forleaf's knee sticking out there. The idea was good. The execution just a little bit off. Richie finds the sheriff kill, takes out Amir. That's going to get another rifle over to the side of UCI as well, so they're going to pick up a second gun there. Melvin still has this operator, though. The shots are so close, ringing off right by the heads of UCI. Koki trying to find the timing in the spray. 4 members emerge. No fall. Melvin, though, going to find his one. That second one on the reswing. Plant now going to be finished. Getting the damage from that fragment. Finish the plant, though. Melvin looking like a TikTok jetpack here, but they have a 4v2 post win to try to ride this one out.
Yeah, this one's going to be challenging. They picked up a lot of rifles. Their weaponry is going to sort of be evened out now. Look at all these angles that they're holding. They're playing so passively. They don't want to give Demigods anything. Richie going to be the first to get peeked. D-Salad goes down, and now Melvin with that operator. We've seen them have to do this before. They find one on the cow pie. But once again, this retake is going to be oh so challenging for the side of Demigods. Melvin, once again, might just turn tail.
Oh, okay.
Another one.
I mean,
you take
two more, but we listen, we take those. However, the round is going to go over to the side of UCI. They're going to extend this lead to 3. Melvin gonna escape with the operator. Don't think he'll end up getting a chance to re-engage here, so that's gonna be an operator back in his hand for the next round. He's got the Blade Storm too, probably not gonna pass off that op, though I can't imagine. Either way though, up in his hand, 6 on the board for UCI. 6-3 game to start off on Pearl.
Yeah, and we talked about sort of the strengths of sides on maps and everything, and Pearl has been one of those maps where attack has been usually the stronger side of the map, at least at the highest level. Saw a little bit of subversion of that when ASU were able to find 8 rounds on defense, and then UBC were able to turn that around into a victory for themselves. We've seen that in the past on, you know, from both of these teams in a lot of ways, that defense can reign supreme on this map as well. But of course, you gotta just keep those stats in mind. It's a small sample size, and maybe it was one game where one team was just really popping on defense or something along those lines. So, you know, there still is hope for the side of Demigods. Had some incredible performances on Pearl in the past, notably in their upper semifinals game there against UCSD. Went up 11-1 on the defensive side, I believe. Then had trouble closing it out on the attack. So still some hope here for the side of Demigods.
So many members so close. T-Salad, they're all stacked up here like a bunch of sardines. Morley from the short, he's gonna go down. 2 for UCI though. Fifi and Richie linking up for a pair there. Low HP on T-Salad. He falls. Melvin, good for another victim with that operator. Gonna go for the reswing here. Has the dash still propped. Dash back to safety there. And by safety, I mean right into Flo's loving arms. He's gonna take down Melvin. Finally take that operator off the table.
He drew an L.
Take that round away from Listen, hey, for Loud, maybe he's a Loud fan.
Maybe a Loud fan.
I think Loud and Fnatic are
yeah.
currently deep on map 5. I don't know the score, but I'm guessing it's probably not quite over. But it's, you know, I actually have no idea. I haven't been checking.
Yeah, we can't check. We can't check.
I genuinely don't know. Yeah.
While we get the timeout, now we get to talk a little bit about Pro. We are split on the desk here, I think. I think we're split on who we actually support as well. So, you know, holding out hope. Right, and there's no reverse sweep in that regard. Of course, reverse sweeps are always very exciting, as we saw last week, but maybe not so much for Demigods. They weren't too happy about that situation. They're coming back with a vengeance, of course. This round, though, going to be on a save round, taking a little bit of time just to sort of set up the strategies for the last couple of rounds here. They want to go into the half as close as possible. We joke about the 9-3 curse all the time, but you still really want to avoid it as much as possible, right? So you want to just avoid it. You want to keep yourself away. You want to win as many rounds as possible. This is your trip to LA on the line. This is your LA dreams potentially getting a little bit less likely if you don't pick this game up. And Demigods on a save, you're going to have to make some magic happen here.
I will say the most fun thing about that CVAL final later on, Gecko is going to be in the game, Adam. And for anyone that saw any of the show, that Tarek show match earlier with Gecko and his abilities and what he's going to do to Valorant, I think this game is about to get so much more entertaining to watch, to cast, to play. He might be a nightmare to play against, but just looking at what his abilities are, if you look at the pictures of Wingman and his abilities on Twitter, man, just the cutest little death machines you've ever seen. But alas, that is for a couple weeks from now, I think. We are still into this game. Melvin taking a lot of space up with the blade on B, and it's going to pay dividends. He's going to find 2. Melvin, they cannot cool this guy off right now. He's good for 2, going to recover the rifle as well.
Yeah, really strong play from Melvin. Gets scanned out. I think he got hit with that dart as well. So going to have to back off, but still holding aggressive angles. Absolutely incredible. You can see Cowpie's like, oh man, I just got schooled there. We can see chat. the viewers can't, unfortunately. Melvin just going to back off, though. Might have been overheating just a little bit there.
Listen, I mean, he was close to getting that last kill, so overheat as it may, he was getting very, very close. Still has the blades on his back pocket. The best part, though, he did get that rifle, so even though he's low HP, all he can do is play one of those angles long. He can set up beautifully, find a kill. Yeah, he's going to get some info there. Kyle and Salad, very close to crossing paths here. Flo gonna try to get the timing through Plaza here. This stack up toward Art, though. T-Salad waiting and ready. Spray, though, not gonna go his way. Richie takes him down. 4v3, they execute. Richie picks up a second one on site. A will be open. Flank backside to Art, but Plant will come through.
And look at where Flo's going. Flo's trying to catch the lurkers lurking here. 4Leaf has to be so careful. There's no more util in the bank. No guns to pick up as well, but Flo actually going all the way around. This could be a massive
Melvin.
flank from Flo. Melvin, are you
Melvin
aware?
checked, though.
Are you wiser to it?
Is he aware?
Oh my.
Defuse. Defuse gets started. Richie, good for a third,
Richie.
good for a fourth. Amir, 2v1, 11 HP on Amir, though. Can't find that last kill. Came close, but UCI, 8-3 start to get us going.
Yeah, UCI just holding their
Last
fire,
round before
holding
the
their
switch.
horses just a little bit there, knowing that Melvin had that rifle over on B site. They opt to go towards the weaker weaponry there, and it pays off for them in the end. Richie with a 3K, starting to heat up once again, 13-9 already. But look at Melvin. Melvin, his team has won 3 rounds. He is 16-7. Melvin is doing everything in his power to take his team across the line. We've seen individual performances play out like this in the past, but Melvin, he's trying to make it work early. He wants to try and get Demigods cooking here. He wants to make sure that at the end of this tournament, he is not just a demigod. Maybe he's like 75% of a god at the end of this one.
Yeah, trying to make his way up to a Titan at some point. But yeah, this has been that like prototypical Jet game, just Bladestorm operator showcase of elite mechanical skill. He's gonna have to back off from that recon bolt. However, there's the updraft to safety. He's gonna get tagged up one more time, but will escape. Keep that operator. And now I wonder if UCI tries to challenge this again. Melvin, he's not gonna take the space, but Richie's gonna take it from him.
Yeah, Richie says that you may be a demigod, but I'm no mere mortal myself. Drop a bunch of ultimates here. They're trying to find as much space as possible. Amir's in a really precarious situation here as well. Has to get out, and now full retake mode once again. 5v4.
Lockdown? Last round.
Yeah, might as well drop it here.
They don't have the Hunter's Fury either, so they could make a decent play with it. They wouldn't necessarily have the best spot to put it all the way there and B, though, because they planted for long. Richie, that's going to put a very, very tough strain on this comeback. Now Kyle's going to find another one. Sal looking out of heaven. He's going to get taken down. Still this 4v2, though. They do have the lockdown. I would expect to maybe try to use it here. They might give away where he is, though. Kyle takes down T-Salad, and lockdown be damned. 1v4.
No more
First pick.
soba.
Trying to see if he can find anything else here. The weapon swap, the timing. Kyle with 3K and a 3-9 blessing for the Demigods in the first half.
Yeah, it's been
Switching
a
sides.
little bit up in the air with sort of the 9-3s and everything. We haven't seen it as much as, I don't want to say expected, because you never expect it to come
It's
through.
more of a, it used to like kind of be genuine. Now it's like super like memey, like tongue in cheek. Like it's like when you say a word so many times it loses meaning. It's like kind of like that at this point. Like everyone knows, you know, it would happen. Cool.
Yeah, and it could come through. I don't think we're gonna bet on it in any regard, but no. Cowpie just sort of setting up around mid. We've seen Cowpie do this time and time again, but it's Richie who's really popped off this time around. One thing that we were also critical of last time we saw UCI and Pearl was Richie wasn't feeling it. Richie was sort of cold in those games and wasn't able to really get as much, I guess, space as I think he wanted to. But this time around, Richie going toe-to-toe with Melvin. We've talked about how gifted Melvin is as a player. And yet Richie still bringing the heat, making sure that there are 2 Jets showing up here. My goodness, the Jets are on already. Melvin. Oh, no.
Oh, there's the well. The flash is beautiful. Low takes down
Strike
Amir.
down A.
Look at the HP bars, though. So much chip damage. And now the kills are coming through. Melvin still down to 1 HP. 4Leaf, the next one to challenge here. The turret's still there. Still waiting to help with that chip damage. Oh, the killjoys. Kyle takes down 4Leaf.
Enemy
Kyle good for 2 there. And now Koki. You've got a Frenzy and you've got 4 UCI members to deal with. Are you going to be able to do so? 22 HP says otherwise, though. And UCI right now, they are on an absolute run.
Yeah, they are rolling. They are feeling really good about this game thus far. Now, we might need to see a force come through from Demigods. They might just need to try and force up, find a round for themselves. But yet they're still going to hold. Oh, never mind. Nope, they're buying everything there. Just
I was
that
gonna
update
say it's
there.
a tough
Yeah.
decision because like you could force, but like I would understand them not forcing as well. Like I get both sides of it, right? Both sides have the pros and cons. Ultimately, it's the execution of how it goes.
It has to be that execution, and Richie actually gonna be the only one who's not forcing up here, wants to try and get that operator online as quickly as possible. Possibly knowing on the opposite side that there is no force to come through from the side, or there is a force to come through from the side of Demigods. If he falls down, he won't have that operator potentially in tow. Just trying to count his money there, make sure that he's got everything good to go, and no, it could pay off in a big way.
Yeah, we're gonna see this A art attack once again. Ooh, couple shot to the turret. Not a big deal though. 4Leaf is gonna take control of art for the time being. We're going to see Flo
The
looking in the
Jets.
backside here. Yeah, the dueling Jets over on B once again. Melvin and Richie up to their usual antics. This is basically like an episode of Tom and Jerry, these two Jets trying to go back and forth here either way. Now they attack through mid. Prowler to scan out. Fifi is going to get spotted out there. Going to have to get this flash ready though. The seeds, the well, the backside support. Fifi going to win the trade. Straight on with the Spectre, going to be good. Cowpie there to support as well. The Astra Star. The Sheriff shot though. Four-Leaf. Four-Leaf matters into his own hands, taking out 2 there.
Yeah, Four-Leaf has been very good with that aim. Still going to be lurking around looking for anything there. UCI got forced up on here, and now they're in a little bit of trouble. Four-Leaf finds another one there. Will not be able to call their own number there as Kyle able to reply on the opposite side, but now uphill battles because they know Demigods have some weapons in their hands. Now Kyle going to have to try and find these plays. Has a couple of stars almost ready to play with, but Amir lurking close. Not sure if they're going to connect with Melvin. Taking pot shots. What a shot.
He peaked for 0.5 seconds and hit 2 shots on 2 different swings.
It be that way. It be that way with Melvin.
It's one of those games, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Melvin's been absolutely massive. The rest of Demigods, though, doing what they can to try and step it up just a little bit here. Of course, that force did end up paying dividends for themselves. Melvin going to be sitting on a Phantom, deciding between which one he wants, but significant weaponry advantage. So UCI, there might be just forced to save here, sort of give up the round in a sense. There's a couple sheriffs picked up on the opposite side, but nothing too substantial. And we've seen this from Demigods. If they can get the ball rolling, if they can get momentum in their favor, they are so lethal.
Yeah, being down 10-4, I would hope you get the ball rolling soon, and that's why UCI is willing to take their foot off the gas this round. Like, okay, we have 2 or 3 rounds, we can feasibly play away, we can try to build back to these ultimates, we can try to hone in and play our game. Melvin, though, he's trying to shake things up right now. He's going to get in. That is a very early pick. That's going to be Sova down 2, so that's a lot of information off the table nice and early.
Yeah, but look at the retake plays here. You can see Cowpie trying to take those aim duels, knowing that you've got the best aimer there. Going alone, trying to see what they can find. The rest of the homies pulling up through A main. Grouped up together. They've got some decent retake tools, but that alarm bot is incredible from the side of Four-Leaf, spotting everyone out. Oh, Richie, what a shot on the Kofi, though.
Wow, these 2 Jets, man, trying to outdo each other. Four-Leaf's good for 1. Richie. Melvin going to trade that one back, though. 3v2. Jet is ready. There's the dash from Melvin. Melvin and Richie, who will win out this Jet 1v1 duel. The sheriff shot's not going to be found. Melvin, better weapon, a little bit better aim there as well, finding those headshots. 3 kills on the round. Demigods, exactly what you
them try to
yeah, we've got to find a name for what the Jet v Jet matchups are right now, because this is incredible performances from both of them. Melvin is 21-9. He is massive at this point. You look at the rest of Demigods and, you know, they haven't been able to step it up as much as I think they'd like to at this point. Maybe coming out a little bit cold here, but Melvin, he's warmed up. He's ready to play. He's ready to get himself that ticket to LA. Just comes down to if you can win the map here, because your individual performance may end up just being damned if you can't find the rounds to back it up. And Melvin already aggressively pushing forward here. This time UCI are wiser to this play. Melvin does not care.
Why is Kyle just trying to spray down through that box? I think they knew for sure Melvin was there. The dash, I mean, kind of gave it away, but maybe didn't want to risk getting that wide swing. Either way, that's going to be first pick to the Demigods. However, Melvin is going to be very low. Going for the orb. Flo punishes Four-Leaf, trying to get a little bit greedy on that ult orb. Thought the turret would maybe block 1 or 2 of those bullets, but not going to be the case. And now a switch of thought process here, potentially be on the horizon for the Demigods.
And switching the guns here, I think just because Melvin doesn't have a whole lot of HP, just wants to try and get in there, buy space, make sure Amir is holding that better gun. And Amir's had great aim as well in the past. This is a team that is full of very gifted players. They are Demigods after all.
Yeah, they told us in the name.
Yeah, it's, you know what? It's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the thing is, that's the issue. Sometimes self-fulfilling prophecies end up being more of a curse, because the same idea as putting gold on your bobsled. Teams that put gold on their bobsled, they usually end up coming fourth, and it's not the greatest of situations, but Demigod's looking to try and reverse that. Cowpie, though, just being caught on his own, finds 2 already on the spray down.
Oh, going for 3 there on the wide swing. Now looking for his 4th, and another 4K. Cowpie cleaning up the Demigods there. And gods be damned, he says, takes down a whole lot of them. And now UCI breaking up that run of the Demigods, and now they're going to start to look to put the squeeze on this one.
Yeah, Cowpie has been a little bit subdued this map overall. Not really the pop-off performances that we've seen from Cowpie in the past, but
quietly very strong, though.
Yeah,
2 great rounds, but just quietly excellent the entire game.
Exactly. And I mean, I think that's what the story of UCI has been. There's going to be people who pop off the charts every single time. Richie, note here, having a great game, but everyone contributes. It's always a full team effort here. And Cowpie said it in the interview, you know, very confident with team play on the side of UCI. They know that Demigods are very good players, but when they have to play together, does it always pan out? You can have the best player in the world, you can be Cloud9, and you can somehow still have role issues, and maybe that's what UCI are saying. They are going to take that fight. Richie barely misses.
I thought he might have got a twofer there, but either way, this 5-man Fiesta A hit.
You should
It's coming through and drop. Lockdown getting invested also. That's going to play your hand completely. The Bladestorm, Melvin, we have seen what he has been capable of already on this map. He's going to send the Cloud Burst. Maybe to get ready to get on site here, waiting for this lockdown to come through. There's the fragment back left side. No detains. Either way, though, the space being taken. And now Melvin trying to take space near Art, going for the blades. Amir and Kyle trade one out. I think he has maybe one blade left in the ult there. Either way, it's going to be this 4v4 retake. Melvin looking for this flank. 5 health. There's that last snipe. Beefy and Koki, 1 apiece. 3v2.
Yeah, gonna be challenging. Richie and Melvin are shoulder to shoulder to broken wall. Richie goes over the top of the shorty. Cowpie finds another one, and now it's a 1v1. Koki versus Cowpie. Two of the players that we highlighted in our round breakdowns. This time, though, Koki's got the aim.
Huge
Finds
round.
the kill. Huge round for Demigods.
That would have put UCI on match point, and they would have had still 3 valuable ultimates. Divide, Lockdown, and that Hunter's Fury. They've just been so strong to set up, especially going on that defense. Either way, though, we are going to see, I believe those pistols are probably going to see more of a save this round. Maybe that Guardian on or Richie, rather, from the side of UCI. Rather pistols, maybe an SMG or 2 to round things out. But either way, they're still in that space where we can throw away 1 or 2 rounds, try to get a couple of these guns out of the hands of the Demigods, and try to work out that 13.
Yeah, and whether it's throwing them away or just trying to damage the economy, they want to try and find anything they can. But look at this read. Full 5-stack down B long. They know they've got the weaponry advantage. They know they'll be able to hold these longer angles. It's going to be so challenging for Cowpie to hold it, but this looks so eerily similar to a round we saw last week.
Yeah, there's a divide in the Bladestorm and Cowpie. There's that Sheriff kill. Once again, we saw that earlier in this game. He holds his backside so well to Prowler. The beautiful timing, the Hunter's Fury in retaliation, though. Looking to get some tags. Down goes Amir. Flo, fantastic job to reply with that Hunter's Fury. The divide still in play, but the Demigods not looking too fresh coming away with that plan.
Yeah, Richie has the knives out as well. Got to be so careful. Demigods, they don't have a whole lot of health. They don't have the util they want to play with, and this wall coming down is going to be so challenging to deal with.
Yeah, they got that kill. They put the divide down. Kyle, T-Sal go. Trades out Flo. 2v2. The Sheriff shot lands, but 4-Leaf connects with the kill. Now Kyle does recover that Phantom. Trying to go Astral here. Aces the well. Setting up that second star. The defuse, the fake T-Sal, though. 3K down B long. The timing. He's going to keep the Demigods going here. 7-11 is our scoreline.
Yeah, and 4-Leaf showing why he is the kid. They call him Billy the Kid for a reason. He gets away with a 3K there. And now Curry Shot going to say, yep, now's the time that we have to rethink our strategies here, because Demigods, they're a team that relies so much on heat. You got to keep them in check this entire game. Now 4 rounds, I believe, in a row in favor of Demigods. They're starting to cook a little bit more. I think it's 3 rounds in a row. They got that anti-eco find for themselves. And, you know, there's still a lot of potential on the side of Demigods. They've got the credits to work with now. Granted, even if they are to drop this round, they should have enough to have a semi-coherent buy next time around. You're 2 points off of 4-Leaf's ultimate. You're 2 points off of T-Salad's ultimate. There's still a lot of room to play with here. But of course, UCI as well. They've got that lockdown. They've got that null command.
It's gonna be explosive.
But that's all they've got. Once they pop those, they're nowhere close to any other ultimates. This round is so pivotal for them, and they need to use those ultimates to their greatest extent.
Yeah, the only thing is they do have that 5-stack rifle, full armor across the board too, lots of utility, so there's not really an excuse for them to not be able to take this round. And if you get to that 12 mark, I think you'd be okay burning these ultimates, because even then, right, theoretically, Demigods make it 12-9, 12-10. You should end up having that 5-stack of ultimates, having a decent economic, capacity by that point anyway. So either way, though, you want to make sure if these ultimates do get burned, you have to try to make sure you secure the round as well.
Yeah, you have to make sure that everything goes smoothly at a certain point here. You want to make sure that, especially in map 1, you're making a statement. You're putting down the gauntlet. You're throwing it down and you're saying, hey, we are here to play. We want to make a statement game. And UCI had a statement first half going up 9-3, but now Demigods are starting to make their statement in return. Richie, though, he's talking. He's making lots of statements here. It's traded, though. Low and 4-Leaf able to pick one up apiece.
Yeah, 4-Leaf, 31 HP. Still a little bit low. Is going to keep alive, though. Melvin working out toward Plaza here. There's the null command. Going to get invested. Yeah, UCI That's what we talked about. If they're going to invest these ultimates, I have to imagine they're going to try to maybe not, chase picks, but they're going to try to make sure they put their stamp on this round. I wonder if we're going to see this fake rotation and head back toward A, but looks like maybe that B long investment. Ooh. They haven't got wind of anything quite yet. The alarm bot and the nano, the turret are set up over on B, but like I said, they haven't been alerted of anything quite yet. There go the stars, the flash, so the execute is on.
Yeah, the lockdown, though, is available here as well. Cowboy gets taken down through the smoke. That's huge. Now, Demigods fully onto this site. Those health bars, though, are just so low. Kyle finds 2. And now...
And they got the plant, too. Look at the HP.
Oh, man, this is so rough. There's, what, 60 health between the two of them? One Vandal shot apiece will be enough to clear out the round before Leaf. He's lurking. Oh no, Kyle finds another one. And now a 1v3. Melvin through the smoke takes down Kyle. But Richie is defusing. Oh my goodness, can Melvin do it? He's got to hurry it up. He finds another one here. Melvin in the 1v3. Now just Fifi, who is low herself. She is not in good shape. Melvin, what can you do? She tries to stick it, but it's a clutch for Melvin, the 4K.
Oh, wow.
And Demigods will not be felled yet. A massive round by Melvin once again.
Pinned down, bullets flying past his head, 36 HP. He stands strong, he stands tall, secures that round in that 1v3. Absolute insanity. They had him pinned down, finds 2 kills blindly through the Astra Star. Kyle finds a great double spray early in the round to try to answer things out, but Melvin sitting back long B. Somehow they just don't collapse on him. They don't try to trade 1 for 1. They peek him 1 by 1, and when you're peeking a Jet 1 by 1 that has 23 kills already in the game, man, you're playing with fire.
Yeah, I mean, Melvin is cooking. Who let him cook? Who knows? The answer, we've been wondering that for, weeks now. Who has let Melvin cook? And why have they been able to cook for this long?
They're making.
Oh, look at the aggression toward Plaza.
They don't have the weaponry advantage. 4-Leaf, are you wiser to this? Oh, the spray down.
Oh my goodness.
It's too much.
That's going to be a weapon over. They've got Divide and Lockdown too. Defensively, they can make a lot of things happen. Flow might catch fantastic timing. There's that lockdown I was talking about. Now these members are going to have to escape. Flow, though, getting one up on. Good for 1, though. And they find the straight to the smoke. I believe he lands a second shot there. Tag down Kyle. Now it's a 4v3. Melvin is going to be into the lockdown. No detains. Yeah, they're going to have to maybe go over toward this B site. But Richie is still lurking with the Sheriff. Absolutely still a threat.
Yeah, and he heard that flash as well.
Yeah.
What is this, though? We're playing backwards. We saw this last qualifier as well. These teams would just go on the wrong side of the map. And all of a sudden, they rotate back towards A slowly but surely. Melvin leading the charge, clearing out his own side of the map. But Kyle,
this could be huge.
Spike planted.
40 HP. Has the divide as well. This is so scary. They're split up as well. Melvin's on his own. He has no idea where the side of UCI are. They're just going to walk right through the pincer.
How far back they're playing, though.
Oh my goodness.
They can smokes and possibly defuse this. If they play their cards right, if they find 1 pick.
Melvin's coming back.
Demigods playing so far off. There's Melvin. Down he goes, though. Cowpie finds one. Now it's all the other side of the divide. The well to delay. There's the pop flash over from Fifi. They're going to get information. Fifi with the swing to 1-tap, and Cowpie finishes it off there. The divide gets invested, but they find the defuse, and they find a huge thrifty. 4 on the board. That's 4 rifles over as well. I think Kyle didn't get one there.
Oh my goodness, just a massive round to come down from UCI, and now Demigods on the ropes here on map 1. They're still going to be able to get together a buy.
It's always a thrifty. It's always a thrifty.
It's always a thrifty with UCI specifically as well. They're so good at these thrifty rounds. They play together. And 4-Leaf, well, the stream didn't see it. We saw the chat there, and he was not happy that he missed that spray down as well. And that's tough.
I mean, it was so close. It is quite literally a game of pixels. So often we see it's just a half second of timing. The bullet goes an inch to the right. It's so many little things that end up resulting in such a huge outcome.
Yeah, but Melvin's got the knives now. He's got to try and find a massive play. But look at this. Melvin might have found the opening. Might have found the one area of the map where UCI have neglected. It is just that turret there to be cleared out.
He's gonna updraft through Artho and take that little window. I wonder.
My goodness.
Could find an angle theoretically.
Yeah, he could try and find that. They're gonna back out. They get cold feet. A little bit of
setup from UCI though. Look at all the pressure they've already taken. Look at the squeeze.
It's a pincer once again. We saw this last time where they just went into the middle of the pincer and were able to come out alive. But this time around, they are the ones who do the pincering. They say no one does it better than us. This knife, though, going to scan out too. That's... Ooh, it's not. They know one's there at least.
It. Oh, the blade from the dash, the fragment grenade. Kyle, he solid the trade. 1 for 1 there. Now the swing.
Oh my!
Flo and Flo's gonna find 2
Spike
actually.
down A.
Amir takes him down in retaliation. However, 3v2, the Demigods have yet to get the plant down. Should come through in a moment or two. 4-Leaf, that's gonna open
30
things up just a
seconds
little bit here. Has the lockdown, is going to burn it as well. And I mean, it's small, but you gotta throw it. 4-Leaf takes down Fifi. Lockdown is zone play. Richie, null command as well. So they put everything into this round.
They have to. They have to keep themselves afloat. And
2v1 though with the lockdown, you call for the null command as well, just in case.
possibly. I mean, they're afraid of Richie. They don't know where Richie is. Richie might have found the timing. This turret is actually very smart from 4-Leaf. But will it be enough? It's not facing the right way. The turret! What are you doing, buddy?
There it is. There it is. Either way, there's the fake. Okay, I would very, very close to going sideways. Either way, the Demigods, a hefty investment, but nonetheless, the game survives.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a heavy investment, and it's one that you really kick yourself for if you lose. But if you win, you're
Yeah,
like,
if
hey,
you lose,
it's worth it.
yeah, that's what. Yeah, if you lost, I mean, if you lost, you lose the game either way. But yeah,
Yeah.
winning, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, now you can just see UC Irvine once again. I love this scoreboard from them. It's so even across the board. Flo is now top fragging for them. And it's Richie, Cowpie, Kyle, all with 18 apiece. Fifi doing the dirty work once again on this KO, just getting in there, getting down, getting those flashes down, setting up the team. But you can see the difference in the scoreboards and just telling of the team play as well. You can see all these assists that UCI are picking up. They're all peeking off of each other. They're all playing off of each other. Whereas Demigods, they're really reliant on those individual performances. And unfortunately on Pearl, it's come back to bite them a little bit near Flo, though. They're just going to get taken down right off the rip. And now, Demigods, once again, they've got the advantage. Look at where all the other members are. They don't know A-side is completely clear. They might have
And you've taken that Hunter's Fury off the board too, which is massive. That's the only ultimate they had in the back pocket. So good for the post plant. 4-Leaf, he's taking a lot of space up on B. He's playing in front of the Killjoy util as well. They might have no idea here. He might catch the timing of his life against Richie. Richie, though, he's going to have to be ready for it, but he's got no idea he has to be ready for anything. 4-Leaf stumbles into a kill. Beautiful read on the B side there, and now the executes follow.
Yeah, and it was just a really smart rotation around there. 4-Leaf just lurked the entire time. Toki going for that plant.
Whoa.
Melvin finds another one on Cowpie. Fifi's taking a lot of damage as well. And UCI, it
Spike
crumbles. They
planted.
get baited over to the opposite side. They find the pick on Flo, but everyone rotates over. It's an over-rotate. That might end up being the difference maker.
All eyes on Fifi. Look at these 4 people staring at her up in the window there. Not going to be able to find the frag. Melvin, though, he's been finding a whole lot of frags, and Demigods find a flawless. We have a 12-10 game in our hands, and I'm not exactly sure what this economy of UCI is going to be looking like. Have to see in just a second here. It is going to be that rifles.
Oh.
No. I was going to say, I don't think it's going to be a full buy across the board. Flo,
It's a force.
Hunter's Fury, not quite the level of the Blade Storm where you don't have to buy because of it. Stinger, full armor. So they're going for a full force. I thought maybe they would try to save for a round and try to go full next round. But I mean, Guardian light armor, I guess you're not detracting too much from the buy that way. But next round, if they lose this round though, I mean, you're looking at overtime.
Yeah, I mean, Demigods have definitely made this map interesting nonetheless. You know, really just pushing the agenda extremely hard. Pushing forward onto B-side as well. They know that this could just be sort of a mixed bag buy here. Astros Levi going to come down, and already Cowpie is removed from the play. What a quick execute from Demigods, and Melvin is just pushing his luck so far. Finds another one on the flow. Demigods are just running into spawn. They're looking for everything that they can.
Melvin might be playing his luck, but he is hitting 777s on every single one of these swings. Every single time it feels like they need to get that first pick, set something up. He is the one to do so. Saw that Nightfall get invested as well. Kyle going for it. Gonna find the kill on Melvin, though. Melvin finally gonna get shut down. They're trying to look for those exits. 3 members left for UCI, though. And I mean, you're so far off site, it's going to be that save angle.
That's a save angle at that as well, just because those are 2 members who have rifles. Richie has the Spectre, which isn't going to be spectacular into the next round.
Boom.
But yeah, we got to get those funds in there somehow. But Demigods are going to take it. They'll take this. They'll push themselves onto the precipice of overtime.
We see a fight here, though. It looks like Richie. Yeah, there's a couple
Ooh,
fights that might happen here. Richie looking for the swing, the spray. Oh, nice little rifle off the board there.
Yeah, granted.
It's the small victories.
It's the small victories, but you're going to need a big victory here for either team.
And they can't
overtime.
buy. If it's a buy for Cowpie, it's no armor. And Well, you have to. Yeah, you have to.
doing
It's the
it.
last round. I was gonna say, I mean, yeah, you could go a Spectre full, but you might like rifle. It's last round. Hunter Shuri, Bladestorm for Melvin though has the op as well. So Demigods, I would definitely say had the advantage this round, but crazier things have happened.
It's just so challenging for Demigod still because we've seen Thrifties come through from UCI.
What a time for that, huh?
Just, it would be such an incredible. Oh, Melvin just barely misses and drops the knives as well. He's panicking a little bit here, but he's holding down 3 members of the side of UCI. The dash is going back and forth. Melvin taking damage, but he is still alive. That is what is important. You keep your Jet alive. You keep your big 30 bomb member alive. And Demigod's now moving towards this B site. And oh my goodness, there's no util from Calpi. All he could afford was that Vandal.
He had, yeah, just his regular turret and the Vandal. He literally, yeah, had 0 money. There's the Nano Swarm. In that back corner, the fragment grenade kind of zoning him in there. A little box and one there. Plant is going to go down. Calpi falls. Hunter's Fury now online. Flow takes down a mirror. Trying to see if he can find anything else for this last shot here. Turret down as well. Koki got tagged as well. Gonna go Astral Form. Bladestorm still online for Melvin as well. So, the fragment is perfect. VP gives Koki back fight.
Richie finds it.
Taking down Melvin. Bladestorm's off
Oh, no.
as well.
Player
UCI
fighting.
VP. That's going to be probably it. That's a 3K. And UCI, it got close. It got dangerous. But they are going to close out Pearl in an absolute thriller. 13-11. Final scoreline for map 1 of the lower bracket final.
And my goodness, UCI Demigods already delivering here. Once again, it's a mixed by, not a thrifty per se definitionally, but it's just they're able to clutch it out somehow. Cowpie not really needed to be the hero there. It's Fifi who ends up coming through clutch with a big frag grenade into that hall. And UCI, they strike first. You know, Demigods, they were coming into this saying, listen, we know how strong Cowpie is, but now you got to look down that scoreboard, and it's strong performances from everyone on the side of UCI. They are on full alert here. This could come down to whoever just shows up more, whoever has more players that show up, because we cannot take away from Melvin's performance. Melvin, 32 kills, incredible opening game.
I mean, yeah, both of those Jets had a fantastic start to the game, especially Melvin. I mean, yeah, it was like 20-7 to start off, the absolute heater the entire game, but it comes down to that team play. It comes down to those executes. And I mean, we said it earlier, we finally look smart. We said the West has the closest games. Map 1, 13-11, so we're right.
Yeah, there we go. It's a caster blessing at that. But nonetheless, we're going to get potentially more competitive games coming down the line here. We're going to have map 2 coming through, but we're going to take a quick break before then. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back in, everybody. We are back with more of our lower bracket final action for CVAL West. UC Irvine taking on the Demigods. Map 1 Pearl delivered in a very, very big way. 13-11 went in favor of UC Irvine. UC Irvine got off to a fairly large lead. The Demigods clawed their way back. Unfortunately, though, fell a little bit short, but we got lots and lots of great play between both teams.
Yeah, and that 9-3 curse that we were sort of memeing on a little bit almost came to fruition. A little bit of a fake comeback at the end, but my goodness, was that a very strong attacking half from Demigods, and they look primed to get their composure back as we head over to Ascent. So, this is a map that they performed incredibly well on. We saw it on the breakdown. They ended up taking that map against UCR 16-14, and we were a little bit skeptical when they picked that map first against UCR last time around, because we've been hyping up this UCR Ascent. They're so strong on this map, but Demigods were able to match that pace there. So I want to see what they're able to pull out this time around. Of course, it's not going to be any crazy agent picks. We're not expecting to see anything too out there, anything too buck wild in that regard. It's going to be your typical Ascent thing where the meta sort of solved, but it really comes down to how Demigods actually play it out, because they want to come back. They want to have a statement game for themselves here. And I think that on Ascent, they definitely have the power to do so.
Yeah, Ascent is kind of fun. Not that we necessarily love seeing mirror comps or the same agent comps over and over and over, but I do like the fact that we know we're going to see 2 mirror comps more than likely, and then it's going to come down to what have you drawn up, what game plan do you have, and how are you going to come down and execute it. It kind of puts teams at like a level playing field in a weird sense. It's like, not that any agents are necessarily like, oh, these 5 are better than these 5, but it's like, okay, we have the same tools in the toolbox. Are we able to build the same house in the end of the game?
Yeah, and I think that overall we're going to have some interesting strategies potentially to come through. And of course, the wonderful thing about being able to play on tournament levels, we get these stats and everything. But yeah, look at Melvin, 381 ACS, an incredible performance coming through from Melvin, just doing absolutely everything that they can. I mean, look at this. Melvin has as many kills as 4leaf and Amir combined.
I mean, listen, he popped off. How many times we saw the 3K with the Blade Storm? We saw the crazy kills with the Op. Just typical Jet play, exactly what you want to see. 7 first kills as well. Trying to get in there, getting his hands dirty. Just such a solid game all around.
Yeah, and I mean, you can just see the consistency that's on the opposite side from UCI. You see everyone is within 100 ACS of each other. Meanwhile, Melvin's 300 ACS ahead of Koki in that situation. But nonetheless, Demigods, they want to get their wits about them here. They want to have a strong Ascent showing here. They really want to come back with a vengeance here, because they showed what they can do on that map. And I mean, look how even these teams are regardless. Look at that. It's, both of them just even on first kills.
I mean, the scoreboard, kind of, the stats tell the story of the scoreboard. Luckily, sometimes you get those games where it might be like 13-6, but realistically, it didn't really feel like the game was that far away. It felt like it was a very, very close game. These stats, they tell the entire story, basically dead even all across the board, which tells you all that it took was maybe that 1 or 2, heroic plays, 1 or 2 insane, lucky timings, if you want to call it that, to, end up securing those rounds, end up securing that game. But either way, UCI, you have a 1-0 lead, but we are in a BO5, so we're going to have a map 2 to go over to shortly enough.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the slog here, I think, for both of these teams. And I think one of the main things that Demigods may have an advantage on here is the fact that they have played a best of 5 already. They know what it's like to play all these games. They know what it's like to be, backs up against the wall in that situation as well. When they were on split, I'm sure they were sweating bullets at that point. They're so worried about everything to come down, get reverse swept. But in this situation, 1-0 down, they lose the first map. One of those maps that, they're not going to be too mad about. They had a really strong comeback in the end, and it really comes down to how they can execute on Ascent, how they can execute on their own map pick.
Yeah, say this is one of those things too, right? You lose the teams, you lose the map pick, that's not going to be yours. It's okay, but when you go back to your map pick, especially going back down 0-1, you really have to make sure the strategies that you've worked on, you've scrimmed over, you're going to implement them in the proper way. You're not going to try to play out of character. You have to understand that we have to take this game round by round, build this thing brick by brick. We have a long time to go back, and I mean, hey, being a part of a reverse sweep, I think that definitely has to leave something ingrained in your brain somewhere or another, because it's not many players, that have the honor of saying they have either been reverse sweep or have reverse swept, been reverse swept before. So it's a very, very fine line you have to walk there. But I think they're going to be ready. I think the Ascent, they're going to be ready to take that revenge. I think we're going to see a tie series after this.
Yeah, and I think that the major thing behind that as well is they have vengeance. They want to go back up against UCR. They want to prove themselves to the rest of this region here. In reality, everyone is expecting Demigods to make it back for that rematch there. We looked at the CVAL Hub the
Yeah.
predictions and everything.
Wasn't it full sweep, or was it
was
one
a
on
full
Irvine?
sweep, except for Blinn, who predicted UCI. They were playing spoiler in that sense as well, just trying to figure it out. But I mean, UCI come through. They have an incredibly strong performance right out of the gate on Pearl, and I mean, they have been a team that are not used to losing either. Calpie talked about it in the interview, saying, "Hey, we haven't lost to either of those teams in tournament play ever. Like, we're willing to take the fight to them, and they're willing to go through this losers bracket run of a lifetime." And realistically, it was UBC, I believe, that sent them down in the first place, and now they're just coming back. They're beating all the American teams. They got those pesky Canadians out of the way. They're looking to take down that title of the West as well as of California in that regard. So definitely going to be an interesting situation. But we hear the sound in our ears here. We are getting ready for Ascent Map 2. Demigods trying to make sure they can strike back on their map pick.
Yeah, and the one good thing, at least about playing all these California teams, playing all these teams regionally, you're going to see a lot of the same teams over and over again. You're going to be familiar with a lot of these teams, because a lot of teams coming in here, if you hadn't played the Demigods a lot, you might be like, oh, Melvin, the name of the Demigods, kind of the story, and be like, not necessarily intimidated, but, it's something to think about going into the match. These two teams are like Halpi said, we haven't lost to these guys. I'm not worried about these guys. We played all these California teams. We hold our own. Screw the CVAL ranking. Screw the predictions. We're going to upset the apple cart. We're going to come out and we're going to take this series.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it's Platinum getting
Yoru
subbed in
Hover.
once again on Ascent. It's going to be Sova, I think.
I know.
It's Platinum teasing us a little bit here.
I think he did this last week too, honestly.
Yeah,
I think it was with Yoru too. Yeah, I think it was with Yoru
It's
too.
mean. You know what? We don't appreciate it.
I'm gonna pretend it's. I'm just gonna pretend it's Gecko.
Gecko. Yeah, true. We can pretend it's Gecko. Honestly,
all of a sudden I'm a lot
happier.
happier.
Can we talk about that a little bit? Can we talk about that just a little bit before we get into
that?
That's
some time here. Yeah.
So fun. I mean, you got your homie, you got Wingman on your side. Man, if anyone kills Wingman, I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to start crying on broadcast with Geckos being played, because Wingman's bound to take some shots, man. No.
If you see the little flip and dunk, the way he does the plant the spike is like the cutest. It's just so the way his little legs, like his little stubby penguin legs run. There's the Sova lock-in, so not going to be too surprised there. But honestly, it's an agent that was like completely going to shake up the game, but I think in a good way. And I think the thing is too, like, I think Gecko is going to unlock Harbor in a massive way. We're going to see, I think, a lot of these like mobile executions in a way where it's not like, okay, we're setting up two smokes back site, we're gonna flash long, and we're gonna entry with the jet. It's like, hey, we're gonna attack you as we move. We're gonna be that mobile artillery unit. We're gonna use the wave crash. We're gonna send in Dizzy. We're gonna try to use the mosh pit. We're gonna try to figure out some, and I mean, to be fair, ability names too: Dizzy, mosh pit, and Wingman, and Thrash. Come on, I mean, that's just the most castable character in the game.
Oh man, we were talking about it right after the reveal.
Possibilities.
We were just like, oh boy, like we won't spoil. We're not spoiling. You know what? We're keeping those secrets of the trade for ourselves in that regard. But nonetheless, getting ready for map number 2 here between these two teams. UC Irvine versus Demigods. They delivered on map 1. UCI strike first, but Demigods not looking to go down without a fight. Jobin, my goodness, if Ascent is half as good as last week's Ascent from Demigods, oh man, we're gonna be in for a treat.
I think there's a good chance that it will be. Both of these teams, they know the moment, especially now the Demigods. I'm expecting a fast start. I'm expecting a confident start. They don't want to get in their own head. They don't want to get behind too far. They want to come out. They want to take space, take this control. Melvin trying to take control market there. The alarm bot, though, to deter.
Yeah, Melvin backing off really quickly here, trying to just buy some space here. But look at this. It's just a crash through Garden here. They're playing as a team. They want to find this fast execute, and they find the timing on it perfectly. Yeah,
right now, Fifi gonna work toward topside heaven. Koki is gonna find that plant. Shock Dart gonna tag down Fifi actually a little bit too, so low HP on the KO there. Gonna prepare that flash over the top there. Melvin and Kyle for a 1 there. There's the flash, the swing. Not gonna find any kill quite yet. Gonna get that second Shock Dart proc and ready. Richie gonna walk right into that one. Still 4v4, still trying to get the retake. A lot of low HP bars on UCI though.
Yeah, you can see how low those health bars are. It's going to be a challenge for them to sort of hold the site here, because it's just random bullets that can just come down. Platinum trying to find the lineups here. They're trying to fall out like a waterfall, but Amir, Platinum, going to be traded back and forth, but it's 4-Leaf and T-Cell. And everyone gets on the board there. It's a team ace for Demigods as they start off Ascent on the right foot. Whoa. Yeah, and Koki bought the Vandal. Oh! Oh, they read him like a book. Oh my goodness. And I mean, this is something that, you know, Demigods were prepared for. This is the exact same thing. As Melvin finds a kill mid, it's the exact same thing that UCR were doing. They just post up the Sova behind that B wall. My goodness. Just looks so incredible. Just being able to find that spam down through the wall and find an early kill. And now Demigods, they are heavy rolling onto the site.
Flag it.
Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
Shut them down.
And it was an interesting option from the side of Demigods as well. T-Salad didn't buy a gun. You know, just went with the pistol, going with sort of the Na'Vi strategy there, where they opt for, instead of everyone buying up, they go for like 3 rifles plus 2 pistols there. You know, this time we'll be able to buy up once again, be able to match that economy. And this doesn't look like a bonus round. This looks like a full buy round, at least here, for the side of Demigods here. I believe we've got the overlay slightly backwards here, unfortunately, but we'll get that sorted out as soon as possible. Production working hard on that. It's basically just a full buy on the opposite side. It just looks as if they've got everything that they want.
Yeah, I mean, they have pretty much every weapon you can want. The right on that one. Fifi and Kyle, though, that is a beautiful read at the entry of Tree there. They're expecting that early aggression of the Demigods, and now that's making a nice read. Even I said the Demigods look to play fast, look to come out of the gates, try to find these kills, and that is a great read to find 2 picture. Hopefully get at least 1. Finding that second one, though, that is all gravy. And now they're going to keep control of Tree here. A couple members lurking toward Catwalk here, or up Catwalk, rather. Back patiently. Good for another one. Might find another one here. They swing 1 by 1. Koki going to get 1 back with the Spectre, but did get tagged down to 30.
Yeah, and it wasn't able to pick up a rifle either, so going to be a little bit worse for wear here. Still has that Spectre in tow. Seems as if they might just back it off here. T-Salad has that Phantom still to sort of keep that weaponry advantage in that favor, but you know, we've seen plays with 2v4s go south in the past here, especially on Ascent. It's a map that these teams, they're so familiar with. You know, we talk about how the meta is cracked on here. We get the mirrored comps from both of these teams. It just comes down to how they want to execute on it. Granted, they're going to be facing down a very tall order here. 3 members already on site. Flash comes down here. T-Salad stuck pulling out the gun. Just a couple of shots, and that cleans out the round for UCI. They hold 4 into the next round.
Yeah, it's just clean as well. That first play into Tree is a beautiful adaptation by UCI. That they realize that early aggression of Demigods is going to come through. They're probably going to try to hit us and try to come through that fast execute. They read it well. Now Cowpie going to get this B setup rather than the usual B setup we're used to seeing. They're going to nano-swarm that door switch, set the turret up there, and sit back near Boathouse or somewhere. Try to maybe find 1 or 2 peaks there, but it's going to be rifles for most players in the lobby here. Koki and T-Salad going to be a little bit worse off there, but the rest of the members, you know, should be able to make up for it.
Yeah, they're going to do their best here. And now it's once again pressure towards A, and I like how they just put 4-Leaf out on B, just trying to hold any aggression there, and there's 2 members pushing up. You know, Our Drone comes through, it spots him out. That turret's going to sort of reveal that there's potentially more members. 4-Leaf just trying to find their one, finds it on Rich, and immediately backs off.
Yeah, just gets his 1 and tries to back off here. Platinum, maybe getting that arrow ready, trying to still hold this angle down, though. Melvin, cross site here. 4 members stacked up here toward A lobby. Slowly going to try to advance here. Send the Owl Drone first. Try to see what they can cook up here. A couple members playing backside toward Tree. Now you see their Killjoy rotation up into A side, having Koki getting that dark cover ready. I would expect this push to come through. Platinum, though, does take down 4-Leaf, so 4v4 now. An A hit. Looks like it's more coming in a few seconds here.
Yeah, you can see Cowpie sort of lost in the sauce there for a little bit. Getting an interesting
goodness.
read. Melvin. Oh, he's going to try and find the peak, but Fifi covers her teammates back there, rather. Here, they're going to be able to trade it out once again. Koki with this Sheriff. Going to be trying to find anything that they can, but it's a 1v3 situation, and UCI hold the line once again. It all looked so good, but it crumbles down so quickly as well, and UCI, they're starting to roll as well. As another tech pause going to come down here for the side of UCI. Man, what an opening. These first couple of rounds have just been so back and forth. Just so many strategies getting thrown through.
So every game is going to be like 14-12, 16-14. I feel like that's just the trend of like the last 2 weekends and then moving forward as well.
And I mean, honestly, we were more so surprised that UCR were able to come up with a 13-3 on Pearl, because these teams are oh so even. They love to just match each other's energies. UCI having a little bit of fun in spawn, hopping around.
No summoning
god
circle, but it's not bad.
It's almost one. You know what? They're
It's some
hopping around
choreography.
Cowpie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cowpie's the the main mantle there, holding the sovereign sword. We see this on the minimap for what it's worth. We get to see them just sort of hopping around there.
In before Gecko and his 3 pets are running around in circles in the
Man,
pregame.
if they make some sort of like taunt or something to be able to do that, oh man, can you tell that we love Gecko already?
Listen, I know he's
Like-
not out yet, but like it's all I can
Oh,
think
man.
about with this game, honestly. Like it's just, the game is just, it's so fun, man. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean these teams are so fun to watch as well, even without Gecko. You know, they're just going toe to toe. They're duking it out here. It's the Californication of the West Conference here. Everybody here is a California team. But they want to book that ticket to the big show. They don't want to give an inch to their competitors, and Demigods especially. They want to show that they are here to play. Interesting play to the Platinum. Going to get the spray down onto Forley. Great dart up through the ceiling. Richie with that operator as well finds a couple of them. UCI, they are cooking. This save round from Demigods, no legs on this one. They are just falling one by one.
And this Blade Storm's not going to end up being the best value as well. Maybe Melvin can go crazy here. I mean, we saw a great last game, but to try to rely on that time after time can always be so difficult. Pop flash ready. There's the flash. Melvin dash to safety, trying to bait up for T-Style there. Fragment grenade, though, trying to clear the corner. Finds the head tap. Gonna be good for 1. The spray down 2. Flawless. The Blade Storm. I like the idea of the Blade Storm on the eco round. However, when the rest of your team completely falls apart, it ends up not working out in Melvin's favor there.
And Richie finds a shot through the wall there, and I think that's really what softened him up. He was just able to just spray down and find the last couple of members who were grouped up there. And honestly, a very, very strong opening from the side of UCI. Demigods, they've got to sort of clean this up a little bit. Their executes are looking a little bit all over the place, but interesting call here. Look at what 4leaf has picked up on the attacker side here. That is an operator on 4leaf.
Op and Killjoy, baby. Let's go.
Oh my goodness, this is not something that we expect from the Ascent meta. And that's a nice lineup as well. Cowpie expecting it though.
I am not just your Sentinel, Melvin. Cloudburst is gonna get tagged down there, 79 HP. I know you'd like that one. But the Owl Drone and Richie with the op though. The Owl Drone is all that bait and switch. The catwalk op shot can be all day long there. 4leaf gonna go recover this orb as well. Still has an operator of his own, so something to make a note of as well as we move forward. Looks like trying to get pressure toward mid catwalk here. T-Salad. Owl Drone to go clear. He's going to take it toward Market, though. Not going to go try to clear out Cat. That dark cover. Going to give him all he needs for now. Amir, though, slowly progressing up Cat here. So many members on the other side of the smoke, though.
Yeah, there's 3 members stacked up towards Garden here, but the timing is just perfect, actually. Richie takes down 4leaf. Kyle finds Amir. And Demigods lost in the sauce once again. They can't really find any bearings. Their openings of these rounds have just been a little bit messy. UCI
Richie's going crazy
number in that regard. Richie's just having a field day here. And now, they're just trying to rotate back out towards A site. This is interesting. Look at how far UCI are pinched up
left.
Cat here.
I like this. I mean, they know there's not a lot of time, though. So this is one of those maps, right? There's only so much you can rotate. If they have mid control, they have to go around through spawn. So they know that this swing has to come. Kyle, can he find the timing? They are all stacked up. More than happy to save Koki and Salad. 1 by 1. This might be great timing for Kyle, though. He spots one out. There's one. Knows the second one's there. Oh, I think he thought he got the headshot, but either way, the trade is going to go through. And once again, on the back of a flawless 4 members left alive, this economy going to continue to be in good shape.
It's just going to continue to snowball
good
here.
shape. Yet Platinum had 9K to start the round. And so did Richie.
Platinum Richie, they are rich.
Three of them
rich
had
at this
9K.
point.
They're
max.
like 9K. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
they're vibing at this point. And the main issue is that even if you're able to find a round win the opposite way, even if you're able to find a thrifty, even if you're able to take some guns out of their hands, it's going to be 2-3 buys down the road that you're going to have to sort of push out of them here. A major thing, though, as well, Platinum doesn't have that Sova ultimate, so the Killjoy Lockdown going to get a little bit more value here, but trying to rush this here. Melvin with that hero rifle, though, finds one. Richie's able to find one in return. Platinum gets dashed on here. Melvin has found 2 already, but HP, how much else can Melvin cook?
Melvin said, I'm nice with the jet, too. Jet's on site there. Finds the kill. Takes the opera down. Koki, though. Oh, my goodness. 2 with the Sheriff. All of a sudden, the Demigods. A great play from Melvin. They finally challenged the operator. They realized they can't keep playing into that long-range fight. They finally find the kill. There's the flash. And there's 4leaf off that he was keeping in the back pocket. That's a thrifty. And that is a massive round for the Demigods.
Yeah, 4leaf lived with 4 HP at the end of that one, calling his own number in the health bar spot there, but nonetheless was able to take down, I believe it was Koki just fighting 2 with the Sheriff, able to pick up that operator, pass it over to 4leaf there. And it's a Thrifty picked up. We talked about how they're going to need that, and their economy is going to be in decent shape going into the next round. But look at the opposite side. Richie able to buy back up. Probably has enough credits on someone else to buy an operator down the line as well. You see Irvine, they are rich. They've got the hedge fund. They've been investing well. They're going to try and continue pushing that forward. You can see it's going to be a quick execute towards B. Once again, they've realized that it's not the strongest side of the map for UCI. T-Salad even going to drop down the Sova ultimate. Not going to land onto Platinum, though. Fancy Feet going to pick him out. But Melvin already going to work on site. T-Salad going to clean up Platinum with the gun himself. And now the plant goes down. Amir on a short angle finds another one. Melvin going to knock BB down into that stasis.
Spike planted.
Might have op versus op here. Orleaf's gonna win. Melvin finds that last kill. 4 Demigods left standing, and all members of UCI get taken out to the cleaners there. And the Demigods now, they tied the game. The economy is back in a much more manageable state. Now you got 4leaf sitting on 4 or 5K, multiple members sitting above that 4 or 5K mark now. So now they're in a very, very strong spot, much more so than they were a couple rounds back.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really smart timeout from Curry Shot once again. UCI just holding the door, saying, listen, they've gotten a little bit of momentum. They've punished our B-side plays, and now it's up to Demigods, it's up to T-Salad to say, hey, we've gone there twice. You think they're going to start to set up a little bit more towards that side. They're going to start to send 3 members over to that B side. Maybe that's the time where they start to flex over towards that A site. And Demigods, they are a very smart team. They're very talented. You can see they can take advantage of teams sort of losing the mark, losing their mojo a little bit here, and they're able to pounce on that immediately. That's exactly what happened in the last couple of rounds. UCI, they gave them a little bit too much room. They let Melvin cook there, picking up those 2 kills, and then Koki with those headshots. My goodness. Once again, Koki always comes out of the woodwork when it needed the most. And that round, round 7, it must be something about round 7s and Demigods where they pull out some crazy plays.
Who knows what it is, but either way, yeah. And I like that you can see now the adaptations come through. We saw that the op was such a nuisance. Richie found, I think it was 3 first bloods with that op, and finally, after he finds the first kill last round, they immediately challenge him, realizing, okay, even if he's able to try to dash away and try to reswing, we're going to chase him down into the backside of site, and we're going to finally get him off an angle, because the other times, it was just basically giving a kill over to him, and there was no challenge, there was no punishment whatsoever.
Yeah, the thing is, Melvin already fighting Richie. My goodness, you're right about that punishment. Already in onto site. Melvin dashing around that cloud.
He's
13 HP though, once again.
Yeah.
He finds the kill, and that's tough.
That's Jet for you. Dash in, find your ones. Both Jets out of the game now.
Yeah, but it's going to be a plant on the B site once again. Here comes the Hunter's Fury coming down. T-Salad was trying to dodge away from this one. Has that Owl drone out, but Platinum not going to punish. And now all of a sudden the Killjoy ultimates are going to come down. That solo ultimate can't break it down. The attacker Killjoy going to pop first. Means Cowpie needs to back off. They're buying themselves space. Kyle takes down Koki though, and now they can start to retake the space. Everyone is grouped up in Boathouse. What can they find? They must know these 2 members are here. T-Salad be left alive. Gonna be able to find 1, finds 2, and now it is all down to 4leaf. What can 4leaf do? Has that operator not in the best of situations. Kyle's just sticking it here, and that's
timing.
gonna be all they wrote. Cowpie finds it onto 4leaf. Just a little bit overzealous there with that operator.
Yeah, just gross timing. Just got the double zoom, was ready for the angle, decides to check a different corner. The second he's ready to zoom in again, the swing comes through. Of course, if everyone knows the feeling, you're right. You hold something diligently for 20 seconds. The blink you look away, you get punished for it. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, I guess he maybe could have tried to save the op, but there's only a couple rounds before half. If they're not really sure if they wanted the op in the game, I could maybe see a world where, doesn't want to give it over. But either way, 5-4 UCI back in control of this one. Might see some blades get popped this round. Richie does have that op once again, though, so I would suspect Demigods have to be ready here.
Yeah, and you can see Kyle able to push up aggressively. Melvin holding a short corner. Kyle
my,
able to pop out there, finds 2. And yeah, the lineup Larry ends up pushing him out, but it doesn't matter. Kyle finds 2, and Kyle's always one of those members. We talked about how controller, initiator players are sort of they get down and dirty. They do the dirty work for the team. That's definitely one of them. You just teleport forward, you take advantage of the one way, and he finds it timing onto 2 members.
Yeah, and he found a lot of damage onto a third there as well. Fragment ping. Oh my god, Richie getting pinged out perfectly. That Demigod's utility on point backside of sight there. The timing and everything. There's gonna be 2 tagged up with the 0 point. Shock dart for a tree there. T-Salad gonna shut the door now, gonna get sprayed down immediately. This plant should come through behind Jen. Looks like it will. That's shock dart though. Just something to keep an eye on. I
Oh.
was gonna say Koki's low. At that dart connects, he's gonna go down, and that will do just that. That plant did not get finished, so now 3 UCI. The swing, Amir's good for
Amir.
though. Trying to see if he
Okay.
can find more
Player
theory. He's
standing.
ahead. Platinum though. Now it's all on Platinum. Take out this last member. He will find 3 on the round, and UCI wins a tight one.
Yeah, he wins his aim duels when he's aiming at them. He wins the aim duels when he's shooting it off a wall. It does not matter. Platinum able to find it, and this is why they like to play Platinum on Ascent. I think it's just a map that, Flow might not be as comfortable with. Platinum feels that confidence to go for some of these lineups, has a little bit more tech up their sleeve, and now Demigods gonna need all their credits here. They have to win this round. They don't have enough to buy it next time around. Melvin gonna be popping those blades as well. You have a couple of ultimates available here from the side of Demigods. You need to make the most out of them because this round is crucial for you to win. Not only win, but win it cleanly.
Yeah, you're gonna get probably 2 rifles out of next round, depending how you switch that money around. So these ultimates are gonna have to go huge. We do see them get invested there. Blades and Ultraman to spray down once again. UCI, they always do such a good job getting at least a little bit of chip damage on all these members as they cross.
Yeah, it's going to be the plan down, though.
Spike
Full
planted.
5v5 retake going to have to come through from UCI. Both shock darts were used by T-Salad, so going to be a little bit more trouble. Eldro, though, going to spot out 2 members. They know where they're grouping up. Richie now going to pop the knives as well.
Melvin's
Kyle
down.
finds 2. T-Salad going to trade it back. The numbers advantage going back in their favor. Coming down low. Richie not going to land all of those knives there. 4-leaf, though. 1v3. Nope, Richie's going to land the op shot. And now UCI, once again, taking it to the side of Demigods. They are putting them in the blender on their map.
Listen, the knives were purely for show. The rest of the team around him was shredding down the Demigods. The knives, however, definitely a strong deterrent there. But either way, those are your 2 ultimates, your 2 big ultimates.
Last
Now off
round
the
in
board.
the
Melvin
half.
popped the blades, couldn't find anything with it. It was just such a good job by UCI to recollect, reset up over on that A site, kind of set things up, and end up locking things down over there. But right now, if you're the Demigods, you got to try to find some way to get back in this one. A 7-5 half would look a lot better for you. The buy is actually pretty good.
Not bad.
1 Bulldog full armor, light armor on 1. Gonna have decent utility across the board. So definitely a round where they, there's an expectation they should be competitive here.
Yeah, there's a little bit to cook with, There's just the right amount of spice to potentially turn the round back in Demigod's favor.
They have a
Not
nice
gonna be
low
the
heat
cleanest of
simmer.
buys. Yeah, it's simmering there. It'll be ready by the time map 4 is here. All jokes aside, but, Demigods, that's one way to start your round up. Get Melvin a kill on the Cowpie, and that killjoy utility is all gone. Kyle, though, has been coming up huge the last couple of rounds. Fifi gonna be taken down in the KO Ditto, but now Demigods are on site. They are large and in charge. 2v4 situation faced up against UCI, but can you land it, Richie? No. You're through the wall, and now Platinum gonna go to work. You're gonna have to make some magic happen.
Spike planted.
Platinum doing Soba things over in tree, just trying to take down that door with the Odin, trying to grab the Phantom. They may be stuck in the door a little bit either way, though. Timing. The glass breaks. Melvin takes down Platinum. Hunter's Fury gets popped. Just for added effect there. 7-5 half either way. The Demigods take that last round.
Switching
And
sides.
fantastic attack. Honestly, no funny business. Just get on site. Take care of that utility, find those first couple picks, make sure they were ready to trade each other out as well. So many times this half, they'd get picked off first, they wouldn't be there to punish, they wouldn't be there to find that re-engagement, they just die. Now it's 5v4 and they're resetting. That time, they go out there, luckily the first 3 engagements do go their way, you find that huge man advantage, and now you find yourself almost tying things up before the half here.
And I think a big thing about Demigods here is that they're perfectly comfortable on both sides of the map, and Ascent as a whole is a very balanced map. We talked about it earlier. These comps are solved. There's a reason why both of these teams are going for the exact same comp. It's because it works on both sides of the map, gets you absolutely everything you need. Cowpie giving us a little bit of a smiley face there, just saying, hey, happy to have you. Now they're going to be trying to be happier if they can find themselves a couple more rounds and push Demigods down an 0-2 hole. That's going to be really tough for Demigods because they've lost 4 maps straight on the stream. They don't want to make that a 5th one. They want to try and get their composure back. They were expected to win the whole thing. They were favored last week. So many people have been huge fans of Demigods. It just comes down to if they can perform under pressure.
Yeah, so far, like I said, a very, very good way to end that half. You don't want to see the confidence get shaken. That's why I love attacks like that. It just shows you a team is ready and willing to take fights. They're not going to be scared of the result. They're going to live and die trying to take those engagements. So that's something, a good sight to see. Kyle and Koki maybe going to be here for first contact. The 0 point, though. Should get a scan there. Once again, though, Koki trying to set that dark cover, but over toward mid. Kyle, though, in a mirror. Kyle good for 1, trying to find the second. Does find the shot, but only 1 kill.
He's able to reply, but Melvin
Spike
comes up
down
huge,
A.
finds one. Does some decent damage to Richie as well. That Sheriff now going to get picked up, though. Koki, the paranoia not quite going to land. Now sort of stuck in a sticky situation. It's going to come down from Richie here. And now, UCI, they don't have the most health in the world. Demigods are going to have to come up huge with a retake here.
Yeah, Richie, Cloudburst behind Generator. So many members up in heaven, though. It's 2 stacked heaven and 2 in hell. It looks like T-Salad off the top rope there. Him and Richie gonna trade. T-Salad good for 2 there. Back-to-back headshots. Cowpie, 1 member left standing. Shoots the alarm bot. He's gonna be given away here. The diffuser's gonna get stuck anyways. Orly, last kill for good measure. Demigods take pistol in the second half.
Yeah, and you saw what Cowpie was trying to cook up there, taking the widest swing possible.
Well but
unfortunately, Cowpie is not Cowpopping that time around. Not quite going to be able to clean that one up. And now, here comes Demigods back with an anti-eco of their own. They've got the Ares on 4-leaf here. They're going to cook something different up because T-Salad, once again, going for that Na'Vi strat. Not going to full buy up here. Never mind, does full buy up here. Gotta always wait until they end up finishing those buys before I start making calls. Yeah.
Agent hovers, weapon hovers. It's, yeah. And especially the way, like, teams just decide to pull out random stuff, like, short, like, yeah, you never know, honestly.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, Kyle has had a fantastic performance already. 15 and 11. This Omen has been doing everything for UCI thus far. Demigods haven't quite had the pop-off performance from Melvin that they required last time around, but a lot of other members are starting to step up a little bit more. You can see T-Salad being a lot more confident here. Kyle jumping forward so aggressively. The right click's almost enough, but that is some heavy damage onto Koki, and now Platinum on the cross. Just through the wall. 2 kills picked up for the Sova. 4v3 now, once again, on this A site, but the weapons advantage may not matter. Richie finds one on the 4-leaf, traded back immediately as Melvin with that Guardian. Aim is true.
Yeah, UCI right now, trying their best to stick in here. Melvin, I think he got spotted out in heaven there.
Might not have.
Not though. Richie, I'm not sure he actually got the info, but either way, I'm not sure he's too concerned because this B hit looks like it's going to come through. All this KJ util going to be for naught. There's a 0 point. They should get a read here. They're going to find one.
Back?
I think they are going to go back. Maybe that Sova, I think it's T-Salad, maybe not expecting the rotation. It's going to be that guessing game. They're going to send those pop shots, try to draw some attention over there. It's like throwing a rock to distract in any other video game. Either way, though,
Richie,
this A hit finally going to come through. Melvin, close to the first contact here. He's going to get tagged up, though. He is going to win the spray with the Guardian. He's going to take down Richie, though. Spike is going to get planted. 2v2 to the side.
Yeah, it is costly at that. Melvin, 20 HP, needs to be careful. That Guardian can be so good if you can hit the head right away. But now here comes T-Salad down. Cowpie finds another one. And UCI, they beat the system here. They beat the anti-eco. And that's not going to feel good for the side of Demigods there. They were so close to winning that round, but just a couple of misguided fights end up costing them.
55 HP, all the difference in that round. I think it was 46 on one and 9 on the other. So close for the Demigods to take over that round. And now we're going to see that flip. We're going to see the weapons are going to look quite different on the 2 opposing sides. You're going to see a whole lot of pistols for the Demigods, and you're going to see an absolute arsenal for UCI. So UCI, this is definitely one of those rounds you're looking to take.
Yeah, you want to try and find these sort of free round wins for yourself. You need to continue to push forward your advantages. You know, finding an anti-eco once again, it seems like it's the UCI way. They're always able to find these sort of anti-ecos, these thrifties, whatever you want, and they make it work. UCI just slowly pushing up, trying to find anything. They're spraying down everything. They know that they've got that weaponry advantage, but Koki, once again, finds the kill on the Kyle, and that's a weapon picked up by this Omen.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little upgrade there. Actually, hasn't recovered anything quite yet. I was going to say, if he can somehow recover it. I think he's going to be a little bit scared to push down that, especially when he's getting pre-fired there. We're going to see some chip damage onto a couple members there. Richie backing off toward Catwalk. They're at least going to force sack over here. Make sure they keep this gun safe, I think. Plus, trying to play. There's the one-way for Koki, though. He's going to back off. The flash does come through. Push. Oh, 3-con dart as well. So they're going to expect this X to come through. Yeah, that's pretty clean setup. They're going to get some info, unless there's going to be a late rotation. I expect. There's the dash. Melvin, though, taking down VP. Richie can't find the Bulldog spray. Koki takes him down. All of a sudden, we're going to see back-to-back ecos.
We very well might here. Cowpie's going to have to come up huge with the 1v4. It's on the bingo card, but even in this situation, it's looking like a tall order. Melvin, nice little angle to fly up towards the side. They're just stalling him out. Cowpie knows that he can't really afford to keep this play going. Could potentially try and look for the save here, if anything, but still wants to push forward. Melvin in the smoke gets taken down. That might be all she wrote here. All 3 members staring at this smoke intently, and Cowpie Just gonna opt to back away, not gonna even bother.
I think he
Maybe
wants to
some
guard the
guns.
weapons
Potentially. That's actually really smart.
because they still have pistols. They only have one AK and 2
Okay.
pistols, so they're gonna try to get the guns. There's the Thrifty. They stole only the one rifle. They
T-Salad.
didn't get it. Oh, they did get it.
T-Salad
They got
got
a second
it.
rifle. Yeah, they got
Yeah,
a
he
second
tossed
rifle.
it
So
over.
I was gonna say they were trying to defend the rifles because yeah, he wasn't gonna win the 1v3, so he's basically just trying to protect all the assets there. But they do end up stealing away one more Vandal there, so that's gonna be 2 rifles to the Demigods to round out this full buy they're gonna get. And now just literally same script, flip it the other way. What we said last round now applies equally the other way. They still have 2 rifles as UCI, should be able to put together a third there, but now Demigods in the driver's seat for this one.
Yeah, they've got that weaponry advantage. It's not going to be quite the thrifty or whatever that
Courtesy
we've
of
always
UCI.
talked about. It's the, you know, half buys, it's half everything, and it just comes down to how you want to execute it. You can see T-Salad just chilling on the opposite side, slowing them up with those shock darts every single time, just going to force them back. And Cowpie takes a decent chunk there, I believe, down to 76 health. That's 2 shots from any of these rifles that could end up making the difference.
Shock dart toward garage. Oh, T-Salad opting against it. There's the orb though. Cowpie 2 away from that lockdown. Such a powerful ult on this map, especially when that Hunter's Fury is not up and kicking. We do see the Blade Storm for Richie though. Let's see what he tries to get going with it. Recon Dart gonna tag up Cowpie. Normally you'd be waiting for the Ares or the Odin spam, but luckily a Man of Honor
Richie
still has the rifle. Richie though, he get tagged up from backside market there. Melvin he's doing the damage there. 61 HP. Gotta try to make a play on this Blade Storm. There's the Nano Swarm. 4-leaf.
Oh.
Platinum and 4-leaf. Richie going over the top though with the blades. Back in Boathouse though is T-Salad. Richie gonna try to find the swing and T-Salad takes him down.
Yeah, Fifi though coming up pretty big there, finding another kill. Melvin able to find one onto Cowpie, but look who's still back there. It's Platinum here.
30
Now we're gonna be
seconds
trying
left.
to hold it down the back of sight. It's a 3v3 once again. But look at where Kyle is. Kyle is in no man's land. Demigods are just trying to speed up this push as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Melvin looking for the swing here. He's gonna get taken down. 2v2 though. The defuse gets started. The fake though. Platinum
enemy
has to
remaining.
reload. The hot swap with the pistol not gonna be good. Oh, the stinger, not enough bullets there. Kyle gets taken out. A lot of damage over onto Koki, but the defuse will go. And we've got an 8-8 game in our hands.
Yeah, and my goodness. It is very, very close both ways. My goodness. They're tied up at 8s once again. And now it's going to be UCI calling a
Have the
timeout.
Demigods called timeout yet? I don't think. I don't think
They
they did
called them
last
in
week
map
either.
1.
Did they?
They
Okay,
did
I
in
couldn't
map
remember if
1,
they did. You're
and
right,
they did
you're right.
at the very end of map 1 against UCR. It was in overtime.
Yeah, it was. I remember it was like 13-13. I was like, is this their first time out of the entire map? It was like 26 rounds of Valorant. So like, these guys now they got something cooking up though. Rather than UCI. I mean, 8-8 game. The economy. Now we are going to see T-Salad on an Odin. So I mean, we are going to see the wall bang spam. It only took 16 rounds, so honestly, not bad. Actually, we saw the one tap with the Guardian really early in the game from UCI.
Yeah,
I
but
think. Just like
that's
degenerate one
different.
tap.
Yeah, the thing is,
Yeah.
like, if you're doing it on attack, it's cool. If you're doing it on
And it was
defense,
one tap
you know,
through the wall. It was way cooler.
it's that one meme. You know, you do it on attack, it's Riz. If you do it on the opposite side, it's harassment. You got to
Yeah,
make sure that
right,
you're picking the right sides for it
Yeah.
at that. But nonetheless, yeah, T-Salad just gonna say, listen, I know what's good. I know exactly what I have to do, and it is a good strategy. You know what? The Sova sits behind there, just spams through. It takes control over that. And I mean, realistically, they should know what the counter to that play is if UC Irvine aren't willing to push it up. We did a breakdown on it. We talked about it with T-Salad in an
Right,
interview.
dude.
He should know, if
Right,
anything,
dude.
about what that strategy is. He's just going to take a page out of the book, and even still, not quite sitting right behind that wall. He's going to sort of hold an angle for now, maybe
Oh,
swing out if
man.
necessary.
Yeah, oh, if they decide to make this B rush, this would be one of those terrible rounds where you just guess wrong and 4 members end up just cut down through B. Looks like they're gonna go through mid though, so not gonna see that. Oh, T-Salad, you know he's ready and waiting. Maybe send a couple bullets through the wall there. Yeah, we're gonna hear that Odin ringing off into the night there. But either way, it's a heavy mid push. We haven't seen this out of either one of these teams really so far yet. The mid push yet to really come through. Usually been that A side hit or B through garage. Now though,
the Killjoys.
market control being taken. They're going to check out Pizza as well. Killjoy util is set up on B. Could
4-leaf.
potentially try rotating. 4-leaf though, first contact, first kill.
Yeah, great play from 4-leaf, just pushing forward aggressively on the Killjoy. Not usually someone you're expecting to see pushing forward like that. Now T-Salad and 4-leaf though, they've got to back off. That util's on the wrong
my.
side of it, but Richie gets cut down. Fifi able to reply. But once again, T-Salad needs to back out here. Those mollies are going to start to come down. The Odin spam going to come through as well, but Platinum pushes at the right time. And it is a 3v3 on site. And now Platinum's like, hey, you know what? Might be worth it to pick up Hunter's Fury coming down. Not going to land on the first one, but Melvin goes down, but courtesy of Fifi. Platinum still firing shots off into the night, but that spike still not planted. Kyle
30 seconds left.
out in main, and finally the plant will come down. 2v3 situation, and this is going to be tough for the side of Demigods.
Yeah, Kyle's in such a strong position in Garage. You're ready for that swing. Here's going to read it well, though. Can't find the headshot, though. That crosshair so close to connecting. Pokey, though, he's got info on one. The Shrouded Step, though, going to reposition. Now he has to play this guessing game. He has to go try to swing Boathouse. Fifi waiting. He has all his util, has Paranoia, has Double Dart cover. Here's Kyle. Takes down Fifi, 30 HP, though. Like I said, full kit of util. He can Dart cover, he can Paranoia, he can try a lot of stuff here. He's going to try the defuse instead. He's going to get half. Kyle has to be careful. The wall bang so close. Great effort. Kyle, though, going to clutch that one out.
Yeah, and Kyle coming through once again, you know, has had a fantastic performance thus far, holding the line for UCI. Demigods still going to be okay in terms of the buy department here. They're going to get rifles on everyone necessary. Melvin going to be popping those knives as well. T-Sal going to be the only one who might... Oh, never mind. Just going to still buy that. Oh, you know what? Giga Chad, as you say. Yeah, there is no
I don't think he'll invest twice in a row. It's like an operator, right? Usually if you lose it once, it's like a gun that you don't go back to 2 rounds in a row. You're like, okay, we tried it. Maybe it didn't work. It's, you know, expensive enough where it's like, yeah, sure, you know, we'll get the junior version in the Ares.
Yeah,
we get the Happy Meal instead of the full-on.
We get the very fitting,
you
know, demigod version of it, but Platinum once again through that wall is
PC,
so brutal. You can see in chat they're like, what just happened there? Those shots just ringing through. Yeah, despite the Odin Jr. being online for T-Sal, it doesn't seem like they're going to find too much off of this. Koki, though, finds Richie once again. Kyle gets caught up by Melvin. And now, all of a sudden, UCI's defense starting to crumble at the edges here. They're all pushed up. Melvin going to find another one. This Killjoy lockdown. We weren't expecting someone to come from behind. Oh.
They had the lockdown mid because they were getting pinched so hard they realized it was their only outlet to probably get over to site and find the plant. Now they're going to start the plant. Fake though. Amir's going to find the swing. Cowpie's going to follow the bait. 3 members of Demigods left standing. Taking down all of UCI. And I mean, how many times am I going to say we have a tie game today?
It's just tied up, back and forth, back and forth. The rounds go, refusing any team to get any sort of momentum. Of course, it's going to be another, you know, half buy, something or other coming through from the side of UC Irvine. It's going to be Platinum on that Guardian once again. Ridiculous shot last round to just find someone through the wall. And Ascent needs like a carpenter or something. You know, they've just got drywall everywhere, and people are just
it's been out for so long though, right? The buildings are like dilapidated and they're coming down, and the foundation is, you know, it's on sand and all that. You know? Oh! Platinum so close to another kill, so close.
It's ridiculous each and every time. They're starting to get the hang of where Platinum wants to set up. Amir jump peeking from spawn there. I think might have spotted out Cowpie, not 100% sure, but this is just a full push towards Garden here, right into 4Leaf's arms here. Gonna be dropping that one down. It's one picked up, and remember with the spike, 4Leaf finds another one. And now Platinum in deep trouble here. Koki and Amir finding other ones. It is only the Sova left alive. Able to find one, not able to find more. 4Leaf cleans it up. And that's a good round, a good carryover on the weaponry for the side of Demigods as they finally get themselves into a lead here. How long will it last, though? That only time will tell.
Yeah, it looks like a buy. We'll come back for UCI. They're going to have those 5 rifles online. However, only going to have that light armor. Yeah, the ultimates, and there are game-changing ultimates as well. Like always, the Omen ultimate, especially after the fake we saw last week, obviously can find you extreme value, but it's very situational. Lockdown, always good. Null Command and Hunter's Fury, also always good. And that lockdown has such great value when the Hunter's Fury is not online for the other side. You don't have that auto-cancellation technique built in. They have to find some way to either play around it or play around Melvin, find the first one with the op.
Yeah, and the hardest thing about this is that they're not playing for an orb here. They're not playing for Platinum to pick up that ultimate. They're just basically saying, yeah, he'll get it when he gets it at that point, and it might be a little bit of an overstep, overconfidence. Fifi spots out a knee, though. Melvin, the aim is so good. Fifi gets frozen by fear from the Jet. And now it's a 5v3. There's 3 ultimates on the side of Demigods, and they don't feel the need to pop any of them. They are perfectly fine just taking their time, holding their angles, and just starving UCI from anything. It's suffocating this map presence now.
Yeah, Melvin hit Fifi with Medusa's gaze there, just completely stun locked. There's nowhere to go. Finds the headshot there. Now we're gonna see this A mid split so far. A couple members lurking through Cat. Kyle though, the timing. 4-leaf pinned up in this corner, has a nano, has the lockdown if they decide they want to invest. This is that point in the game too, where they could realistically try to use one ultimate to secure a round. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Oh,
Especially if they think they're in the driver's seat. Platinum though, that's going to be locked out off the table.
Fine.
For one though.
30
Here,
seconds
Koki though
left.
getting those kills back
Spike down
immediately,
A.
keeping this numbers advantage. Odin on the backside there. Oh, look at the T-Salad having a little bit of fun there, but either way, Koki takes down that last kill. That is another round on the board for them.
T-Salad making sure that he's not interrupting anything. Pardon me. Yep, Odin coming through. Yep,
Yeah,
just
are
gonna
you
fire
doing
off 3 shots
Hey,
at a time.
Hey,
you
little
know?
bro. Hey, little bro, what you doing?
Yeah, hey, you got games on your phone. What's going on over there? But yeah, it doesn't want to go too hard on that Odin. Doesn't want to overpeak as well. I really like that play, just sort of messing with the mind as well. You know, all these sound cues that come through in Valorant, they're so important. Honestly, the Odin might have that sort of hidden buff about being just super loud. You can't really hear anything else off the top of it here, so you just hear this shredding going
It's
through a wall.
definitely
and
not.
you gotta
It's
just
definitely a thing you
focus.
can do to cover footsteps or other things.
Oh,
Oh,
again!
Melvin! That's a wall bang this time. He's just upping his stature over and over and over. This guy's performing. Hunter's Fury early on too. I think he's gonna find one tag there. Not gonna find anything else. The turret though. Richie, little 1v1 with the turret there. He'll win that one out though.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Melvin each and every time telling Fifi, hey, listen, you're not the only game changer here. He's coming to play. He's coming to change it up, force you to play a different strategy. Melvin, though, now just holding down this angle. The mirror popping that one. Oh, my goodness. The shots come down. It's almost enough. Platinum just shoot anywhere on the wall that they can. Melvin still trying to fire down some shots, but Amir finds Cowpie. And now on site, Richie needs to try and find a plant here. Knows exactly where they are. Kyle is able to pick up Koki, though. All of a sudden, it's 3.5 versus 3, I want to say. Those health bars not looking so hot, especially not on Melvin.
The only thing is Melvin has the op though. It's like the ultimate weapon for having 20 HP. You hide around the corner, you sit back there. They won't even need him to take that third peek though. Amir and 4-leaf, or rather clearing the rest of things out there. And now Melvin gonna get that last part for the defuse. Hitting on Matt Point now, getting back in this series and tying things up.
Yeah. It's going to be
Match
a
point.
decent buy coming through from the side of UCI. You know, they were saving last round, but with no timeouts to give, now they can't really rethink their
No armor on
strategies.
Cowpie.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
once again, Cowpie has no armor, and that is so challenging to deal with because we've seen Melvin able to land these shots on this operator, and now, all of a sudden, you know, a shot through a wall, a shot to the leg, you are in trouble if you are Cowpie. And interestingly enough, we talked about how Cowpie has been that consistent member for the side of UCI, and I think this is the first time where Cowpie hasn't been able to cook. They've been able to shut down this Killjoy to basically nothing. Hasn't had much impact on this attacking side. Demigods, they are looking to hold. They are looking to continue their strength on Ascent and make this a map that come tomorrow, you know, UCR are going to be like, yeah, we don't really want to play them on this map anymore. Going to be a great Hunter's Fury coming down. Kyle taking down. The spike goes down as well, but that is a huge tool off of the map. Fifi holding this tight angle here.
Oh, they're gonna push this.
You know exactly where it is, but look who's defending it. 4-leaf and Amir, they find them. Fifi able to turn around, but Amir has stricken once again, and it is all down to Platinum. A little bit of a show play coming through from Melvin, not able to land the shot, but T-Sal is going to throw all the util on his teammates. Get all the util thrown on him. Amir was the one throwing him down.
A little fiesta here at the end of the game.
Just
Why
a
not?
little, just having fun throwing all those out.
Surprise
Shocked
Pikachu.
Penguin. Nonetheless,
Shocked-
a great
shocked
round.
Defenders
Wingman.
win.
Shocked Wingman, there we go. They've already put him in the game. Nonetheless, great round, great map overall from the side of Demigods as they hold the line here on Ascent. You know, it was something that we were probably expecting. Demigods are going to come back with a vengeance here. It was a little bit, you know, on the ropes there. 6-3, 7-4 there by UCI, but nonetheless, Demigods able to hold their marks. And honestly, great performance from Melvin once again. Over the first couple of maps here, 54 kills for himself. That is oh, that's very really good. That's really good. You know,
Yeah.
if you can get 54 kills over the course of a best of 3, if it goes to 3 maps, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
But over the first 2 maps, you're already cooking there. So nonetheless, going to be very interesting to see what map 3 has in store as well.
Yeah, with that being said, we are going to throw it to a very, very quick break. Map 3 will be back in just a few. And welcome back, and once again, everybody, to our lower bracket final of C Val West. UC Irvine and the Demigods currently deadlocked in a 1-1 tie. We saw UC Irvine take control of map 1. Map 2, though, went the Demigods' way. Now we move over to Fracture to break the split.
Oh, nice little pun there. They've got to break
Oh,
that
I didn't
open
even
there real
realize.
quick. Yeah, you got to break the split.
Actually, I
and
did
then
realize. Calculated.
Yeah, 100% calculated. We always mean everything that we say, but nonetheless, looking at the stat breakdown from that one, Demigods, getting a little bit of a comeback on that attacking half. They're really putting it down there, and I think this is a really good indicator of how well they were able to play as a team this time around. Their post plans were a lot better. They were able to get those opening kills a lot of those times, and it was looking rough in the early stages of that. UCI were able to get up 6-7-4 at that point. They were feeling really strong about themselves, but it's that one round that they were able to get back in their favor, and then Demigods were just able to start to rattle off round after round after round. And it just felt like, especially in those latter halves up into the high teens, into those 20 rounds there as well, just felt as if Melvin once again came online and just had Fifi's number. Poor Fifi stuck getting just taken down off the rip almost at the beginning of every single engagement. And once that KO's off the board, you don't have a lot of your flashes. You don't have your engagement tools in the same regard. Just felt as if the comp sort of fell apart after that.
I will say, if you're UCI, looking at those numbers, even though, yes, they did fall short in the post plants, there's 13-9. They got thriftied twice. You lost a game by 4 rounds where there was a lot of 50-50 rounds, and 2 of those rounds you ended up getting thrifted. You talked about Melvin earlier. You can see the stats. I mean, Kyle, we mentioned him the entire game as well. So many great plays, time after time, being one of those people in those clutch situations. Melvin, usually trying to help the Demigods avoid having to clutch up, trying to get them that man advantage, getting that first blood. We see those 5 first kills, but how many times is he that difference maker in this game? And his presence alone, especially on a map like Ascent there, rather, if you hold down that mid area, it's so tough to challenge. And having that operator who is basically shutting off mid for 90% of the game.
Yeah, and I think a major factor behind a lot of that game as well was that the 2 hot members from Pearl there, Cowpie and Richie, cooled off a little bit. They were like, hey, it's gonna get a little bit colder around here. We just got a big snowstorm where Joven and I are. Maybe they might have caught a little bit of those northerly winds there, slowing them down just a little bit. But I mean, honestly, just from the get-go, it felt like a more cohesive game coming through from Demigods. They were playing more as a team. They were more confident on the map and everything. And yes, there were a couple of close calls here and there with some of these plays. Platinum being able to just find 5-6 kills to the wall there. We're like, what's going on here? But after a while, Demigods was able to get their composure back. They were able to push together as a team a little bit more, play as a unit as opposed to as individuals. And I think that is the biggest thing that separates, the good teams from the great teams. You have to play well as a team as well as individually. We know how talented Demigods are individually. It just depends on if they can take that team
down A.
Yeah, because we've seen how close both of these games have been, and we have seen no shortage of individual talent, but that post-plant number, especially for the Demigods there, seeing them have more success on those post-plants, and that being a better part of their game plan, that map, gives me a lot of hope that that team play is maybe either coming together as the series gets along. Sometimes it takes a map to warm up. It takes a little bit to get going, especially when you go to another map pick on that first map. They end up losing that one. So it's good to see that they're kind of getting in form here, because, I mean, the individual talent in these last 2 games, no shortage whatsoever. It's that coordination, that team play, especially as we get 3, 4, potentially 5 maps deep into this series.
Yeah, and I think that no matter what ends up happening, no matter what the score ends up looking like, we have to acknowledge that all 10 players that are playing, all 11 players realistically with Flo as well in the mix, they're all incredibly gifted players. They're all very, very good at this game. So no matter what, it just comes down to the smallest of differences. And if that is team play, if that is, just being able to find a crazy flick, just that extra 1% of skill, that extra 1% headshot rate, that could end up making all of the difference, because these teams are neck and neck in terms of all of these stats. Even that round, I mean, we talked about it off the first one. You sometimes look at the stats and it's like the score is 13-6, but there's such minute differences. Same situation. It's a 13-9 there, but it's just the post plants that UCI weren't really able to clean up on. Demigods just had that in their favor a little bit more. But of course, now on to Fracture, where this is going to be a map where comp differences are going to come down all the way. We're going to get some crazy stuff coming through. One thing I want to point out, Amir has been playing sort of the initiator, has been playing the KO. This is a map where Amir says, listen, I'm going to go off on my own. I'm playing the Neon. I'm looking for absolutely anything I can.
Neon,
seeing what they can find in that regard.
That's one of our favorite things to do. Listen, you don't get to see the agent enough, so the times that we do see her, granted, you have not agent select quite yet, nothing is locked in, but it's something we're expecting to see on Fracture. But that's a good point that you made. Fracture, typically considered to be an attack-sided map. That is what statistics and previous information has given us. So whoever starts the attack, which I think the Demigods are going to be on attack first based on what I'm looking at in the lobby here. So either way, if you come out on that attack, you're looking for that 7-5 start, especially the way they just played Ascent so well. Look to carry that momentum. Try to keep Melvin unlocked as long as possible, but you have to find that balance. Yes, you want Melvin to keep making plays and keep being explosive, but you don't want to overheat. You want to make sure you keep it in check, keep it at that nice right temperature. You don't want to burn anything. And if they're able to do that, I think they can find a lot of success.
Yeah, and we can look at lobby chat and stuff too. Melvin's already like, yo, can we go to LAN, please?
Yeah.
Like, we want to do this. You know, and I think that Melvin has been, no matter who you look at here, and I mean, no matter what these other players are saying, you know, Melvin has been sort of this shining star, showing up in the biggest way possible across the games that we've seen him play. Like, he is one of the most gifted players in collegiate right now, probably one of the highest ranked ones. I mean, we had a screenshot from a couple days ago. Dude was ranked 21 or something ridiculous like that. Had a little bit of a loser's queue happen after that. Regardless, he's not looking to keep that loser's queue going. It's the way it goes. But I mean, if you can get up to that, you know, top 20, top 30 in this server across all of NA, across pro players, across T1 players, T2 players, absolutely everyone, you know that you've got the skill, you've got the will to keep it up. You've got that drive to survive there, but will you be able to drive your team to a victory? Really depends on if, you know, they've got that Red Bull race and if they're going for
I was hoping for more car puns. I thought you were going to jump off. I was hoping you'd go 2 or 3 more.
It might just crap out, you know.
I was waiting for the Fast and Furious or something like that. I was hoping you'd go like 2 more, so I'm happy that you tried to stretch it a little more there.
Nonetheless, you can already see the comps getting pulled through here, and it's actually just going to be Amir going on that KO once again, so not opting for the Neon this time around. Just going to keep it a little bit more stock standard here, and already one big difference. 4Leaf going to be pulling up the Cypher. Love to see the Cypher get pulled out on this map. There's so many really fun lineups here. Flo, don't tease us.
No, we already know. Flo, stop it. Just save us the trouble. Lock in your real agent.
It's Flo and Platinum, you know? They listen on the opposite side. They're watching it on either side, and they're just like, hey, listen, we're going to mess with these casters. We're just going to start hovering like crazy crowd. Oh, wait a sec.
He locked it. We haven't seen a Reyna in, to be fair, Reyna is pretty like dead and competitive right now. We haven't seen a Reyna for a very long time. I haven't casted one in at least a couple of weeks. Not that she's necessarily in like a terrible spot. I don't think the agent is like inherently bad, but just the way the compositions are working, the way the game has evolved, you don't really see her. But man, and especially on a map like Fracture, like sometimes Pearl, sometimes Haven. Like Haven and Pearl are really good Phoenix, really good Reyna maps. I can definitely see it. But Reyna on Fracture with all this on the line, Flo, he must have something cooking in the back pocket.
Oh my goodness. We thought he was trolling.
Yeah, well, because usually, right, if it's a hover, it's like a Yoru hover. But and listen, Reyna's here. Reyna's here.
Reyna's here. The Queen is here to play. I mean, had a fantastic showing in Gecko's highlight as well, you know, showing up there. We're gonna mention that as much as possible. Big fan. You know what? Big fan of Reyna just in general because she's so exciting. She can change the game so much. It's gonna be an incredible potential here from the side of these two teams. And oh my goodness, UCI is pushing forward aggressively, but look at this. Demigods are coming through the back door.
Oh. Little home invasion on the backside there. Melvin gonna find first contact. Kyle though, good for first blood here. Now the plant immediately gonna go down. However, 4Leaf trying to stop it. Plant will go down. 1 for 1 so far. 4Leaf though, pretty low on HP. Koki picking up that frenzy. A little bit of an upgrade there. T-Solid, good for the one on Cowpie. 2 DG members right above Richie here. There's all those footsteps, but he's got one more to contact on the backside there. A couple shots from Amir to send out their Fifi, still holding the smoke. Richie takes down 4Leaf.
Yeah, now Flo gonna try and move forward here. No Leers, but still has that heal available. You just need to get the Reyna going. You need to find your one. There's one, but immediately gets taken down by T-Salad around the side. It's a 2v2 situation. Fifi gonna try and stick the defuse. Richie not gonna get stunned up there, but from tower comes Koki. It is Fifi against the world. 8 HP to her name. There is no time left. Fifi gonna get taken down as T-Salad comes through with a nice little clutch of his own there. 3K for the breach as the Beard Bros on the side of Demigods just got that beard grown a little bit more.
Yeah, they got that, what is that? Just for Men, almost said Head and Shoulders. That's more of a shampoo conditioner. But either way, they do take that first round. But so the last 2 breaches there, T-Solid. So we haven't really, again, a player we haven't called his name like too often, but just quietly been playing very well, finding a lot of kills, just always there to set up his teammates for these kills, especially Melvin. All these 4 members have been doing such a good job to kind of supplement his abilities, get him going. As you can see already, they're going to put him on that Phantom. They're going to collaborate with those SMGs rather. Brimstim, and they're going to get on a B rather.
Yeah, they're going quick. They want to make it happen. And look at this. It was a 5-stack the opposite way. Look, they're just going to rotate back around. They make a whole lot of noise. They drop down smokes, and they immediately start to rotate around. Lots of noise, though. Flo able to land one and immediately gets out of trouble there. Granted, gonna re-peek, finds another one. This is what you want your Reyna to be doing. She is cooking with some gas here. And that's already 2 picked up for Flo. Uses the 2 dismisses, gets out. That's a great start for UCI.
That is peak Reyna gaming right there. You find those 2 kills, double dismiss, back off to safety. Melvin is going to take down Kyle, try to get these numbers back in the favor of Demigods. Richie. There's contact. Richie taking down the concussion, though. Well layered. Going to drop that cage to try to get him to safety. It's going to work. Backs him off. Still got decent health to his name as well. 45 seconds. Lots of time to still make a play here.
Yeah, but look at Cowpie. Cowpie's just making sure that they don't just run over towards B. Might be a little bit premature, actually. Koki makes some footsteps out, and now they're just walking right out. And this is a 3v2 on site, but do Demigods know this?
30 seconds
they don't
left.
have all the information, potentially. UCI might just start rotating as well. They're getting a little bit antsy here. Here comes the execute, though. They've got to make the plays happen. Melvin, can you find it? No, shuts them down, and Fifi with that will not be able to clean it up, and Cowpie has to try and play full retake. There's not a whole lot of time, though. Can Cowpie make some magic
10
happen?
seconds left.
Yeah, luckily
Spike
the HP
planted.
bars definitely not looking too good for the Demigods. However, Koki, the one that probably will end up making the first touch here, has the healthiest bar there. Cowpie has to slowly meander his way through this site, try to make sure he doesn't get caught in the crossfire here. Koki, though, makes the read, swings out with the Spectre there. That's going to be a kill over to the board. Nice orbital strike online early for Koki as well.
Jet,
Yeah, that's really good. And one thing that I want to point out is the Demigod's strategy here is almost akin to a Fnatic strategy in a lot of ways. I mean, now that we have the
I
information
mean, Valorant
about that,
Champions Fnatic?
yeah, the Valorant lock-in champions
Lock-in
Fnatic.
champions.
I feel good about that Fnatic fan at heart
Feels
here.
good,
But
man.
nonetheless, they've got this strategy where they want to play for alt orbs, and I think they've been putting those a lot into Koki's favor. Koki has not had so many frags that they're sort of popping off the score chart. They have 2. But they've picked up a couple of plants, they've picked up a couple of orbs, and now you've got this orbital strike, which can be so crucial for pushing onto AFA Soda side. And that is exactly what they are doing, going in through Dish here. Flo able to find one, but immediately traded out. They take out that member, but look at this flank coming around. UCI, they've got 3 coming back behind them on Dish. And once again, it's through the back door these 2 teams want to play.
Yeah, Melvin not wanting to give up on that backside rotation. We're going to see a couple members of UCI taking those ropes, though. Amir is going to get this plant down. Now it'll be a 4v4 retake here. Oh, Koki has to make sure he keeps that weapon out. A couple members close to him. Richie and Melvin still backside of Dish here. Every single member here trying to get an engagement. Oh, the timing, though. Koki gets taken out. Kyle, good for that one. That's going to be orbital strike off the board. Forley taking down Cowpie. Trades back and forth.
Yeah, Fifi picking up an upgrade as well there. Melvin wanting to find one. And now just sort of a 2v2. The Beer Bros versus Jet and Cypher. Not a combo you expect to see, but 4-Leaf and Melvin is definitely one that works well for Demigods. Once again, Demigods able to find themselves a great round. They're starting to cook on Fracture here. This is definitely what they were looking to do. Bring the fight to UCI on their map pick, and they're performing to a T thus far.
And again, right, because of the economy of this round, usually, like, not that you concede the 2-1, but usually the way games go, you end up finding yourself in that 2-1 scoreline. Though they got this 3-0, which means the economy is going to be set back once again for UCI, which, theoretically, Demigods, you're looking at potentially taking your 4th round here. This is one of those rounds, probably don't need to use the ultimates, but using like a Neural Theft or that Orbital Strike, I wouldn't necessarily hate, especially if you're going to do that Fnatic strategy, try to play up for these alt orbs, knowing how valuable they can be on this map.
Yeah, and Amir, I believe, picking up another alt orb for themselves now through Dish. There's another point into that null command. One thing I do want to see, though, is Flo pop the ultimate here. The Reyna ultimate, 6 points. Just pop it whenever you can. Try and find some miracle play. If you don't find a kill, so be it. Happens. But you want to try and use it as often as possible. Flo, though. Oh, what a ratty angle from Melvin right around the corner. But look at this. There's a couple members on the road. They rotated around. They're trying to go back towards the opposite side. They find a pick, and they immediately turn tail.
By the Demigods. Everyone is vacating B. everybody.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to take them a little bit to actually clear B because I don't think they've gotten enough info over here to really decide that, yeah, we're going to get on here in 2 or 3 seconds. But they know they have the weapon advantage, so I would suspect maybe the 0 point, maybe 1 or 2 pieces of util, and they're going to get up here and find this plant, yeah.
And Melvin's pushing forward
Orbital
aggressively.
strike
I
to
think
delay.
they've sort of read this out. They're to come down, but they're just going to get the plant down,
Probably
I think.
unlikely. I don't think they'll use it in an eco. Oh, down a man, right down a man.
Yeah,
30
it might not be the
seconds
play. Kyle's going to hold on to that for now, but nonetheless, this site is just completely smoked off. Orly finds Kyle by lurking. Now the jig is up. Amir and Melvin linked up for a couple more. A little bit of a self-flash from Amir, but nonetheless, the result is all the same. It is a 0 damage taken round by the side of Demigods. If you want to put Flawless on a PowerPoint, on any sort of presentation, take that round right there, because they did not lose a single point of health. And immediately, seems as if it's going to be a little bit of a timeout here for UCI. They want to sort of hold the door a little bit, slow down this Demigod's aggression.
I wonder if Valorant should add like a new thing, like if you get a flawless if everyone's alive, if you don't take any damage, it should be like immaculate. I don't know, some kind of word. Flawless is a pretty big word as is, but I don't know how exactly you'd fit it in. But that's my idea.
I mean, there's also flawlesses that aren't flawless, and they're like,
Because it's like
people
Halo,
live in a
right? And it goes like
great game.
Killtacular, Kilimanjaro, like it scales up as as it gets better and better. So if there's something like that, I think it'd be super cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Spectrum line of skins. If you start to like get those multi kills or whatever, if you get a 6K or whatever, it makes a little different jingle or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what they need for that sort of round. But nonetheless, yeah, Demigods can go into next round buying literally nothing else. They can just ride on the coattails of that round. They don't need to re-up their shields. They're going to be feeling pretty good, but of course, UCI going to try and answer with some sort of new strategy here. Their stacks have not worked, and there's been a lot of like quick stacking on a site, maybe some premature rotations as well, but I think you have to start to unlock flow on this Reyna. You picked this agent that is not normally seen at the highest level. It is such a coin flip at that, and you have to make it count here, because if you just keep hitting tails over and over again, if it keeps landing on red when you bet on black, you're not going to be in good shape, because that agent needs kills. It is feast or famine.
Everyone knows though, the last time before you quit betting, you're about to hit it. These guys maybe going to try their hand one more time here, but you're right about the Reyna though. It can be such a hot and cold pick. It can be that 35 kill monster that helps the flash for team, and that's the thing too. The stack with Reyna isn't necessarily a bad idea. She's trying to flash for the team because they don't really have, they have breach, but they don't have like that much initiation. She's going to be basically playing that pseudo initiator. However, Amir, he's going to say no to that. He's going to take off that util. Null Command going to get popped, and I actually love that idea. Knowing that Reyna has her ulti, knowing that the Brim ult is there, you can at least gain access to the A site, probably get the plant down, and then the Null Command will go away, but you've already got your site set up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's these rotations on the road every single time. Makoki is wiser to it this time. Gonna find one, gonna try and back out. Not very healthy, but Flo finds 2. Here comes the Reyna. Amir just gonna shut him down before they can get cooking as well. It's a 3v3 situation. 4Leaf still has
Richie's
that
got the op too.
available. Now here comes the Brimstone ultimate trying to clear outside. There comes 4Leaf! Cleans out the round with an incredible swing.
They get the op too.
And call him Prometheus, call him what you will, but an incredible clutch coming through from 4Leaf. That timeout, everything gets taken out of the cards. You look at that sign right there. That was clean.
Oh, that was killer. Yeah, less talking, more doing. Demigods right now, they're doing a lot of, they're taking care of business right now. That was such a big round for UCI. They had that round, even though it was still going to be, not the best result considering they put all the money they had in there. They were maybe going to walk away with 2 guns top. So the fact that they lose that round, they give the off over to 4Leaf now. He's almost shooting off legs there. Actually, a little bit of damage over on the Melvin as well on the other side, though. Look at the chip damage for all these members, both teams.
Yeah, just a bunch of almost kills here, and this is something that has to be a cautionary tale for the side of Demigods here. They don't want to overforce. They don't want to overplay their hands in any regard. 4Leaf trying to find some sort of ratty angles, and now the slow crawl across the rope. Oh no. They're pushing forward. T-Salad. Has to be wider to it. Flow. Actually gets caught with that camera.
Yeah,
they're going back the opposite way. Oh no, here comes Amir though. He took
double
too long.
fake. The double fake doesn't work.
Oh, but it might be working. Look at where the rest of UCI are. They're lost in spawn.
Oh my goodness.
They are
He's
lost in
taken.
the sauce.
B's open now. That's a
Oh my
huge pick by
goodness.
Melvin. They have Orbital and Neural Theft. Blades are online, though, for UCI. The HP, though, so low on both of these Jets. Lot of post-plant util from both of these sides. Leap. There's that operator you're talking about. That's going to be a kill. Almost finds the second one there as well. Richie up in tower here. Trying to see if he can play through. There's the Neural Theft.
Oh, there we go.
Blade Storm still online, but that's a lot of information over. Oh, upshot for Leaf. It's all in the delay, though. All they worry about is the time. They don't need to find the kills.
Yeah, and now Fifi doesn't have that Rolling Thunder potentially clear out the site. Koki finds one onto
good
Richie
setup.
as well. And Flo in a 1v4. No time to play with, but there is time to die. T-Salad finds another one, and my goodness, don't look now, but 6 rounds in a row for Demigods. They are killing their demons of the past weeks. This was a map that they were able to get a lead on last week against UCR, and then they struggled to close it out with some incredible gameplay coming through from UCR. This time around, though, they are not letting off the gas. They want to continue to push. Melvin said it himself best in chat. Together, land, please. Yeah, they want to go.
I mean, yeah, you're on the right path right now, and I mean, to be fair, I don't think they've even had to use the Rolling Thunder in the post plant. They've had such a good setup, and they've had such a large numbers advantage every single time. They haven't even needed to dig that deep into the bag yet. But like you said, they let their foot off the gas last week. They are not going to make that same mistake. At least so far, they haven't done so. They've been so diligent about clearing corners, checking things, setting up util, making great fakes. There's the Rolling Thunder, though. They're going to try to get on here. Melvin dashes right into Trials Crosshair. That's going to be a kill out of tower. Orbital strikes and zone off there. T-Salad will get the trade. Low HP on one member, though. Koki, 21 health, is still alive. Pop Flash goes through. T-Side backside arcade. There's the fragment. There's the Rolling Thunder back the other way as well. So UCI really wanting to dig their heels to win this round. The Empress comes online as well. Forleaf and Richie.
Spike down,
All left
B.
to one though. All on Forleaf with the off, but I'm guessing this is going to be a save angle, but he might try.
Oh! He's able to find one onto Richie there, but 20
health.
HP
And the
might
Empress.
still be trying to cook. Oh, the Reyna, though, comes around the corner. Finally, Flo pops the Empress ultimate. It's going to be a round back the way of UCI. Before that, Forleaf had died once in 7 rounds there.
Wow.
13-2 on Forleaf. We talk about how Demigods have all of these individual performers, and Melvin has been the one to watch for the first couple of maps. Melvin, you know, hard to keep pace with a Cypher who is 13-2 right now. Great opener from Forleaf. And I mean, when we were talking to T-Salad as well, he was talking about how gifted a lot of these players are. You know, Amir able to just be that sort of senior presence, holding it down in terms of that mental advantage. T-Salad having some great strategies as well, as we've seen through the first 7 rounds here. But Forleaf and Melvin are those gifted mechanical players who are just willing to pop off at a moment's notice. And thus far, that's exactly what they've been doing on Fracture. Granted, UCI able to find a round for themselves. That trade there going to be pretty good to take the wind out of Melvin's sails.
Yeah, one duelist down for this side there, so either way, there's the alarm bot tag. Site is actually open on this A site, though, so the plant could come through here. However, they don't have a ton of utility for the post plant. They don't have that orbital strike anymore. Having the breach, though, always going to be a good sign as well. Amir
There's Forleaf.
now running backside aiming. Where is Forleaf indeed? He's going down to Richie's op is where he's going. However, still have plant. 3v4 HP a little bit low on Richie there, but there's the pop flash. There's the KJ lockdown as well. They find the lockdown and the timing. Cowpie and the lockdown immediately taken out. Just the worst timing ever. Kyle and Koki, though, the timing. They're going to get this pin shot with the flash. The 0 point to answer. It's taken down. 3v3 to close things out. The aftershock now. They're going to try to zone off. Try to get this defuse going. Off the defuse for now. Trying to get the half, maybe.
Kyle?
Make it again. Kyle takes out 2. Looking for 3. He's got it down. And they're going to find the defuse. Low health. Won't matter. Oh! I was going to say. I heard that beeping get real high pitch for a second.
Yeah, but I mean, a really strong round from UCI once again, limping away with under 30 HP on a couple members. They're under 40 HP on everyone, as a matter of fact. But nonetheless, a round win is a round win. Demigods, though, their economy is still in good shape. You know, they've still got another full buy potentially in the inventory, plus those jet knives. They just need to keep on that gas, as we've been talking about here. They get those first 6 rounds, but then a little bit of a trip up. Might have just tripped on one of Cypher's wires that was left lying around there. Just need to continue this pacing, and oh my goodness, Dish is about to be a bloodbath. The Dish incident may come through around 9. Lots of members pushing up on either side. Forleaf already finds one. Might took a little too long, though. Overheats and isn't able to find the rest of them. Flow around the corner, though. No chance there.
my.
Oh, my goodness, Melvin.
But the firing squad on the backside are going to be there to clear out the rest. T-Salad going to plant this one. Basically tap dancing on the Killjoy's grave. They're planting it right on the turret there. Either way, though, Melvin working backside drop here. So
Already a save.
this is so difficult. I mean,
Wow.
to be fair, the right 4v2, they definitely have complete control of the site. Like, yes, you could theoretically go in and make something happen, but they don't have that much money, and having that operator, that this could, you know, spell doom for the end of their first half. But the save, you know, if the kills didn't come so quickly, I think they might have gone for it, but everything fell apart like so rapidly. There's not really a way back in here.
Yeah, it's a turn, tail, and run angle for the side of UCI.
Melvin,
Means
though,
that at the very least, it's a 7th round picked up. Melvin, he's still hunting. They're all hunting, actually. T-Salad.
Oh.
It's caught in the knee there.
Last player standing.
Oh my goodness, they
I
clean
love
up the round
that.
regardless.
I love that for Demigods, because now if you're UCI, not that that was necessarily a bad idea, but the Demigods, knowing that they're probably going to play for that save, you go headhunting earlier than you normally would, you end up going all the way to the other site, you find those 2 kills, take away precious weapons, and now you see the economy. No hero rifle, no operator to try to make a dent. So now if you're the Demigods, you're feasibly looking at potentially 9 rounds in this half.
Yeah, and at this point, are we starting to worry about the Reyna pickup here? As actually that's going to be a hero rifle picked up by Flow. Because thus far, it just feels as if there hasn't been enough agency granted to it. It's going to be an early orbital strike coming down. Everything getting thrown down at this team. But Flow finds 2 finally able to find their mark. As soon as we try and get the opinion on it, it strikes back. T-Salad, though, has found a couple for themselves. Gets taken down. It's a very quick 3v2. But look at the 2 that are left alive.
I know
exactly. It is Amir. Here comes the Neural Theft as well. They want to clear some area out. Amir has found Richie as well. It's a 2v2 situation. But where is the rifle? There's no rifles left available. It's a sheriff on both of these members. Coming around the corner. Fifi able to find one. But Fourleaf has done this before. Fourleaf has had that dog in him, but it won't be the case. The cow is here to play, and it finds a 3rd round for UCI.
I know it's technically not a thrifty, but why is it always basically an eco a thrifty? Every single time these teams desperately need a round to try to stick around in this game, they seem to crawl out and find it. Now Richie can get that operator back in his hands. And to go back to what you said about that Reyna pick, maybe not necessarily being the best situation right now, the one thing I guess you could say, they are starting on the defense, so it's like theoretically, she maybe isn't the best for setting up on defense. She's almost like an initiator in a sense, where she gets in, she tries to set up for teammates, especially her flash. Like the flash is so good. You throw it like super high in the air or like into that ground, like halfway, like people like do a land shark flash rather. She can be useful, but like you said, like it's not like, and Flo hasn't been the problem. He's been finding 1-for-1 kills. It's just the agency. Cowpie and Melvin. This could be so good for Melvin. It is going to be good. Cowpie goes down. Richie, though, has to be careful. That's an operator very close to the defenders.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying to spam through this cage as well. They want to try and find as much space as possible. They're just preventing UCI from getting anything out of tower here. There's so many different angles to hold. The anti-flash play from T-Salad, able to find another one for himself here. Melvin able to trade out once again, despite the side of UCI winning last round on what was effectively a thrifty. Gonna be able to hold the line here, at least for a little while longer. Melvin able to get up into heaven, though. Richie takes him down. Flo with a 6th sense just sprays him down. Has a feeling they know where they are, but Flo gonna have a lot of work to do here. 10 HP on Richie. You don't want to give over the op, if anything. They're gonna try and stick the defuse here. Flo, can you do it? No. Amir gonna spray down, and Richie gets out alive. It's an 8th round for Demigods.
Yeah, now I want to see the economy of both of these sides. I'm sure the Demigods are going to be pretty hard chilling there. They have ultis as well. The ultimates is another thing I want to look to. They do have, okay, dueling Blade Storm, so that's going to help the eco a little bit. UCI, oh my. Oh no. Oh
Cowpie
no.
can potentially buy like a judge for
He
someone
could toss
here.
the op to somebody and pop blades.
That might be the play that they go for here. Who would they toss it to, though?
Giving
it would
the
have
op
to be...
giving the op to Reyna or Breach is like not ideal. I mean, Richie, to be fair, you can just run both. Now you just have double damage, but Rolling Thunder, Blade Storm, full rifles, full armor. Demigods are looking for 9 here.
Yeah, and I think this Reyna ultimate's going to get popped as soon as any sort of indication is given over. But look at this. It's a 4-stack towards A. They're pushing in through halls. Fourleaf going to be the only one who's wiser to this. They know where the wires are now. Fourleaf has used the same setup too much. But it's Richie finding an early pick. And now the blades are popped here. So is the Reyna ultimate. Fourleaf, what can you do? Fourleaf, oh, just misses out on the Leer. And now it's a push forward here. T-Salad going to get that spike down. All comes down to using this ultimate. Melvin, though, he gets his one. Kyle able to turn it back around. It's a 2v4.
Last player
Could end up being huge. That's a 1v4, and now T-Salad, what can you do?
Wow.
Here.
Not enough.
Here.
Richie cleans out the round, and it prevents what could have been a blessing, could have been a curse. It will be the round going in favor of UCI as they get 4 on the defensive half, and now we have to start to look to see what this Reyna can do.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to do with the Reyna, though, and I like that early play, too. Once they got that first pick, because all of them didn't have rifles quite yet, they're like, hey, we're going to challenge whoever else is back here, and we're going to go take a gun in our process. They do a great job to close out the half, because honestly, should have been a 10-2 half to the Demigods. Based off weapon economy, game state, they probably should have walked away with 10, 8-4. Still a very, very strong attack. We do know Fracture is attack-sided, but is UCI going to be able to cook up 9 rounds on this half?
And that's what the challenge is. It's that how much can you bank on this Reyna being so much better on the attacking half than on the defensive half? Yes, she's a second duelist. You are sort of over-investing in that entry part of things, but you still have to make sure you're hitting your shots. And I mean, on the opposite side, you might as well be telling Melvin he's playing Reyna at this point with how many frags he's getting, how often he's opening up the scoring of these rounds. Granted, I like some of those heals at the end. If Jet had a heal on her... Oh my.
Please don't even. Just
we're not even going to entertain it at that point. No, probably going to go ziplining real quick, but it is a 5 stack towards Dish, and nobody is home. What is going on with these Fracture rotations here from both of these teams?
I mean, it's just so tricky to guess what site's going to get hit, though, because usually B, I mean, we see so many times B and A can be hit depending what you want to do. Melvin taking a few shots there. Richie still got 68 HP. There's the Molly, though. Should be able to skirt around that way, and the Molly to answer back the other way. Richie, though, is going to push up and try to take the space. He's going to find the shot, so Koki is going to win that one.
Whoa!
Oh, and Kyle runs into the double shot. He's going to get taken out there, and all of a sudden, Demigods 5v2. They are in complete control.
Last player standing.
Oh, she found 2. She finds a third one here. Fifi, who let her cook here. This is scary stuff. Koki doesn't know where the spike is either. Low HP on both of these members. Koki's going to have to make it happen. But Fifi's done a great job of getting behind enemy lines here. Fifi, are you going to be able to make it happen? Oh, just barely misses out on it. Just buying time. It's the same situation as the first half. Both of them reload in front of each other. But Koki doesn't have time to defuse. This is being a pretty nice clutch coming through from the side of Fifi. Not quite the 1v4 that we were looking at, but nonetheless, they still get the round.
And again, UCI, they're winning rounds in the most dramatic ways possible. Getting thrifties, shutting down huge buys, stealing pistols with 3 seconds left in the round. There's so many of these rounds that could flip either way, and that just shows you how even these teams are and how bad UCI wants to get back in this game and try to even things up.
Yeah, and I mean, Fifi comes up huge there. One of the clips that we took from last week was actually Fifi getting a really nice 4K as well on the breach on Fracture against, I believe it was Oregon State, the Beavers. Was able to find some incredible play there. So, this is one of those maps where maybe you're feeling a little bit more confident. You're able to find some angles for yourself here, but already very quickly up onto B site here. They're scaling up incredibly fast, but look at this. T-Salad left unchecked. Amir left unchecked here. There's 2 members in tower. Can they find anything? The answer is no. T-Salad gets it on the reply, though, with the shorty.
Has a Spectre as well. Gonna hot swap. Walks up, finds the kill. Both weapons a good use there. It's good for a third there. Fifi goes down. Melvin answers with the Sheriff. All of a sudden, 2v1. Melvin has the info of the Vandal Spray. Melvin's going down. He gets the stick. He gets the Thrifty. Cowboy gets the kill, but Demigods, they don't care about all that. They'll take it the Thrifty.
Oh my.
That's their third Thrifty, I think, in the last 2 games.
That was incredibly quick. I mean, Demigod's able to find something out of nothing there. T-Salad, getting the 3K and just sticking the bomb afterwards. Melvin holding down the 1 member, but yes, Cowpie just a little bit too far away. Rushed the play on Melvin just a little bit too much, maybe. That ends up costing them those precious milliseconds there. Now, 9-5 in the lead here for Demigods. They're going to be able to convert and buy up here. It's only Cowpie with that hero rifle, but we've seen what he can do in the past. He's been that hero for the side before. Can he do it again? That's a good start to finding Melvin.
I was going to say, the way this game goes, I'm pretty sure that he gets an ace and that they take the Thrifty.
We don't know at this point. It's so hard to predict what these teams are going to pull through. UCI, though, taking the tunnel. Finding some other angles here. Amir is so oblivious to the amount of members who are about to take control of Arcade.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Amir.
He's got a rifle, but he's going to have to go absolutely giga. Koki, though, instead.
That's how you do it.
Beautiful job with the brim. Finds 2 there. Now they're gonna try to find the swing. Now Amir's gonna get the safety.
He failed out.
They sent the helo to get him to evac him out of there. They're gonna get him out of there. Get him over to safety. Get him a blanket and some food. He's had a long day there.
Yeah, Mom, help me. I'm scared. That's what
I'm
Amir's
pinned down.
falling there. Pinned down under multiple members, but Koki
Smoke's down.
comes around the side, and UCI still trying to execute onto the site. They know that everyone is off of site at the very least, but where exactly are they? T-Salad is aware. Here's the
They are not.
reload. That is a big indicator there.
30
Amir
seconds left.
was able to get him
Nice
back
flash.
there, but Richie able to play off of that breach flash. Breach flash excellently there. The word salad coming down, but
Excellent
T-Salad's
bleach
still
flash.
alive. That stun.
Oh, doesn't stop the plant though.
Yeah, no one is pushed up at this point. They're just sort of waiting their time. They're biding their time, and now all 3 are going to start to come from that arcade side. Kyle, can you find the timing?
I mean, you had 3v3 and you had a lot of time, so it makes sense. You want to stack up your orbital strike to zone off your tower. Koki, free can the round. Orbital to zone off tower. Like I said, T-Salad and Richie making contact over near stairs here. Richie is going to back off a little bit. There's the brim smoke. Time going to start to tick low here. Koki now going to get that
He has
pre-planned
the ult.
molly. Yeah, he does have the ult. Richie, there's the Rolling Thunder going to come through to half. It's not going to get stuck. Going to bump him off there. They're going to have to make a move here. The time is running low. Yeah.
One enemy.
Another
Oh!
concussion though. The aftershock
Last
gets a
player
kill.
standing.
All of a sudden, 1v1 and 1v none. Beefy clutches up again. Nice scoreline.
Yeah, nice scoreline, but I mean, once again, it's a half buy coming through from UCI. They win the round. No one
told
can
you.
hold
Of course they
their
did.
buy rounds, and once again, the economy switches over the opposite side. There's always these comments about, oh, you know, people don't know how to play with Valorant economy. They don't know how to do this. Apparently, it doesn't matter. Apparently, you could just pick sheriffs and you could use your util and you could win the damn rounds. No one knows. The Vandals are overrated. Just go sheriff every round.
And we saw
Sheriff
the
only
orbital
go
strike
mortal.
get invested too from the Demigods. Like they were certain they were going to take that round. It just the way they're trading, maybe they're not finding the 1-for-1s. They're not finding the right timing. They're just maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves. But either way, they still have a 9-6 lead. They're still going to be able to battle their way back with this eco refresh after a round or 2. But now you're looking to make some kind of play. You're looking to push up. Yeah, Melvin taking that early pressure. But Koki going to fall here.
Yeah, and Flo moving forward aggressively here. This is where the Reyna can shine. If she can isolate multiple 1v1s, it can work to your favor. Flo already went 2. 4-Leaf, though, with a nice right click. Going to be able to find that one in return.
Looking for the gun.
Find their gun. Just trying to find that Phantom, because that will actually turn around the tables once again. T-Salad able to adjust the aim on the second shot. And all of a sudden,
Behind them.
this is going to get
Player
interesting.
standing.
Kyle, though, behind. Not able to get that Rolling Thunder down. 4-Leaf, we've seen this situation before. 1v3. Can 4-Leaf do it once again?
Well, I think they know where he is now, so it's going to be a little bit trickier now. And that planted completely in the open. Look at Beefy, has the util ready as well. UCI, they are set up so well for this post fight. This is going to be pretty much an impossible task. The Molly to follow is going to take down one, but not going to be enough. That's going to be UCI battling their way back on this attack side. We have a 2-round deficit now.
Yeah, they've been able to get themselves closer and closer here, winning that pistol and then just trading thrifties back and forth. They're finally able to stabilize on another gun round for themselves. But now we finally get a full buy here in the second half from both of these teams. Melvin with the knives, full buy in quotation marks. And on the flip side, it's going to be actually a full buy from the side of UC Irvine. They're able to hold a lot of those guns going into the next round. But now this is where the economic game starts to fall into a really interesting spot.
Interesting.
Fifi's
Yeah,
going to
it
have
could
enough.
potentially get bad. Yeah.
Yeah, Fifi has enough to buy again and can buy for a homie next round as well, but it's the rest of the team that's really struggling. Alpha has nothing, and here comes the big ultimate that can be so good on this B site, dropping it down that lockdown underneath. So difficult to take down, especially with breaches or the Killjoy buff. For ultimate, you can't just kill it with Aftershock now.
Yeah, you basically need the Hunter's Fury if you're going to take it out. But Sova's not here, so that lockdown will go through. They're going to find the plant trade zone back and forth. That's going to be 2 for UCI.
Whoa.
2 on the round. Trying to work the backside of this Cypher cage. There's the updraft. The blades did get shot off there for the Demigods as well. So, I mean, yeah, not that you have to, but you probably should.
Yeah.
Well, they have the Brim ulti too. Like, there's guaranteed win conditions for UCI where like that bomb is never getting diffused.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It's just incredibly quick how fast that round
Yeah.
turns out. I mean, it takes them 20 seconds to sail up on the site, and immediately Demigods turn tail. The real question is, are UCI going to test themselves? Are they going to tempt fate a little bit here and try and look for some kills on the outset? Because in reality, if you try and overchase a little bit too much, you could get punished for it.
Doesn't
There's
look
going to be a
like it.
nice little Beard Bro reunion here. A little bit of a crossfire. The time ticks down, and I don't think they're going to find anyone.
9-8 game. This series quite literally could not be closer if we had asked. We had, what, 13-11 the first game, then we had 13-9 that game too. So now we're going to see the timeout. Going to see a Demigod timeout coming through. 4Leaf going to rally the troops here, see what they can cook up on this defense. We know Fracture on defense can be very, very hard to play. The buy should be... It's going to be relatively okay for the Demigods, assuming they don't opt for the full save. They have 3 rifles. It's going to be light armor over onto Melvin. The rest of the members, though, not going to be in the best of shapes economically. However, you see Irvine, if they can take this round and maybe get into this next round, this economy is starting to get to that very, very healthy state. They're balancing the ultimates so well, where it's only the lockdown to win the round. It's only the Rolling Thunder to secure the post plant. We're not wasting 2 to 3 ultimates. We're going to space these things out. We're finding Flow these kills. We're getting him in the action now. And so far, they have rallied back in this game in a big way.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. You know, Flo has come alive on this attacking half. You know, Fifi as well has had some incredible plays. It's everyone starting to step up for the side of UCI. On the flip side, you know, Demigods, they've still got themselves very impressive score lines. You know, 4Leaf has started to take a couple more deaths and everything. It was looking really interesting when they're, 11-2 at that point in the game. But, starting to come back down to earth a little bit more here. It's more so that on this offensive side, or on this defensive side, actually, it can actually be harder to play Cypher because there's so many rotations coming down. The main draw to Cypher on attack on Fracture is the fact that you can cover off all of these flanks. And each and every time that they're taking down a tripwire, you say, hey, there's 1 or 2 people over coming through spawn, our spawn, and you can just sort of shut them down from there. But Amir very quickly pushing forward here.
Demigods.
Oh my goodness, they're just trying to close in on them. And now they know that one full side of the map is just clear on both sides, and now they know where everyone else is. But dude,
they got the orb for the overall strike, though.
Not everything that they want here. But now here comes the ultimates the opposite way. Flo gonna drop that down. What can the Reyna do? It all comes down to the same 5v5 retake. T-Salado has it. It doesn't drop everything on site, but no one is there. The orbital strike the opposite way comes down. T-Salad's able to find one as Kyle picks up 1 or 2 on Amir. Cowpie gonna find one in return as well. This retake from Rich is just so challenging. From such a hard angle to hold. They're trying to find anything that they can. It's a very, very slight edge towards the side of UCI. Rich is still hiding in that smoke. What can they find? Back off once again. Melvin, oh man, gets taken down, and Koki gonna be the only one escaping. A big investment from Demigods, and it all goes wrong.
A big investment, and it didn't go wrong. It didn't really go anywhere. They tried a really cheeky play trying to get that spawn side push, but it didn't really go in their favor. However, we might see an engagement here. Cowpie, he takes the rope all the way across. Koki does not notice. I don't think he was taking that rope slow either. He just either did notice, wasn't checking, maybe didn't even think in a billion years that he was maybe hands-off keyboard moment where he thought this guy's not going to push. But either way, 5 weapons down yet again. The buy going to be forced on the backside again. They're going to have light armor on most of these members. At least going to be rifles across the board for the most part. But UCI right now, look at that eco, look at the scoreboard. They are in the driver's seat.
Yep, they are driving. They are surviving. They're doing more than surviving. They are thriving under this pressure now because, yes, we can look at exactly what these buys mean. I mean, Amir has a judge as that full buy. No, never mind. Melvin finds a pick.
We've seen that same fight every single round, whether Melvin wins or loses.
It's the ego plays. It's ego between the two of them. They just want to find that first pick, and this time it's Melvin winning out on it. But yeah, as we mentioned, yes, it's a full buy coming through from the side of Demigods as much as the judge is a little bit of the off-kilter one. It can work in some isolated situations. It's more so that UCI can afford to do more of those at this point. Flo, though, gonna push forward with those Leers, but PP is able to strike back. All of a sudden, oh my goodness, T-Salad just finds 3.
UCI down quick, fast, in a hurry. Richie, the timing on the flash. Amir getting caught with his hand in his pocket there. Richie, though, finds that kill in tower. 3 members of Demigod still on the backside of site here. That spike, though, look where that thing is. No man's land.
In Demigod's land at that. 4Leaf able to find the last kill there. Very strong response from the side of Demigods.
Huge.
And it's massive that they're able to get that because it takes some of the wind out of the sails. It takes the momentum. This momentum has gone back and forth. It has been impossible to gain any sort of momentum in your favor at any point in time, it feels like, because Demigods came into the half up 8-4. They have won 2 rounds since. UCI traded Thrifties back and forth. It just feels as if momentum is such a luxury here. And any schisms in that, anything that eschews away at it will turn the tides of this game. Of course, Demigods would be very happy to take this map. This is UCI's map pick. This is what they wanted to play. This is what they wanted to force Demigods back onto. yet still, it has not been made easy. These teams are so neck and neck.
Oh, Aftershock. That's a lot of damage. He's going to find the kill, actually. Koki's going to go down. Fifi, early entry, Flow, down to 11 HP. Potentially find that headshot, and that heal is going to be suppressed, though. These other two members not looking too healthy right now, but no matter. They're going to find the plant. Here's the post plant, though. The fragment grenade. Not going to find anything quite yet. Melvin with the updraft, trying to take that high ground spot. Fifi, though, the timing. Melvin's going to get bumped off. He's going to updraft to safety, though. And Kyle's going to pick off 2-3, make it.
Do they know where Melvin is?
Ripped apart. Melvin is on top, though. They got a drop on him now, and Flo takes him down. The play from Kyle, though. 3K spray and a 10-10 deadlock.
Oh my. And I mean, that Breach ultimate from Fifi almost messed up the side of UCI there because it knocked Melvin into space. Dude was visiting Astra up there. He was so high up, and he just updrafts off of that, able to land onto stairs. And, you know, there was 3 members looking the opposite way, but unfortunately not able to get all those transfers across. And now Demigods, they are hurting at this point. T-Sal is going to be holding a hero Bulldog. Even still, you're going to need more than a hero to clutch this round out. As we've mentioned, it's just so back and forth. These teams are so even in terms of everything at this point.
Except for the buy this round.
Except for that buy, as you mentioned, yes.
Smoke's down.
Blade Storm. Potentially be that equalizer, however. They're going to have to go absolutely huge. Richie playing with fire there. Clear leaves that Molly. Flow good for 1, good for 2. Going to get the overheal as well. The dash, the shots. Koki. 2 back the other way all of a sudden. Make it 3. The Sheriffs. Down the law over here. Out by answers. Oh my goodness. Koki has 3 on the round. Adam, another thrifty. Surely.
Surely not.
Surely.
Oh man, they pick up the rifles as well now.
Oh, man.
Fifi.
Look what the spike is too.
It's,
no.
Oh man, every single time we just win your buy rounds.
They both have rifles. It's all
Fifi.
timing.
Thrifty.
Oh,
Can't
4K.
isolate.
The Brim's thrifty 4K for Koki. This game has had everything for everyone you could ever ask for. Now, the ultimate's still going to be online for UCI. The buy definitely going to be healthy. They're gonna listen. UCI has generational wealth. Until overtime, there will be no shortage of rifles, full armor, you name it. They're going to be able to buy it. They're going to have it. Take out that line of credit. They're going to be able to afford whatever they want. Demigods. Actually, the money has gotten decent on 2 of these members. Koki and Amir, I think, have survived the last 2-3 rounds. So the money has actually gotten way more decent than I thought. They should. Both of these teams, honestly, I think we're going to see full buy still overtime should that, come around.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to accrue themselves a hefty amount of wealth in their favor. Their net worth has increased tenfold over the last couple of rounds here. And I think Koki as well, just the value to the team as well has started to increase here. Koki finding that clutch there. Usually going to be one of those members who's just doing the smokes, dropping them down, setting up for the rest of the team, not really having the chance to shine. But multiple times this game, even last game, Koki on this Sheriff has been so lethal. And it's just ridiculous to see these players able to find these clutches. The skill is so even at that point where weapon advantage does matter to an extent. And Koki says he doesn't care. He's going to hit you in the head with that Sheriff, and you're going to fall down. And it's just the slimmest of margins. You need these clutch performances from members to be able to secure yourself a victory. UCI this time going to split through B. Might be sniffed out just a little bit here because there's a 3 stack. And B main is going to get bloody in a hurry here.
Yeah, this might be sniffers for Demigods here. Melvin gonna be the first one to entry. Getting some shots through. KJ turret in the Brim smoke. Looks like no chip damage going through. Once again, the Demigods trying for that early aggression play, though.
They get the orb, and that's the main thing. They now have a Breach ultimate unlocked. They've got the Cypher ultimate.
At this stage of the game, it's huge to play for those orbs, yeah.
Any orbs that you get are going to be massive. Flow is one off as well, but 4Leaf might sniff this out.
So they don't want to they don't want to throw away anything right now. It's so late in the game. Like, that's a duel that we probably would have seen when it was 6-6.
Yeah. We would have seen it 3 rounds ago even, but now it's so close. There is barely anything separating these teams. Melvin might feel the ground rumbling just a little bit here. Needs to be careful of their angles. Are they going to over-rotate out? Oh my goodness. This could be so devastating.
Arcade. Lockdown going to get invested underneath once more. Trying to clear out this B site. Only Melvin on B, though. He's going to have to get out of here somehow. He's going to find one. He might be stuck in no man's land, though. He can maybe get to the jet. However, he does at least get back to his teammates. That detain, not going to be anything. Yeah, the orbital strike, though. Melvin might be caught out here. He's not going to get out in time. The detain and the orbital strike actually combo perfectly. So it looked like a lockdown that maybe didn't get the most value. All of a sudden, you find the kills. The post plant setup is there as well.
Yeah, but no one checked on Flo here. Flo finds one. And Kyle finds another one. Koki, can you do it again? Do you have the clutch gene? And you know, Kyle gonna make sure it is all down to one here. Amir on top of the Killjoy Molly. He's gonna need to make something crazy happen. That's one way to start it out. But Cowpie and Flo holding down those long angles. Amir gonna opt to save once again. Jobin, it just does not give up. These teams continue to go back and forth. Cypher is uploading, but he's dead.
I mean, listen, that's cloud storage, right?
Saving it for next turn. He's gonna spot them out and spawn when he spawns.
It's like Wingman. Another Gecko reference.
Man, Wingman's so cute.
Come on, I need the Wingman, the statue, like the plushie, as soon as that comes out. I know that.
As soon as that, we're gonna be Wingman fan club here. Yeah. It's official. Kyle might be checking up on the homie Paul Delman over there as well, getting all the good luck charms that you can, because when it's 11 to 11. There's nothing separating these teams at this point. The only thing really is that Demigods need to win this round, because
I'll say if Demigods lose this, they're going to lose this map. Yeah,
it's going to be really difficult. But then again, these Thrifties have come through time and time again. Nothing is a guarantee.
I know.
These teams have the grit about them, and this 4 stack towards Arcade and the 3 stack from Dish on the opposite side is going to just lead to a big crunch. Can UCI hold the line, though? Flo already pushing forward here, dropping the end, Chris. DT is planted. Cowpie finds one. Oh, the spray doesn't work! Flo gets caught out, but Kyle finds another one. They're trading back and forth. It's a 3v3. But look at what's available. Koki has that orbital strike if he so desires.
They're not set up now. There's the Nano Swarm. T-Solid trying to work backside here. One Nano now. Richie does take out 4-Leaf. Richie still has that Blade Storm as well. Diffuse is going to get started. Trying to get to the half here at least. T-Style is going to get half. There's no way he sticks this. There's no way they're not going to check it. They don't check the bomb. 3 members up. They don't check the spike. The Blade Storm was up. They had everything up, and they don't get it. However, the buy of Demigods is going to be completely, probably shambolic. Actually,
they might be able to pull it off just by buying a round.
That round, absolutely worth. I mean, yeah, you had to win the round, or they were screwed either way. So, like, that Demigods, that's a theft.
That's a neural theft at that. They pulled it right out of their brains.
And they have the orbital, and UCI could play for an orb for orbital. I would expect Kyle to actually try to play for an orb here.
Oh my goodness.
Otherwise, they have nothing, and they're not going to get, like, unless DT gets a 3K, they're not going to have anything.
And the thing is, it's once again, out of nowhere, a round gets pulled out by one of these teams. And it's down to the wire. Demigods, they would love to get away with murder here. They want to get away with that theft. Now, orbital strikes on both sides. The skies will rain down no matter what on this round, but it really just depends. The ring out tower already fully not even there. They get a whole lot of value out of him. Almost found it, and he finds one onto Kyle. That's one taken off the board. Amir finds another one. Now Koki cooking it up.
Spike! Look where the spike is!
Does they have
it's
a
in
spike
tower!
Too?
It's in tower! And they have the orbital to zone still. Oh, Demigods, this is yours to lose. Flo though, good for one.
There's no orbital strike
Exactly
left.
What they need. Oh my goodness, that's the key pick. Koki's down. Now with the UCI, you have a very, very good chance. You still have to make a couple plays here. Amir takes down Cowpie. That's so crucial. Now you have the numbers disadvantage. Flo, though, enters back. Gets dismissed. Sends the flash. But T-Solid and Amir get picks at the same damn time. And the Demigods run over to the map pick of UCI. They take it 13-11 in a series that has only been decided by, I think, 8 rounds in 3 games.
Oh my goodness. This is down to the wire here with these two teams. They are neck and neck. The scoreboard speaks for itself. The top 2 fraggers of that game are on the UCI side. It is just, there is nothing separating these teams at this point.
Look how even that scoreboard is, though, top to bottom. That thing is like dead even.
Yeah, and we'll get a look at all those stats afterwards. It is probably one of the best games that these two teams have played here. And my goodness, what a fantastic close to that one for Demigods. They find a round out of nowhere through a stick it through by T-Solid. And Demigods, they have a chance. They are on, LA point. They're on CVAL Finals point here. Once again, they've had it snatched from their hands before. And my goodness, they are looking to get that back.
But that being said, we will have to come back and play out map 4 in just a few minutes. CVAL West lower bracket action continues in just a few.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant Collegiate West lower finals, where Demigods once again one map away for qualifying for CVAL finals. Once again, I am Radam alongside Jobin. We've been on this journey together for so long, and Demigods have had it snatched away from them not once, not twice, but 3 times already. They've had 3 chances at this, and they are looking for revenge. Oh. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's Demigods playing UCI's game. This is what we talk about when we say that these stats will lie about how close or how far apart these games are, because it's so there's nothing separating these teams at this point. They are coming down to their just how it happens. The rounds have to just play out, and they happen as they happen. Whatever ends up going down is what they have to deal with. And Demigods, they've been dealing with a lot. They dealt with a lot on that defending half there. They had to hold the line for an excessive amount of time, it feels like, but yet they still come away with that win. And it all comes down to round 23, I think, with that one defuse that TSL just says, hey, I'm going to forget about everything. I'm just going to stick it. No. Yeah, it's 100 ACS from top to bottom on the scoreboard there. It is so close on both of these sides. And, now that we're going to map 4 here, we have to think about what team can come through in the clutch. Who has that extra clutch gene? Because it seemed as if last weekend, Demigods didn't quite have that clutch gene for themselves. They took away what they knew themselves was a massive opportunity there. But yet, now we get a different series, a different team, a different map pool for them. They're going to have to make it happen any way that they can, because they're going to Haven and they're going to feel really good. I mean, looking at these replays, it's just so dead even in every single one of these rounds. Each and every time, it is just a bloodbath going both ways.
Yeah, it was so many times where we're shoulder to shoulder, he jumping kills with the shorty. It was so many instances of half of a second, half of a pixel being the difference between living and dying. I mean, just especially talking with that diffuse, which I think we may show a little bit later, like, so close to having such impact on so many different occasions. You see those wild 3-4-man swings. UCI, they wanted to take the fight to Demigods, and they did so in such a good fashion. The only thing is, getting off to that 8-4 start on defense, yes, you're probably going to lose on defense on Fracture, but you would have rather try to have that 7-5, maybe try to break the sticks. Yeah, this is the way, I mean, just one of them. Steal just did not get off of it. Cowpie just took a little bit too long on the rotation. Maybe if that Vandal spray is 3 bullets less, he finds that rotation and gets that kill. So many little things. But now, your UCI, forget all that. You have one more map potentially to try to close things out, and you're going to the Demigods pick.
Yeah, it's this one right here. T-Sal just sticks it, and Fifi does what she can there, but it's just a little bit too late. And T-Sal just able to clean up the round, and that was pivotal because it was afforded them enough credits to go into that next round, still having a bye. It afforded them a little bit more to play with. And then finally, it just comes down to 2 picks at the exact same time. Yeah. We didn't even see either of them on our screen. We were blinded by the rain of flash just as much as they were. So no matter what, though, it just comes down to these X factors. And I mean, we talk about these as sort of this abstract in a sense where you're like, oh, what defines an X factor? And it's really hard to define in these situations, but it comes down to a lot of that clutch gene, and it comes down to being able to keep your composure under pressure and keep your words sounding the proper way as well for us in this situation as well. But nonetheless, they need to just find something to push them over the edge. And for the side of UCI, it really needs to come through from multiple sources, because they're going onto a map where Demigods dominated. They looked so good on Haven last time around. We thought that the UCR losing Haven was going to be that straw that broke the camel's back. If Demigods can repeat that performance once again, it looked like it was. Yeah, and if they can repeat that performance, then they're going to be just flying through once again. So UCI need to bring their A games here on Haven.
Yeah, what's the saying? Like, once an accident, twice is a pattern, something like that. The Demigods are going to try to replicate that Haven performance. This time, though, that's the thing now. They've gone through that best of 5 last week where things didn't go their way. They got to this point, and they failed to close the deal. They even had an extra chance last week and still let it slip through their fingers. I just find it hard to believe they're going to do the same here. I wouldn't be surprised to see us go to a map 5 if UC Irvine can really get things going and get things together. But Demigods, now that they smell blood in the water, and based on what I've seen today, especially from someone like Melvin, who maybe had a good week last week, but didn't have that insane, pop off, like performance like staple game. He had that earlier in the series. The rest of the team feels like it's filling out really well around him as far as kills and utility. So I think Demigods are probably going to close it out this map. But when we end up going to break and coming back for map 5 later, you can say I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, it really just comes down to if demigods are going to fight their inner demons. You know, there's always, in Greek mythology, there's always that one sort of crux to every single situation. There's always the
Achilles heel.
story to be going through. It's Icarus flying too close to the sun and falling back down to earth. It's Persephone getting a little bit too close down there in the underworld and then being stuck there for half of the life. So it's all of these little parables that end up flipping the tables here. And for demigods, was last week their crux? Was that the situation where they can grow off of that and they can show us here that they are ready to play, they are ready to stay, and they want to get to those CVAL finals? And of course, we don't have the answers to that yet. We will find out after this map if they have that dog in them, basically.
Yeah, these stories are yet to be written. And that's the fun thing too, is like all these teams, like they're like we said in the West, there was like no auto qualifications. All these top seeds, they got knocked off. All the teams that didn't necessarily have to play their way through CVAL, they're not around anymore. It's all this new blood, all these fresh faces that have maybe been around the Valorant scene. They've gotten far in CVAL, but they haven't gotten quite to this point. And that's the thing. The demigods, the pressure has now ramped up. Like now we are in the final, we're in the 8th to 9th inning here of this game. We're getting down to the nitty gritty. And based on, I mean, like I said, 8 rounds have decided 3 games so far in this series. While I expect demigods to win this map, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a 13-9, 13-10, but it's going to come down to, can UCI get off to a fast start? Because when they do, they have played so well. They play really, really well when they're ahead. When they fall very, very far behind, they seem to have a hard time kind of like climbing every last rung of the ladder. They get pretty far up there, but that one last thing, you know, someone steps on their hand, it's like the Lion King, you know, Mufasa and thing, you just fall off there like Scar. Yeah, just down into the wildebeest. So they got close, but just fell off.
Yeah, and I think another major factor behind that is that, specifically on Fracture, Demigods went up 6-0 to start off that map. They started off on such a hot streak, and afterwards they cooled down. I mean, you take a look at that afterwards, UCI was the better team from that point forward, but it's that slow start. You know, they started out a little bit too lethargic there, and it cost them handsomely in that regard as well. So it just depends on if UCI can come out of the gate swinging, if they can maybe find themselves a pistol round, start the game off strong, and if they can take Demigods, get them to trip once again, get them to trip on the Cypher wire, get them to sort of scrape their knees a little bit there, get them to have to fight for each and every round, make them sweat a little bit more, because I'm sure that it's on their minds as well. And I would advise Demigods players, don't listen to us right now. We're trying to build this storyline, but on their shoulders right now is the weight of a reverse sweep from last week, is the weight of potentially not making it despite everyone predicting them to make it this far. And I'm sure that Melvin will not accept it. Once again, he is going to be the player that I want to watch this time, because there's those performances. There's the MJ flu game and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
This is going to be that caliber where Melvin's like, listen, I want to get to those CVAL finals. I will stop at nothing. And either he's going to pop off and get like 50 kills or something ridiculous like that, or we're going to get a situation where that weight is just a little bit too much. The flu game doesn't happen because MJ is actually just puking in the corner. He can't even get on the court. You know, there's all of these different scenarios that could happen in that regard.
Hopefully hopefully it's more like Jordan's flu game, not when they pulled Paul Pierce off the court in the wheelchair. That one might not be necessarily as good. The Jordan flu game would be a little bit better of one there, but Haven going to be that next battleground. I'm expecting to see Melvin still on the jet, probably going to see dueling jets on either side, but I'm curious if we're going to see any kind of wrinkles, any kind of adaptations, because we saw in Fracture, 2 very, very different ideas. The Reyna, like I said, I don't think the Reyna was a bad pick. I would have expected to see the Reyna on something like a Haven or something like an Ascent. Well, not Ascent probably because the meta's locked in, but maybe somewhere like Lotus. A Haven, somewhere like a Pearl. Lotus, especially if we ended up going there, if we had if Lotus came up in rotation. So the Agent, I want to see if there's going to be any variation on Haven. I don't believe, I guess we'll see what side each team starts on. I believe, I'm not sure. I'm guessing if the Demigods pick the, you say probably going to start attack here. So get to that 7 at least on attack, because like you said, Fracture, if they go down 4-2 instead of 6-0, they got thrifty twice. Who's to say they don't go on that crazy run in the second half and win the game? You got to make sure you start out, because if the Demigods get out to a 4-5-0 run, the win might be taken out of UCI sales, and that shit might be going into an iceberg.
Yeah, and I think it's about that determination as well. It's about even just your staying power in the scene. You know, it's a long game. You know, playing one game of Valorant can take the wind out of people's sails at that. You know, you're playing 4-5 extremely competitive games at that, where each and every time that you're clutching, you're popping off, and each and every time that you're, you know, choking something out, you are shaking after the play. We've seen it time and time again from players at the highest level. You know, significant memory for me. The first live event I went to, LCS Finals in 2016 in Toronto. It's where, you know, the Jensen Echo, he messes up his ultimate and he's just shaking after. You can see every nerve in his body just breaking down at that. That is what some of these players are feeling, because this is their pinnacle. This is their LCS Finals. This is their world that they want to try and conquer. But we're not going to be conquering any worlds yet. We're going to head to a quick break here while we solve some tech problems, but we will be right back after that. And a quick PC restart later. We are getting into Haven here. Right into Agent Select we go. Demigods on champion, or on not championship point at least.
You almost got to the end of the stream.
Points. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Almost caster cursed them again there. But nonetheless, we got these picks coming through. Demigods going to be starting off on that defensive side, but these comps look eerily similar to what we've seen in the past. And interestingly enough, it's Flow playing on Haven here as opposed to Platinum. You would have maybe expected to see Platinum come through once again. Maybe that would have been a difference maker. Interesting to see that they're sticking with the same roster. Granted,
imagine he locks Reyna again.
Yeah, we don't know the machinations, the inner machinations of the UCI team and what they opt to go for. But yeah, these comps look very, very similar. They are the exact same.
Yeah, I mean, well, Haven and Ascent kind of one and the same on what you usually like to play. Haven especially, like, these are two of the maps, right? As the map gets older, I think the meta gets more set in stone. You know, you can't teach an old dog new trick, something along those lines. So we're going to see a lot of these same agents on Haven. Honestly, though, expected to see these five. Probably a good that we are seeing these mirror comps. This is probably the best five for Haven. This is going to be the best shot. And UCI, this is potentially your last shot at that grand final. You're down 2-1 right now. You're going to the Demigods map pick. This is going to be your last chance, potentially, to lock your ticket to the finals.
Yes, you have to try and hold the line if you are UCI here. Demigods have come out firing in maps 2 and 3. Yeah. Yes, you were able to take them down to open up on Pearl, but even then it wasn't easy. It was nowhere close to easy. There is a +4 round differential towards the side of Demigods across these 3 games, as you were talking about. It is so neck and neck in between these two teams. The first kills are probably
West has actually been insane. Like, I can't wait to look at the bracket after the entire split's over.
And this region has just constantly produced incredible performance after incredible performance. Individual team, no matter what. Down to the wire here, but already a quick execute in here. Cowpie gonna start to spray down. Runs out of bullets there. Here is able to turn it up, and Garage is just becoming a mass graveyard for all of these teams. Everyone is going down to the ground, and Flo gonna be the only one left to tell the tale. And even then, Melvin is on the hunt there. 1 shot, 1 kill, 1 round for the side of Demigods.
That is a beautiful start, and that is exactly what I'd like to see out of Haven. That 5-man pistol fiesta. Everybody ends up dropping in Garage, but either way, the Demigods, they're going to take that pistol, and this is when we start to see it. They want to try to get that death ball comp. Compared to like it's like a death ball comp in Overwatch, like a Brig, a Wrecking Ball. Just basically, we're going to mobilize, walk forward at you, and we're going to try to get this thing going. So far, they find that first round on pistol, see if they can keep this momentum to spiral.
Yeah, and look at the purchase from Melvin as well, opting to not buy anything, just stay with that Sheriff, and looking to buy an Operator round 3. Meanwhile, he can teach 4-Leaf a new trick. Unfortunately, he says, no, I'm not going to do that. Just going to drop that Ares spray down through Garage, but very quickly onto site here. Flo taking a lot of damage. Amir literally on the opposite side of this smoke. There are so many members, and the spray down from 4-Leaf comes down. Koki now arriving on the scene. It is just falling to the ground, member after member. They've got nothing to fear here to the side of Demigods.
Good.
Alpine, though, might be cooking something up. Not going to quite be enough. Koki finds another couple of kills. And just like that, within a minute and a half, these 2 rounds have just flown by, and Demigods out to a 2-0 lead.
It's okay. This game's gonna end up like 12-12 anyway, so we'll have the full rounds. Listen, I will say in the break too, we talked so much about just like Demigods are, we think they're gonna win, but who knows what's gonna happen? And we had like a minute-long monologue with a bunch of jokes. So we're just like, this game is either gonna go one way or the other, and we're gonna, be feeling one type of way or the other. But either way, Demigods up 2-0. Now we're going to see this buy coming through for UCI Irvine. 5 rifles. Going to see the Ares still on 4-Leaf. T-Salad. Lone Ranger on the Sheriff.
Look at where they're pushing up. It's just a 4-stack through A here. They're going to take so much control of this map already. All of these strategies are just coming through as something a little bit different from what we saw from them last time around.
Yeah.
They're not going back to the exact same strategies. They are the old dog that are learning new tricks here. And what is T-Salad even looking at?
I mean, listen, who knows?
He's trying to find a lineup. There's 100% a lineup there.
Oh, with our cover, Cloudburst. 1-for-1 trade. That's going to be pretty good, though. Bulldog for Phantom there. I mean, not the end of the world. There's the Owl Drone, Amir. Trying to get a tag there. Don't think... Yeah, I'm not sure he actually got one there. Oh, yeah, Amir in the Sova. See, this agent... This is the thing with these maps, too, right? Everything can be agent-dependent, map-dependent. You see these players swapping off different agents. Now we're going to see the C hit. Looks like it's going to come through. UCI have a lot of space to operate on here. It's going to be a 4v4 retake. Demigod's going to make their way over here.
Spike planted.
I mean, you can just see sort of the agent diversity. A lot of these players will just sort of flex around. Amir has been that
especially a Sova. Like, Sova's usually like a specialist.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why we've seen, Platinum slot in certain spots as well. Flo this time going to be pulling out the Sova. Nice enough coming through for
that dart.
Sort of oh my goodness, Melvin!
He dies because of it.
Just is able to catch it. He was watching the dart. He was like, hey, how do I get that lineup? Melvin finds another one as well, and now 4-Leaf just holding it down in the line with the Ares, the power of the God of War, trying to hold him down. Melvin has 8 HP and a Dream. Alpine doesn't have a whole lot of health in the inventory as well. Melvin, you've got a chance here. 3 kills. Will Fifi find it? Yes, she will. Just a stray bullet, as you mentioned. It's a 3K for Fifi to close that one out. UCI finally get on the board.
But expensive. 4 members did go down, and even though that Demigods did, like, a fair investment, they got the Bulldog, they had a couple rifles there. The fact they're able to take out 4 kills there, at least make that competitive, still going to be a nice round for them. However, UC Irvine, they're going to force right back up. They're going to go light armor instead. Not going to be full util, I don't think. It looks like Calpie missing some nano swarms, at least for the time being. So they're not going to have a full util arsenal. Melvin already on the Bladestorm, though.
Yeah, and that's incredible to see from Melvin. Once again, just coming out of the gates, firing on all cylinders. That last round, they still had a Sheriff. Melvin, yep, there we go. Finding a kill on the flow immediately as the gates drop there.
Look where he died, too. He pushed up C long. Look where that kill is.
It was above. He just updrafted it up.
I think I was going to say, I think he went,
it's
like, insane.
Melvin's cooked. Melvin wants to win this. I mean, we've talked about this player for so long. They are one of the most gifted players that we have in the entire West region, albeit all of Seed. And they refuse to lose. They felt that heartbreak last week, and they do not want to have that repeat itself once again. Look, he didn't even updraft the first time. He finds another one.
And he got a refresh again. 4-Leaf gets a headshot on Richie, too. Melvin taking control. He said, you reverse sweep nothing. Trying to take over this game nice and early. The rest of the team supplementing him beautifully. They're going to keep 4 members alive. And now UCI. Let's see this buy.
Melvin has enough for an off this round as well. Yep, exactly what we expected. Going right for the
Sheriff
operator.
in the Bladestorm. That's how you do it.
And
I mean, granted,
it's-
you get wait from some other stuff to
Yes.
happen, but
yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's Melvin actually
Oh,
walking
he's
away
slowed
from it. Yeah,
Honestly,
he's gonna go. I want to
defense Jet on Haven very good with the op, but because they're in like such like, strong control of the game right now, like they don't need the op for this round. They have pistols, right? Like just take a rifle. That way, if they do wide swing a corner, you can very easily trade. If you miss an op shot and they swing with a shorty or a pistol, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, of course. Looking at the opposite side, Fifi has that Rolling Thunder up and available. Just needs to call down the Storm at will. And they're sort of
Lockdown
looking
too?
out. Yeah, there's lockdown available on four. Yeah, we're locked down on that side. Four Leaf is a couple points away on that side as well.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, you can just see them holding these angles. The side of UCI, they don't want to overforce here. They want to try and find fights on their terms. And T-Salad actually dodging away from that dart, sitting at the back of sight here. Flo's going to clear that out with a shock dart. And now here comes the stun down. Richie stunned all the way up. and T-Salad capitalizes, finds two. T-Salad calls his own number, and Melvin finds another couple. My goodness.
Oh, Kyle.
Demigods, they are coming to play. We said this map might end up close, but my goodness, the momentum that is building on the side of Demigods is already suffocating the side of UCI.
Yeah, eye test. I love how the Demigods look right now, and I actually like that play from UCI. They played up super far, expecting the Demigods to almost push out early on spawn. They've been playing super aggressive on that defensive side, so like, okay, we're gonna sit back. We can maybe bait Melvin, maybe bait one or two of these guys into giving us a rifle. Then we can try to get this Rolling Thunder, maybe set up the lockdown, try to get this execute going. But it doesn't end up going that way. Now we're going to see this full buy coming through for both sides. Once again, Demigods, though, this economy slowly starting to creep up to very rich territory. 4Leaf, a little bit less for cash, but the rest of these members have more than enough to support that. And if you're the UC Irvine, these next two rounds are going to be absolutely key. You're going to have all your ultis and your best weapons you're going to have. So you have to make sure you take one out of the next two.
Yeah, and I mean, the one good thing about this situation for UCI is that they use their timeout. They're planning around using multiple of these ultimates this round.
I want to see how they set up an attack after the timeout, though. This will tell me a lot about this game.
And I think that it's probably going to be towards this A site, I want to say, because that Killjoy ultimate is very difficult to take down from there. You know, there's no real consistent way for them to sort of clear that out, especially considering Demigods don't have any ults up. But look at how close they are. 1 point off of the Rolling Thunder, 1 point off of the From the Shadows, 1 point off of that lockdown. The only one who's sort of far away is Amir, and that's why the lockdown gets so much more value, because there is no way for that Sova ultimate to just nullify the whole ordeal. Flow's also 1 point off of their own ultimate, so there's multiple avenues to which, you know, they can find a way in here to scan onto multiple members. Though Kyle though takes down T-Salad.
Yeah, that's a huge punish. That's going to be Rolling Thunder off the board, especially Melvin. Maybe trying to get a little bit aggressive here. The turret though should be covering the backside. He's just on the other side of that door frame though, so gonna block him just enough there. Cloudburst dash. They're gonna get on site now. Amir, Melvin, and Koki though, and Amir, good for two. Oh, the sight hit. Richie gonna get one back. However, ooh, sprayed on through the box. Richie gonna get some damage there. Look at Melvin's health though, very low.
Yeah, Richie is
Still
just
alive,
on
though.
shoulder to shoulder with Amir on this opposite side, but it's the numbers
Melvin.
advantage each and every time.
He's got
Melvin?
great timing. He's got it. He has to. Sure.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah.
Last player standing.
Amir has it instead. Yeah, you don't even need him as Flow. Able to get it onto site, catches an eye on Melvin though. Melvin, what can you do here? 12 HP. Waiting on 4Leaf to come back him up as well. 4Leaf coming around the corner here. Do you have the aim? Sprays going back and forth. Not a lot of damage. Oh my goodness.
We'll call that information collection. Melvin thinks he's gonna find that headshot.
Yeah, I think so, but 4Leaf instead finds the wall bang. And off of the back of that timeout, it does not matter. 4Leaf continues to be impressive throughout this series. And now, all of a sudden, that ultimate economy that UC Irvine had well in their favor last round, not so much the case this time around, because Amir's one off. Melvin's going to be the only one who's nowhere close. Everyone else has their ultimate available, but the thing is, it's different when you have 3 versus 0 ultimates versus 5 versus 3 ultimates. And now UCI need to make something happen with these ults, because else you're just giving another round away, and this is a save round, so maybe they don't even opt to use them this time.
That's the thing. It's so tricky to when to make the call. There's the Blaze Storm. I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2 ults. Melvin though, he says, "Hey Richie, that's out of my playbook. I've done that one before." He's gonna get tagged down though. There's the aftershock. Melvin lucky to escape with this life, but he does find that first frag at least.
Yeah, and it's those distant nerfs on the Spectre from a couple of patches ago. Flow gonna find Koki though, so at least they're finding a little bit of agency. Flow gets taken down by 4Leaf, and that Spike still stuck in Garage. Melvin though, fearless as ever, just peeking through the smoke.
Oh,
Fifi's just gonna walk out. The timing on that. Oh my goodness.
oh, good timing on that owl drone. Kyle takes out T-Solid 3v3. And again, Melvin's still 1 bullet, 2. Kyle.
Oh.
Nice wide TP there all the way over to A. Cowpie gonna find the kill on Amir. They're gonna
One
go for the
enemy
B plant.
remaining.
Oh,
Backside rotation. Cowpie though, beautiful shot. Now A wide open. Only 1 member left being 4-leaf. This should be an A hit. Should be plant.
yeah, and 4-leaf. You can try and look for some heroics here. Realistically, with the economy and the state that it's in, I don't think 4-leaf should shy away from this play at all. I think they can go for it. They can look for some sort of clutch play, but what can you do about it? Can you find and isolate these 1v1s? 4-leaf's done it before, though. 4-leaf has
They're
been
stacked up
incredibly impressive.
pretty well right now though.
Yeah, they've got a little totem pole underneath there. 4-leaf. Oh,
What?
that's okay. There's one.
No one. Full health still. Rolling Thunder, or not Rolling Thunder, Concussion. Now, I would not be opposed to the save now at this point. You're probably not going to get to the threes. Okay, I guess that's a thrifty.
Yeah, and we talked about how key those thrifties can be for either side. It's just sort of just a force through B site, just trying to find these really close range fights and take these share fights to them. But now the operator is finally picked up by the side of Melvin. 4 ultimates on the side of Demigods. Now this ultimate economy is so heavy in Demigods' favor, as well as the normal economy. You know, Demigods still have enough to buy once again after this.
Yeah, up 5-2 right now. They're going to want to try to start to snowball this league because now if they could really start to push the pace here, like we said, if you can get to that 8 or 9 mark at the half, yes, theoretically the other team could flip you back the other way, but you're giving yourself such an advantage. Then all you need is pistol, maybe the bonus. Amir takes down Flo. That is a huge pick. Sova down too. That's massive.
Yeah, and Melvin's still in this operator, fearless as ever. Won't catch that push forward from Cowpie, but might sniff it out.
Oh, he does.
Melvin never misses, man. This guy is on
Come
fire.
on. He don't miss.
It's ridiculous from Melvin at this point, and of course, continuing to find picks for Demigods. And the crazy thing is, they found these 2 picks, not even an ultimate used. They have not even sniffed that out. And Kyle, here's that one swarm grenade, gonna take their time pushing through garage. They know at least one is there. But look at how many retake tools they have. The breach ultimate should be enough to clear out this B-site if necessary.
They have, literally everything they need. They barely had to use any util. They found 2 immediate picks just for gun skill. Now you're just sitting back. We have everything to play into this retake.
Oh, Kyle.
Oh, the shrouded step
Last
time.
player
So
standing.
unlucky for Lee, but Amir. Gonna give you for 1 though. Spray transfer for 2. A little bit of something going on here now. A couple guns off the board at least.
30 seconds left.
Oh, gonna fake that one though. The flash, the timing, and of course Melvin hits the wall bang. Of course.
Of course. You know,
Of all the,
might
I
as
thought the
well.
Phantom Spray was coming. No, wall bang off. That's fine. We'll do this instead.
You know, you might as well if you're flexing that hard. And once again, they find the round with no ultimates. I'm gonna keep saying that because it is
I'm
ridiculous.
impressed.
It's impressive.
And that's the thing. There's lots of game left, but the way the game has looked, Demigods right now looking to me like they're in like full control. The only thing is though, things happen. We just saw Thrifty, and you know,
Time for a
we've seen
field
enough in our
test.
days to understand.
Yes, and I mean it's never too early. It's never too late to say never in that sense.
We can have healthy concerns without being panicked.
Yes, and I think that there are some healthy concerns for the side of UCI because a lot of these rounds have sort of flown by. It hasn't really felt like they're close in any regard. The only one that was that situation is when 4-leaf was trying to clutch out a 1v3. And that seems to be the only situation where Demigods have really been sweating in that regard. Yes, there was the buy round that was going the opposite way. Yes, you know, there's certain rounds that are expected to go one way or the other. Yes, though.
No Hunter Shuri. Just gonna opt to let it go.
Use it.
I mean, to be fair, why? What is such a weird push though? The lockdown is not useless, but Melvin has to get off site actually. He's gonna get detained. I think a 3rd time he's been detained this series. The aftershock, or concussion rather. There's the Rolling Thunder now. Melvin still detained. Gonna be undetained there in a moment. Still has an operator. Shrouded step. Koki takes down Flo. That's gonna be Sova down. Rolling Thunder went to their site. Their feet gets snagged up there by the paranoid. That's beautiful timing. Koki finds 3. Flawless for the Demigods. Like you said, they barely take a bullet. They play 5v5 and barely take a bullet.
It is one shot that lands on Koki that entire round, and it's just Demigods isolating these down. And one ult, and they have so much still in their favor. It feels too good to be true.
I will say, that's like Giga Chad to not like burn the Hunter's Fury on the lockdown going, hey, I think we can catch them pushing in on B and I can kill 3 with the Hunter's Fury instead another round.
And it's this gumption, it's this composure, it's this confidence, almost this arrogance coming through from the side
That's
of
what we saw
Demigods in
last
their
week, though, right?
gameplay.
When they were up 2-0, like, they looked like this team. And UCR played like actual gods the last 3 maps. Like, it wasn't even like Demigods played bad. Like, UCR was unbelievable.
They were unbelievable to close it out. And UCI are going to need somehow more than that to find this game back in their favor. 4Leaf, just confident as ever, standing here in that window. They hear the shots flying down, and oh my goodness, the spray down almost takes down Richie. 46 HP. Nothing potentially heal it up. But look at this. Look at where Koki has pinched up.
I love that.
And Flo might know. Just has an inkling of a feeling, but it's going to be oh so challenging to deal with it.
If Koki can find one, this is a ravishing success. Now he's going to get some C-long support, though. That's beautiful timing. Now if they push up into Cubby, he's going to have the support he needs. Looking for one. Richie, though, the wide swing. Going to find the one-tap. Koki had a beautiful chance there. Richie now working up the flank. Melvin going over the top with the Blade Storm. Not going to find anything quite yet. There's the recon dart. There's Fury. Melvin, good for one with the blades there. Looking to find the refresh here. Hunter's Fury. Run and gone now. Richie is going to look for the plant here. That paranoid, the spray in the corner. Kyle takes down 4Leaf. Knives left for Melvin here. Refresh, though. Now he's got all 5 back to his pocket. Looking for one more. Another refresh. Looking for another one. Melvin can't find the last one, but the damage he's done is incredible. And now it's 1v1. Out by Namir. Namir wins it out on the back of Melvin, refreshing and stunting on the side of UCI.
Goodness, we should have put Melvin TikTok
I didn't even hear him
on some
pop
of
the
these.
blades, and then I just hear him up in the air throwing knives at someone's head.
You know, it was a necessary call. I think they do
Oh
use
my
a couple of
goodness,
ultimates that time
18.
around. But it's 8-2.
Who
And
cares?
then
Who cares?
Look at the economy.
You got 3 kills with the Blade Storm. That's the point. Like, that's the thing. That they finally decide to use the ult, and they get max value. The whole team is positive.
Melvin's
The whole team's
so
positive.
Fed. He is so fed.
He
at
is
this
fed.
point.
This
He's
is a
actually fed.
This
That's
is
the only way
3
to
item
describe
Zeri at
it.
18 minutes. Yeah.
He is popping off at this point. This is the Jet on the enemy team that everyone warns you about.
Yeah.
But yet we still need to look at what UCI can do. And this
Yes.
buy from them is it's a lot of
Serviceable.
almost. It's almost a buy. I want to say at that.
With the alties, they could, like, that's the thing. They have to use the alties in combination with the economy. They just haven't done a great job of it yet.
And I think a lot of that just comes down to individual performances on the opposite side that have really come to light. UCI, though, just trying to bide their time. You can see Kyle just trying to catch any stragglers there, but it's that weapon disadvantage there once again. 4Leaf finds the kill, but A-site is completely clear.
Yeah, Nanoswarm. Flo gonna have to back off that one. Cloudburst up into heaven there to make sure no one's lurking up there. Plant is gonna come down now. We have seen many 5v4 retakes. However, they do have the lockdown. Retaking A with the lockdown, very, very tough for whoever planted that spike. So this could be a very huge play. They have a decent amount of time to make with as well. Melvin, oh my goodness. Has the operator looking to make a play. Fifi to get the counter util going, trying to stop that side push. There's the flash, there's the aftershock. Alpine takes down Koki. There's the lockdown now. Hunter's Fury to answer though. Melvin and Fifi trading up blows. Hunter's Fury doesn't get the lockdown. It's 2v2, and the lockdown's gonna go through. Melvin gonna have to find this pick on long though. He has to try to cover the angle here. Timing, he finds one. The diffuser's gonna be started. Tries to find the jump shot. 4Leaf though, fantastic
Is it enough
idea
time?
to get off the spike. I don't think he has the time quite yet.
Oh!
0.18! Doesn't get it so close. UCI, honestly, that felt like a game-saving
Last
round.
round in the half.
Game-saving.
It's just anything for them at this point because they're still down 8-3. They can afford a buy this time around. It's gonna be.
But it would have been probably 10-2 instead of 9-3 if the things go their way now.
It's been a slog for the side of UCI to get absolutely anything. And Melvin, that flick down is just ridiculous.
I thought he was going to hit that second. I'll be honest, I thought for sure that we were going to get a nice Melvin clip there, and he was hitting that second shot.
It was really close at that, but even still, the slimmest of margins. Demigods are still going to take that. They're going to take that every single day of the week, and now Melvin posted up B. Somewhere that haven't been posted up before. This is a switch up in the strategy once again. Demigods playbook is a Bible at this point. It is massive. It holds everything. If you wanted to put it into Greek terms, it would just be an epic. It would be one of these Homer poems just full of strategies that they've got. And
Oh,
Four Leaf,
no.
Oh my.
They haven't played this corner with the
Oh,
clutch
no.
yet. Four Leaf, he's going to give the game away, though. Got a little bit anxious there, got a little bit antsy. Richie does have the Blade Storm in his back pocket. Maybe going to want to wait till he gets on site, try to get some kind of setup. They have the Rolling Thunder. You definitely don't want to go into the second half not having used these two ultis. They give you such an advantage trying to take over sites, find these picks. See long. Looks like it's going to be the setup here. Yeah, they're getting ready here. Richie going to toss the spike over. He goes, I'm going in, boys. I'm going in head first. I'll see you in Valhalla.
They do. Koki's posted up here. Oh my goodness.
Nice
Takes down
job.
Flow right
Paranoid.
away.
What a paranoid.
But Kyle finds the kill regardless. The blind spray works. Melvin, though, has posted himself up here. So is Four Leaf. There's so many different angles to watch out for. Oh, and Richie finds one.
Melvin still posted up with the operator here. Fifi takes down T-Salad. Melvin still sitting up on the high ground with this operator. Has yet to find that right angle.
One enemy
Doesn't want to give
remaining.
away his position.
Oh.
At this point, though, it's all on him. Still has that Blade Storm to fight through. Has 4 members to fight through as well. Maybe he can find one here. There's the weapon swap. They're going to be aware. Finds one. Good for 2. Oh my goodness. Looking to find the third. Luckily, there was still a 4th member behind him. So UCI was going to close that one out, but did not make it any
Switching
less
sides.
dramatic.
Oh my goodness. And Melvin, it's every single time
It's every
he's in
round.
these
I
are the
know it's every
situations. It's so hard to doubt him as well because he's been playing out of his mind thus far. 19-7 at the half once again. Not the first time it's happened this series, let alone in this
Actually,
tournament.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, people were like, "Oh, you talk about the Demigods and just Melvin." It's like, man, like, we watched a lot of this guy's games. Like, this is the regular. These are the kind of plays that get made, the space that gets created. Now, though, 8-4. They've been here before. They have to close this game out still. UCI definitely still in this game. 8-4 is a respectable enough scoreline. You can absolutely claw your way back into this game.
And honestly, the last couple of rounds for them were absolutely massive. They needed those
Yeah,
rounds
huge.
to go
Like,
in their
the
favor.
game would be over if they didn't, truthfully.
We would be on that, just talking about what happens next at that point.
Yeah.
Sort of the, you blink and it's over. But Cowpie makes sure that you can't blink there. Amir going to be taken down off the rip. Kyle finds
Spike
Koki as well. That
down,
spike
B.
is down on B site, but T-Salad is fighting for their life with Four Leaf trying to
Good
get
after
any sort of advantage back. Kyle chunked out real low here, and T-Salad might have an angle to get back over. But Melvin gets taken down as well. This is going to be
Player
real tough
standing.
here. Fifi finds another one. Four Leaf with 71 HP versus 4. That's one way to start it out.
Nice little head tap there. The spray down through the dark cover. He's going to back off here. Looking to find one. Good for one headshot. But the pistol fiesta ends in a UCI win. And I mean, every single round now feels so much more precious as we get closer and closer to the latter stage of this game. UCI, every round that you can take, you're going to try to scrape it together and take it.
And I think the major thing here about UCI is that the half came at the right point. They got a couple of rounds going out of the half, and now everything is reset. They don't need to worry about that operator getting picked up anymore. They don't need to worry about, this jet just overheating and quite literally boiling over on them, getting them all in these situations. We've seen it time and time again from Melvin, but now you have to back off a little bit if you're the jet. You need to sort of play with what you're given. In this situation, it is Sheriff, so you got to try and make of it what you will. Granted, Demigods looking towards this A side. Multiple members spotted out there, creeping up sewer. Actually, that Omen smoke might have blocked it all off, so very little information given, and Melvin is just trying to find space for himself.
Yeah, finds a nano swarm. The alarm bot still there, middle of garage though, so they're gonna opt to maybe swing over to this A side. 3 stacked up right now, little 3-2 split. Spike still kicking toward garage, kind of feeling out where this defense might be, where they're gonna be set up. A couple smokes here and there. Nothing fully committal just yet. C long though, looking a little more appetizing for the Demigods, it would appear. Looks like they're gonna work their way down there. They're gonna be met with that Killjoy turret though. Gonna wave at him, say hi, say what's up. Couple pop shots. C hit at this point though. He got pistols. They're going for it.
Yeah, they just have to try and make something happen.
Get some
Melvin
kills, yeah.
getting some space on the site here. Plant gonna go down. Melvin, do you read this out? Oh, it's just a massacre there. Kyle takes down Melvin, but Koki able to answer. It's finally a little bit in return, but that dart just distracts Four Leaf. And it's once again, all of these guns coming through. It's the advantage coming down once again, and Fifi finds another 3K for herself. She's been really the one to supplement this comeback a little bit. All of a sudden, we went from 8-2 to 8-6 really quickly here. All of a sudden, the map's starting to get a little bit close as the walls close in on to Demigods.
And she was one of the ones the last 2 maps, like she was consistently clutching 1v2s, 1v3s, like just being
Right
there
there.
at the end of the round, not getting panicked, not being nervous. All that, that game changes experience. People might, sometimes overrate matches people have played, but being on against, like playing against T2 and T1 teams, being on those big stages, like you're not like, not that you wouldn't be nervous for a game like this, but you know what? You've already been like, okay, I've played in massive spots. I've played against some of the best in the world, quite literally. Like, I'm going to stay calm in this situation. The team's going to look to my expertise, look to my experience. I'm going to try to lead them here. And she's done a fantastic job to keep them in this game.
Yeah, and sometimes you can also just cash in on the scrim bucks. While you may not have played against some of these top teams in tournaments, you played against them in scrims, who knows? Maybe Fifi 1v1'd Ye and came out ahead, for all we know.
I mean, listen, Ye's a free agent, so I mean, maybe his, role is a role issue.
Yeah, it was a role issue for Ye, but what's not an issue is this execute onto the C site. Absolutely everything in their favor.
They are
now
set
full
up so
retake
nice.
mode for the side of UCI. The gun advantage is coming down. Flo gonna try and find what he can there with the Sova dart, but Melvin's trying to pick it up there, almost able to find that timing. But it's gonna be really challenging for the side of UCI to get in onto here because their guns are not equipped for this.
They can find a swing though. They're gonna find a spray down. However, they run into the wood chipper. 3 of them go down. Fifi, once again, taking her pound of flesh, does pick up 2, but the Demigods win their expected round. They win that 3rd bonus round. Now 9-6 scoreline. We're gonna see this buy of UCI come back in full force. I have to imagine, depending on what they bought last round, I'm gonna see light armor on a couple. They do have that early rolling thunder. Demigods creeping ever so close toward those ultimates as well. This game just so close, Adam. So close.
Yeah, and T-Salad has that as well. One off of the lockdown. There's so many tools for both of these teams to either take or retake or do whatever they want onto some of these sites. These breach ultimates are just going to be massive in this round specifically. We'll just say it's full buys on either side. You can say, oh, light shields and all that, but we just saw a team win a world championship off of light shields only. So, nonetheless,
actually, honestly, I think we're going to see that a lot more. It'll be coined the Fnatic strat, but like they truthfully employed it to like strong effectiveness most of the tournament. Like it is something to consider. However, they are the best team in the world, so right, take something to the grain of salt potentially.
Take it with a grain of salt at that, and take Demigods execute onto A as a little bit more than that, because they do have to be careful of the ultimates that can come down here. Executing onto site once again. Melvin has bought himself so much space sitting in this smoke already. Do they sniff it out though? Fifi gonna drop down the rolling thunder, but it's just missing out on Melvin. Melvin finds 2. And the rolling thunder goes the opposite way. The lightning strikes again. And it's 5v2 UCI in a world of hurt. Melvin with another 3K. And Cowpie, you're going to have to find some sort of stroke of luck. Not going to show up. Melvin, my goodness.
Adam, the game's not over yet, but a round like that and a performance like this so far, it feels like that signature game in the finals, right? That game 6 if you're Steph Curry, where you put the Celtics to bed. It feels like one of those moments. Not quite to that point yet, but Steph Curry did that in the 3rd quarter of the 2nd quarter, so Melvin, he might be trying to stake his claim right now. That was such a massive play. That positioning was so smart by him. He gets behind the concuss, sneaks behind enemy lines, finds the first kill, spray down through the smoke, lands basically every bullet, swings for the 3rd and the 4th. That is exactly the kind of play you want from Melvin in this time as well. We saw last series last week, kind of faltered toward the end. Now though, rising to the occasion.
Yeah, the first map was just the appetizer, an amuse-bouche at that, and now just coming through with the main course, giving you the full steak dinner directly into the team that loves their steak dinners at that. Nonetheless, already pushing forward. Melvin finds 2 again. Are you kidding me?
Oh man, I think we're in the middle of watching one of those classic games from Melvin. Honestly, this is one of those C-Val games he might be thinking about later on. However, they are going to plant 5v2 post plant. Richie working his best. Oh, he eats a full shock dart, basically 66 health left. He's going to send some pings, but look at this setup from the Demigods. It's so powerful. They have back long covered, garage is covered. That's the thing, though. They just plant in the open. They don't need anyone on site. They're going to be able to hold this thing with ease. Recon dart to scan Flo. Going to get the timing. Melvin for 3 again. He cannot be stopped in the Demigods. They're looking like they're on their way to 11.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Richie to find anything. No weapons drops. Once again, another nigh flawless round. There's going to be one victim at the end.
Back-to-back 4Ks.
Are you kidding me, Melvin?
In the 10th and 11th round on a deciding map to go to Grands.
Yeah, that's where you call the timeout.
It's
That's
the
where you
moment.
say, just guys, we gotta chill.
28-10. He's 28-10. 6 assists on Jet too. Low-key higher than normal for Jet mains.
And I mean, we talked about this in more of a negative light in the first map, where Melvin had the same amount of kills as his next two frags combined. This time around, 4leaf is 16-9, Koki is 13-9. Those
And
are
even
very
Amir,
impressive
8-8,
scorelines.
and just laying down perfect Sova util. Just playing safe, making sure he gets 2 recon darts off a round, just helping the team out perfectly.
And Melvin has the same amount of kills as his next two members. It's
Melvin has as
above
many
and
kills
beyond.
as half of UC Irvine, top 2 frag. Fifi and Cowpie, yeah. They got 28, he's got 28 between them.
It's a masterclass
It is.
on Jet.
He's
He's
got a
fanning
Blade Storm,
himself. You know,
too.
he can
He's got
do
a
that.
Blade
He can
Storm.
afford it.
He can have that signature C-Val clinching Blade Storm. UCI, after this timeout, I'm expecting to see something big because, I mean, if they don't, this game's going to be over. The money's not going to be there. The attitude's not going to be there. The ultimates aren't really going to be there. Not the super useful ones. It's just going to be so tough. However, they have a buy. They have some utility this round. Now it's time to dig your feet in the ground and say no mas.
Yeah, put the heels in. Refuse to relent. You cannot afford to lose
go
this
for it.
round. And it's going to be an all-in here. You can see they're defaulting still, but they want to make these plays happen. They need to make these plays happen
like
any
this
way
PvP.
possible. And once again, Melvin leads the charge, leading his group of ragtag players from UCSD
Look at the
any way that they
though.
can.
That's the only thing. This it's going to be a little tricky.
It's going to be difficult. That's an understatement at that. Melvin, though, beats the util here.
Everything.
And as soon as we say it, Cowpie's util is
they
just
know he's here?
thrown into the gutter here. They know that he's there now as he gets a couple shots now onto Cowpie. But Melvin is hot as anything.
They have lockdown too.
You should run.
They have
lockdown,
the
they have
lockdown for this
everything.
post plant. There's the lockdown. Yeah, they have everything, like you said, Melvin. Trying to get these pre-fire shots. Richie and Kyle trying to get if they can back off here. Up in heaven, though, they have to be aware. Flo and
Here.
Cowpie. Oh, Melvin. The spray down. He's getting tags. He gets a little bit of damage. The kill not going to be found quite yet, though. There's the aftershock. 4leaf takes down Flo. One man down out of heaven. Melvin, he's got eyes on Cowpie.
Oh!
The spray down, the tracking. It's all there. Amir falls to Kyle. Kyle's going to swing for 2. Melvin, though, 3K. Adam, 11 kills in the last 3 rounds of a potential game clinching
point.
grand finals LA clinching map.
Melvin wants to go to LA.
And he's got the
Melvin,
blade, and he's got the blades.
he's still got the blades. He's had them for the last 3 rounds. for
11
heaven's
kills
sake.
in 3 rounds, man. This guy this this actually feels like one of those finals games where it's like, yeah, they have Jordan on their team, we can't stop him.
He's hungry.
Like
he
literally,
is hungry.
like you're just like it's insane.
And my goodness, UCI, they have done everything that they can. But you look at the buy that they've got through. They gave it to
They've
Demigods.
got
They
blades.
said
They've got blades still, but
they've got they're just a bunch of almost stuff. They've come so close so many times. And Demigods, they've just gotten in the backpack. Melvin put them on the back and said, hey, listen, you guys can be my wingman. I'm going to be the gecko running in there. I'm going to be the one to harness the beast. And Melvin has been unleashed. Absolute insane performance coming through from Melvin. We get that kill on the Cowpie. Game's not over. Wait, here. He's going all the way in. He goes
went for the right click.
My goodness, Cowpie, what can you
Melvin.
find here?
Melvin.
Melvin, he's lost in the
Melvin.
sauce, but he still finds it.
Surely Melvin doesn't live this.
Oh,
Flo.
+2 though on the
Double
opposite
headshot
side.
though. Yeah, Melvin actually does kill
Enemy
Fifi.
remaining.
Kyle finally trades. Flo though, not saying die to this game quite yet. That's going to be 3 headshots, and the Demigods maybe getting a little bit scattered there. Not really. I thought they were going to go for that slow default push. Then they kind of got a little bit puggy there toward the mid round. And now they find themselves in this 1v3. I do love that Richie took the Bladestorm and challenged A up, though. I don't want UCI to be scared. I
30
want them to
seconds
take
left.
fight, especially if you have an ulti. I like that Richie took that early aggression. However, the Demigods 4-leaf, I mean, theoretically possible, but
Get what you
it's
can.
going to be a very tall order. He will get nothing. Kyle gets his head. That'll be 12-7. We are still on map point. Serious point.
LA point at that still.
All of the points.
Every single point that you can think of, and there's 5 of them to still fight against. Yet UCI have been in this situation before.
Target
Yes,
out.
their backs are up against the wall. Yes, this is the highest stakes that you could ask for. down a map, down 5 match points here.
Placing
But they
alarm bot.
still always have that
Placing
grit
swarm
about
grenade.
them, and we have to
Placing
give
swarm
UCI
grenade.
credit. They came here ready to play, and they've pushed
And
Demigods
this,
to
yeah,
the
this
limits.
game isn't over. I don't want to feel like I'm just, you know, all Demigods writing the obituary of UCI. This game is still very much alive, but I tested the way the momentum has gone, says Demigods all over.
Melvin's already in onto site. Once again, beating out the Killjoy utility. Cowpie forced to rethink their approach here. It's a quick plant, and they just refuse to back off.
Basically,
There's
no
an
ultis too.
Yeah, there's no ultis. It's all going to come down to the aim. It's all going to come down to whatever util's left.
Oh man, here it is. There's the stack up from UCI. 4 members in tow. There's the Paranoid. Nice and early turn. Paranoid back to the garage.
Oh my.
Huge recon dart. The Shrouded step to safety though. The sprays are going both ways. T-Salad good for 2. Beefy and Kyle. T-Salad for 3 though. 2v2. Koki. He's gonna go into the shadows up to safety there. Amir has to play backside
One
long now.
enemy
The defuse gets
remaining.
started. 1 down though, and that's all she wrote. The
Attackers
Demigods.
win.
They make amends for the reverse sweep last week. They come back. They book their ticket to that rematch with UCR Blue in the grand finals tomorrow night in CFAL West.
My goodness. What a performance from Melvin. We cannot sing enough praises about
443
that.
ACS.
Just the most ridiculous performance that you could have in a clinching game. He said last week after those games, you know what, I'm not going to go down the same way. They lost 3 chances at booking their ticket to LA. They lost 3 chances at getting into those grand finals. And yet Melvin comes back here today with a masterclass on Pearl. 32 kills, 34 kills, something along those lines.
Like
Just
20 kill first halves, multiple games.
Has to be like 110 frags throughout 4 games. Ridiculous
I think
numbers
so,
put up
actually.
from Melvin. But overall, just a fantastic series. And
Wow.
on the flip side, though, we do have to look at UCI and what they were able to put forth. An incredible losers bracket run. They lost in the first round of the playoffs here, and they were able to push all the way to the 3rd place matchup. And honestly, Jobin, we have to congratulate them for getting this far.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's no doubt in our minds that we'll see them once again.
Yeah, we can now put a bow on UCI and Demigods. We'll go to a very, very short break here. We'll come back. We'll put a bow on today. We'll get everything prepped for tomorrow. But we'll see you guys in a few to cap things off.
What a series coming through here today, Jobin. We got such a treat from both of these teams, and Demigods, of course, going to be holding their heads high, beating their demons down and being able to get a 3-1 series victory to secure themselves a berth into the grand finals tomorrow. And of course, just looking at the stats of that one, that was one where
First
you can
kills,
look at the
huh?
scoreboard and you can say, okay, yeah, Demigods just crushed them.
Oh, is that first kill stat anything to do with Melvin dropping like 80 kills in that game or what? The funny thing is too, look at Rifty's post plants and clutches.
They're all close.
This game again, and we saw last game too, that for UCI had what, 8 more first bloods and still lost. Like a weird game with how things kind of went in the early round, but it was that mid to late round that like really told the whole story.
Yeah, and I think in Demigods as well, they just were able to take so many rounds by storm. I want to, like, realistically, if we had a stat for flawlesses and stuff like that, we would be able to stake that claim.
Oh my god. Is that wrong? That number, is that too high?
Melvin had 200 ACS higher than everyone else in this game. Dude was popping off at the end there. Like, honestly, you got to give him creds not only for that game, but for the entire series. Melvin came to play. He wanted to win, and he did exactly that. And I give him so many credits. I give the entire side of Demigods credit as well for coming back after getting reverse swept and just being able to stick it to the side of UCI. And I think overall, there has to be some sort of montage that gets put together after the fact here of every single one of Melvin's kills. Video is going to be like 8 minutes long.
I was going to say, do we have that much time?
Yeah, I don't know if we have enough time to feature that on the broadcast, but at the very least, what a performance from them. And of course, a bittersweet congratulations to the side of UCI as well for making it this far, for getting it to that point. But we do have to take a look at our bracket, see how we've gotten this far. And Jobin, oh my goodness, I see something very similar between match 11 and match 14.
Oh, Adam, we got the rematch we were looking forward to. Obviously, we didn't want to slight UCI, but how could you not want to see a rematch of a team that's favored to win gets reverse swept against a team that was a perennial contender in that last CVAL split? Man, this is the game. This is like, these are the two heavyweights of the West. They are fighting for the belt. John Jones might be fighting tonight for the heavyweight belt. These two are duking it out tomorrow to see who's going to be the heavyweight crown of the West. It's going to be such a good series. And man, the Demigods, the taste of revenge, the scent of blood under their noses, and UCR trying to hold off those hungry dogs as best they can, trying to show them, hey, reverse sweep was no fluke. We deserve to beat you guys. We're better. Demigods. So man, you got one more chance to crack out UCR.
Yeah, and you better get your table salt ready because it was going to be the salty run back here. I believe we do have the... We're just going to actually hop into one last thing here. Our bingo card, nothing happened. Nothing actually got updated here. We were so close to getting those bingo marks down. We almost had a couple of 1v4 clutches. Not quite, but... Fortunately, that does end our day for today. Once again, congratulations to Demigods. Just want to give a huge shout out to everyone at the back, Spectre, XT, and Genie, for doing all the observing, making everything look amazing on your screen, as good as we were able to follow it as well. Duran, for, of course, being our producer, setting everything up behind the scenes. Team Money for being our community coordinator. And actually, a huge shout out from me personally as well to Royal Ames, Tiffany, for doing so much editing behind the scenes. All of those breakdowns, all of those interviews could not have happened without her. And of course, thank you to Optimize Jimmy, our technical director for the day. Have to remember the names of these things from time to time. But nonetheless, thank you to everyone involved. We had ourselves a wonderful day. Jobin, anything else to say for yourself as well?
Yeah, fantastic day. West Coast, best coast. I mean, the entire West split has been so good start to back. It started with one seeds getting upset. It finishes with a reverse sweep to go to Grands. And now we have a rematch of what I would say are the two best teams in the West. They're going to duke it out tomorrow at 3 PST, 6 Eastern. The revenge match we were all looking forward to and waiting for. Melvin is now fully online. Me and Adam are so happy to be back tomorrow. But like you said, that's going to wrap things up for tonight. We have another day of action to tomorrow to crown a champion of the West. Everyone, go enjoy your Saturday. Take care of each other and have a good one.